everybody? Welcome back to RLCS Season X Spring Split Regional number 2. I'm Shogun, and I'll be hosting today's pre-show, joined by Johnny Boy, Cole, and Stumpy. Lads, we have got a packed pre-show, and Cole, it has been a very packed week so far.
It has. We're going to go through everything that happened yesterday, but my goodness, big teams are out, smaller teams making it through and playing well. No one knows what's happening today, Shogi.
Absolutely not. Let's take a look actually at what happened yesterday, because we've been going through the groups. We had day 0 on everybody's individual streams for the orgs. Yesterday, we took on day number 1. And this is what we got in groups A and D. And yeah, not the most surprising result. But Johnny, seeing Godsmilla's team out already, that hurts.
Yeah, it's a stacked group D, so a very good team was going to go, but Wild were able to get the upset there, finish in the top 4. Godsmilla's team out after such a great regional last time around.
And over in groups B and C, there was one major upset, something that we just never expected to see, Stumpy. Unfortunately, in the group of death, Aether are out.
It's an absolute travesty, mate. I can't believe it. Liquid are sitting on top of Group B. They had an incredible run through their groups, going 3-1. And then look at all those middle matches. Allen Tidal Wave, Endpoint, and Vitality all on 2-2. And your eyes do not deceive you, audience. 2-2 for Vitality. They had to play versus Aether to decide who was going home yesterday.
And over in Group C, you can see the real group of death. Dignitas, Queso, German Amigos, who did phenomenal in this week's grid. Guild and Giants. It was Guild versus Giants that ended up being for everything. So incredible matches. If you haven't gone back to see them, then you definitely did miss out. But what a day 1 we had. Today, we move on to day 2, as well as the knockout gauntlet. Before we get to there, we're going to go through some of the highlights from yesterday. Stumpy, starting off with you.
So I mentioned Vitality Aether earlier on, and that series was amazing, not just for the standings, but also the quality of the matches that we saw. And it was an uncertain time to be a Vitality fan, because they were just trying to secure any spot but 5th and an early coach trip home. So the series began going to plan for Vitality. It was falling apart for Yukio and the gang, because they didn't score in over 16 minutes of overtime. In any gameplay. Then they finally scored in overtime. And then it was a game 4, and Aether were leading till the final minute. K-Dop managed to get mad, double tap an equalizer, and then this fake. With 6 seconds left, Alpha sinks it in to deliver the killing blow.
We have to remember as well that Vitality may well have been out before that. They had to reverse sweep Atlantide Wave in their very first game in that group. So disaster almost for Vitality. My game is 2 teams that were fighting to avoid disaster in the final game of yesterday, and it was Guild versus Giants. They were in what Shogun described as the group of death, and they were the biggest victims of it. As I mentioned, loser here would be out of the whole thing, bottom of the pack. Guild went 2 up in the series and 2 goals up in game 3, so they were playing okay. And then suddenly Giants stepped up and showed more life than we'd seen from them in a very long time. All of it led to the crescendo that was game 4. Guild up by 2 goals twice, pegged back by Giants twice, before Nolly eventually came in clutch in the overtime with a double tap assist that was scored by Devo. Here it is right now. So Guild survive barely, but they'll need to play a lot better to navigate today's knockout gauntlet.
But they do stay alive in that running for the top 6 spots, which is huge. It also makes it a lot closer with so many teams in that contest. But we didn't just have battles at the bottom of groups yesterday, fighting for 4th, 5th. We also had an epic battle in Group A for 1st and 2nd between BDS and White Demons, which is crazy because this is not the kind of team we expected to be fighting with BDS for number 1 going into the final series of the day. But boy, did they play well. If you see the series score at 3-0 and you make your judgment based on that alone, you're going to be misled, because White Demons actually played a great series here. BDS were, I think, at their best as well. And we're going to get to see some great highlights from White Demons throughout the rest of the RLCS season, I'm sure, because they just keep on getting better. Yes, another team, majority Spanish team, on the rise in the RLCS Season X.
Yeah, we are seeing so many teams and so many players really making a name for themselves in this split. Stumpy, you're going to take us through top 3, and I believe 2 of those are from a player that is really making a name for himself.
Absolutely. We had some awesome games yesterday and some top plays to go alongside them. Number 3 is all about BDS and White Demons. And BDS can usually hold out on defense versus any contender. But that series of small passes by White Demons caught everyone on BDS flat-tired. Every pass was placed to perfection with accuracy and pace. And to just tap it in at the end from CRR underneath 2 players is gorgeous. Second place, and spoilers, first place, is a Chronic. He wanted to take his time with this ceiling touch going to an air dribble, but with Sure Set challenging early, he had to head to the ceiling, tip it over the top of the defender, and then a second tap past both players. Absolutely beautiful play from a Chronic, but he just kept on going. Our number 1 play has to be his double flip reset, because it was so audacious that he even asked on Twitter afterwards, is this the first double flip reset in RLCS? Because of just how rare it is to tap it over Thera and then get the vital touch by Chaussette at the end makes it the cleanest one we have seen at this level. If he doesn't get that second flip reset, he doesn't score. It's as simple as that.
I mean, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? And I think there's a lot of people out there that if it was any other team, you know, you might just say, oh, it's a lower level team. That's Solary. That's Chaussette. You're getting that past. It is insane what he was able to do. And speaking of insane, Rocket League Season 3 is coming up very soon. All new content. We're going to get a chance to talk about this in just a moment. But before we do that, let's show you the trailer.
How you feeling, Shogun? Feeling good?
Yeah, so the lads here might know, and a lot of people don't know me. I like a bit of F1. So this, when I got to wake up to it this morning, was maybe the best news ever. Like I said, got all new Rocket Pass, all new content, NASCAR, and F1 involved. And I believe we've also got a brand new ranked season coming in soon. So Johnny, can't wait to hear you complaining about your ranked teammates all over again.
I'm just going to wait until the end of the season as usual, and then I'll make a push for that Grand Champ reward. Maybe, we'll see. I mean, I got it this season, ruined the rewards again, so who knows, maybe I'll do it again next season.
I love, by the way, that we as 4 Brits are here saying NASCAR, because if anyone's going to get NASCAR, it's us. We get it. We get
NASCAR, what a car it is. Brilliant.
Well, staying on topic of just things that kind of blow our minds, Giants yesterday, their performance for pretty much the opposite reason sort of blew our minds. 0-4. We understood that the group they were in was going to be difficult. But 0-4, Cole, that for a team of their standards should not be happening.
They just haven't been scoring enough goals recently. Stumpy and I have been discussing it on the Grid Overtime, where there are some teams that when they're playing badly, it's calamitous and they'll lose a game 7-4. There are other teams that when they're playing badly, they just lose their edge. You can see that miss there from Snake twice coming in. I can't believe he didn't score that. Any other day, you'd expect Giants to do so. Something is slightly off with them. I think that at this point, we can just say it's been a poor week because of course, this does follow from poor results in the Grid as well. I'm not too worried overall, but it definitely has been a bad 7 days or so for the Giants.
But the last regional, they managed to get to the semi-finals. They only lost to BDS, and they got 2 games versus them. Didn't go to 7. Not the biggest issue versus BDS. But they made it through in the uppers as well by taking down Queso and then a very close game with Aether. It is a horrible drop in form. It's not particularly acceptable either when they're going to have to try and fight, potentially, for that 6th spot. They're up there at the moment, but with Gil still in, with other teams around that area, it's going to get hard.
And Johnny, like even aside from just trying to, make it to Worlds, this was a team that we thought earlier on in the season, yeah, you're a little bit behind BDS, but you can maybe start pushing up towards them. They're going in the wrong direction at the moment.
Yeah, this is a huge, huge negative blow for Giants, especially this close to the end of the season. Massive blow mentally. I think they just started the group off with a nightmare result, losing to German Amigos, probably the team that they expected to have a win against. And you know, the rest of the group, I know they were definitely taking it extremely seriously. I'm not saying that Giants went in with to German Amigos series expecting a freebie, but I think maybe they were looking ahead to the challenges that were yet to come, and they just got caught in that first game on day 0 of the event with a loss. Nightmare start, and it didn't improve.
Well, Stumpy, I'm very proud of you for bringing up the top 6 and the race for it, because that's what we're going to talk about right now. We're going to go into contenders and pretenders. We're going to mostly focus this around the top 6, but we might bring up a couple of other teams just to sort of see, do we think this team's are real, or is this just sort of a team that's around for now and we won't see in the future? So we're going to start off here with Solary. You guys got your whiteboards.
Yep.
I want to see on the...
I actually do this time.
I can't believe
well
that.
done.
I was making fun of Cole earlier for not having a whiteboard, but I just realized it's not what I thought it was.
Your prop.
You've not got
This
yours.
is the prop section, Johnny. You have to have the prop.
Johnny, you were literally asking earlier, what do we write on the whiteboard? And
It's not what I thought it was. I thought
Johnny-
it was here. It's not there.
All right, well,
Tell me
Johnny's
what the novelty hat.
Johnny's going to just do thumbs up or thumbs down like a peasant.
Oh my God, Johnny.
But, thankfully, my 2 favorite co-workers, Cole and Stumpy, are ready and prepared. We're going to start off with Solary. You're going to give you a quick moment just to figure yourselves out. Those 2 that prepared correctly can write down something. Johnny, you can figure out if it's supposed to go up or down or anything in between. So we're going to go on 3, 2, 1,
What are
go.
they contending for? So
Top
this
6. Do you think that they are a real contender for top 6, or is it just being overblown? It's already done and it's out of their hands.
Okay.
Can you guys hurry up? I'm ready. I've got my...
I'm ready.
I'm
All right,
ready.
3, 2, 1, go. I'm assuming both from the smiley faces, you guys think that they are a real contender for top
contender.
6.
Yeah.
Ignoring Johnny, he's on my bad list.
I think it's going to be pretty rough.
Stumpy, they're probably the furthest back right now. Coming into this tournament, they're at 1,300 points. Top 6 right now is in the 1,500s. What makes you think they can make up that ground?
I think having Giants go out is actually a massive help for them, because Solary, if they just have this great result in Regional 2, get through to the quarterfinals, semi-finals would be incredible for them, and they do perform to the level that Johnny and Cole thought they could do last Regional, they've got a real good chance. And any team that falls ahead of them is just going to be able to be leapfrogged.
All right, well, we're going to move on to the next one. Let's take a look at Endpoint for this one. I have a feeling I know which way Cole and Stumpy are going to go. So, Johnny, we're going to take you out of the naughty corner real quick, and you're going to probably be quite useful here. 3, 2...
God, I'm still writing.
It's a smiley face or it's a non-smiley face?
Yeah, but he's writing something. Look, Stumpy has a whiteboard. Something is
does.
going on here.
Okay,
on
I'm
there.
done, I'm done.
He doesn't even know what. Until his
3,
hand does it.
Yeah.
2, 1, go. How many teams do you guys think are making top 6? I'm sorry.
It's
They're
potential
contenders.
2. Exactly.
Contenders. They're
It's not will they, won't
they're
they.
contenders. I also said that I love Pete because Endpoint Pete, the CEO and founder, is just brilliant, and I think Endpoint will do it.
All right. Well, we're going to sort of shift the focus on this one. Maybe for a team that's not necessarily up there, but do you think this is going to be a realistic team that we can expect to be challenging at the end of this season for, prize money, and also heading into the off season and just sort of being a threat around whatever we can expect around there? So let's take a look at Singularity. Scrub Killer recently joining them. So 3, gonna give you a sec. Just realized.
Yeah.
2, 1, go. Nobody liking this Singularity team. Okay.
Penn's not very good.
Why is this?
It's just too inconsistent, and these days consistency is what you need. And I don't think that they're a contender for top 6. I don't think they're going to be a contender. But yeah, I think they're probably going to always be one of those teams that's just going to ruin other teams' days and tournaments occasionally.
I think they're fringe top 10. I think that's where they sit. They sit between your 6 and 10s.
So you sort of think they're in here just to ruin everyone else's time, and then just going to leave and just go, yeah, no, we did our job. We were the landmine of the season. Okay. Okay, so we've gone through teams that we sort of think are going to be real contenders for those top 6 spots in the future. Let's take a look, though, at teams that should be afraid today. The current tournament that we've got going on, we have got ourselves into the knockout gauntlet. The way today works is that teams that got top 2 in their groups are now going to be in the upper part. They've got 2 chances to move on. The ones in the lower part, well, they've got to win 2 matches in a row. Otherwise, they are out of here and they don't get to make playoffs. Johnny, starting with you yet again here. Let's take a look at the upper part of the knockout gauntlet. Which teams should be worried about today? Because this is a good spot for them, but which ones might be a little bit too comfortable?
Well, I think I'm going to flip the question to make my answer shorter. Everyone who's not BDS should be worried. BDS, they're never worried. They should never be worried because they exist. But in our other favorites here, on paper, Rix, Queso, actually, favorites in that one on paper, and Dignitas, they could all be in trouble here because Atlantide Wave, Liquid, and White Demons all did great in the group stage. So I think anyone who's not BDS needs to be on upset alert today.
All right, well, that was nice and quick. Let's take a look at the lower part then. Cole and Stumpy. There's a lot going on over here. This is the real danger zone of the tournament. Which teams would you expect to just go, well, they should be doing fine, but they might actually struggle?
I think that the fact that we even see Vitality down there at all at this stage says something about their form. German Amigos recently, in the last 7 days, have beaten RixGG, Liquid, Dignitas Giants, and Guild. So German Amigos full of confidence. Vitality almost went out on numerous occasions yesterday and the day before. So I'm going to say that is my upset potential for sure.
I'm definitely looking at Top Blokes Wild because Top Blokes have looked just out of sorts on pretty much every single front. There are weird, uncharacteristic misses, inaccuracies, and problems plaguing that roster. And Wild, they have managed to go 2-2 in their group, and they have not looked too bad doing so either. Wild managed to take down Singularity earlier, and Godsmiller's team, who came into the tournament really hot. So Wild could break the hearts of Top Blokes again and not even give them a win.
I'm just trying to imagine the world where Vitality don't even get to top 8.
It nearly happened yesterday twice.
Yeah,
it's a little bit, wild in a bit of a way. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Top Blokes, obviously, I agree with that as well. They have looked pretty rough at the moment. It seems like the teams that have been seemingly supposedly getting closer to BDS have actually got further away. But those are the teams that we think might have issues. Let's actually get these down. So last time we were here, we put together a group prediction, and I will say some of us, Johnny, did really well, and some of us, Cole and Stumpy, did not do quite so well, and they kind of let us down. So today, we're going to come together, we're going to make another group prediction. Really petty there, Cole. Going to make another group prediction. You at home, we want you to send us in your predictions as well. Hashtag RLCS at RL Esports. So we want to see if you guys can beat what we as a group can come together with. So let's take a look again at that upper part of the bracket. And Cole, we're going to give you the difficult job here. We're going to give you the upper parts of these. So you start us off.
BDS.
That was really difficult. Good job.
Well,
Good job.
Difficult. What a challenge.
Nice.
I know.
Fill in.
I think it's more like that lower part. Solary got themselves that second place yesterday, and yeah, what's waiting potentially for them in that lower bracket if it's Team Vitality get through? It's going to be a bit of a nightmare. So Cole's going to...
Cole, he said the BDS were going to lose to Solary in the last event. What happened, Cole?
What
Change
happened
your
is they got swept by Godsmiller's team.
Only one man saw it
Listen,
coming.
I think Solary are legit, but BDS are going to beat them in this matchup.
BDS are just legitter.
Yeah, exactly, they are.
Well, speaking of legit teams, I'll take the next one. RixGG and White Demons, 2 teams that we kind of had eyes on coming into this tournament, but they have blown expectations out of the water. RixGG on a 4-0 streak heading out of groups, and I'm going to use that to sort of sway my prediction. I think they're the team that just are more in form, but I think that's going to be incredibly close, but RixGG are my team to advance.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I think they're a sensational team. I think White Demons also did incredibly well in Group A. When they had to battle through Train Hard, Top Blokes, and BDS in their group, they did really well to secure second place. But RixGG 4-0, I don't think you can look past that easily.
All right, Stumpy. I appreciate you backing me up. Now let's see if we can turn on you entirely. Liquid and Team Queso. Who have you got, lad?
Tough.
I reckon we are going to see a bit of an upset here, potentially. If you guys will define it as an upset.
Don't do it.
No! Shogun, you're telling me that when I pick Team Liquid, which I'm going to do, that is an upset. Team Liquid, who went 3-1 in a very strong group with Vitality, Atlantide Wave, Endpoint, and Aether. They are the least favorite team compared to Case.
Could you guys back me up here? Like, tell me you're not with him on the Liquid train.
Liquid, man. This is, I mean, against anyone else, it would be completely crazy, but Team Queso are such... I mean, we talked about it yesterday, Shogun. They're the, pick a card, any card team. They could have any, 52 versions of themselves today showing up. So I guess it's a fair, I guess you can argue for it. I think it's all right.
Yes, Johnny, come on!
All right, Johnny, you go ahead then.
I am going to say... I mean, this is actually interesting because Atlantide Wave were very impressive late on. They were, 0-2 in their group, and then they came back to go 2-2 overall. So I think, they're on a good little streak here, beating Aether and Endpoint. But Dignitas were supreme in their group, swept it. So I have to go Dignitas, but that's going to be a really interesting series to watch. I think it's going to be competitive.
All right, so those are our upper bracket teams to get through to the playoffs. Let's move on to our lower bracket teams. Cole, we're going to go back to you.
Okay.
Your predictions are now towards the bottom part of this graphic. And this is where life gets more difficult. So finish off that bracket for us.
Yeah, okay. So Solary have been knocked down by Team BDS, and they're waiting for German Amigos versus Vitality. I think that with German Amigos in such good form, they will give Vitality a fight, but Vitality will win out by 1 game. I think it's going to be a decider. And then, do you know what? I'm going to put Solary through over Vitality. This is the second time I've backed Solary to do something impressive, and this time they will not let me down. I believe, and I don't believe in Vitality.
Do we believe in Cole is the question.
No.
I don't know.
No.
You think Vitality step up?
I think if Vitality have won a game heading into that, they're going to beat a Solary team that is known for sort of crumbling.
I think that if Vitality have scraped through twice already, K-Dop does not make day 3. Like, he did, so he doesn't not make day 3. Like, he somehow activates his final form, and he will just get through no matter what it takes. I don't back Solary to be able to take down what is ultimately still the number 2/number 3 team in Europe.
Okay, so next up is going to be me, Endpoint Guild, with the winner taking on White Demons. I almost went We Dem. I was so used to that too. I always do that. I'll go Guild here. This has been a matchup that has been predominantly Guild 1. I know that because we used to have a little thing where over on the grid, winner of that would be allowed to phone up the losers, and I got a phone up call. That'll be an awful lot and brag. However, I think it ends there. I think White Demons have just been so impressive this week. It would be a shame to not see them make top 8. I've got them going through.
That's interesting, but also I like it. I like that prediction personally. I think
I'm going to get all 3 of my
I
stuff
think that's
right.
fun. I like that.
Yeah.
I think that's good.
All right, I've been boring. Stumpy, you shake things up.
Right. So now I'm looking at Singularity Train Hard. I didn't think that Singularity have got what it takes to work their way into the top 6, and I don't necessarily think they've got what it takes to take down Train Hard either. Singularity in their group went dead even across the board. They went 2-2, then they went 9-9 with a 0 game difference. I think Train Hard take it there. They beat Singularity. Very close series, however. And then Team Queso versus Train Hard. Team Queso are utterly embarrassed by the fact that Liquid beat them earlier. And so Train Hard, they go through with the perfect.
Wow. Wow.
Because who can recover from being taken down by Team Liquid?
I mean, I backed you on the Team Liquid case.
And you still back me.
Play.
You know,
I'm removing my back.
No, we're a team here, Johnny. We've got to back him no matter what.
What's wrong?
Stumpy, we're very proud of your predictions here, mate. We've got you the whole way.
Thank you.
Johnny, finish us off.
Believe this. I do not believe this. Well, okay, let's take a quick look. Wild top blokes. This is actually close. I do think the top blokes are going to clutch it up though, so I've got them moving through, but this is another one of those series. It's going to be competitive. Don't just think because top blokes are way higher in the points that this is a freebie for them. But when it comes to Atlantide Wave, I think I'm going to go with, if this was the other way around, I would go, who's coming through lowers, I'd go for Atlantide Wave, but because top blokes still have a little bit of momentum, I'm going to stick with them. I think top blokes advance again.
All right, well, those are our predictions. Send us over if you think that you can do better. Guess what? I believe you can do better. Not naming any names, but we might have made a couple of mistakes over here.
I don't know why you're on
but make no mistake. That's pretty much perfect. Completely circular on that one. Let's see what we've got today, though, over on the schedule. We've already seen what we predict. This is the order that it's going to be done in as we kick ourselves off with Team BDS against Solary, Liquid against Team Queso, Atlantide Wave against Dignitas, and we are going to see Rix GG take on White Demons with a couple of matches that we still need to see play through. So, lads, our first one, Team BDS against Solary. My goodness, Cole, are Solary against it today?
Yeah, it's going to be really tough because Team BDS win absolutely everything. You said earlier on that Solary are known to crumble, but they did manage to survive their final game yesterday against Godsmilla's team, which they had to not lose 3-1 to survive to this point. So they're going to have a little bit of confidence, but even so, marked by an extra Monkey Moon, cannot be beaten in this tournament, and that will continue.
Yeah, right. Surely that's just the general feel across
I
the
don't
board.
know.
Yeah. This was the only series that we all looked at and said, yeah, this isn't an upset series. All of the other ones were. This one is just pretty much BDS beats Solary.
All right. Well, I feel like we know what we are expecting here today, but we do want to hear what you all at home are expecting. Get yourself with us on the fan vote. Hashtag BDS or hashtag SLY to make your predictions to who is going to be making it through. Nice and short day in our very first match, and see them tomorrow for the playoffs. Lads, let's just quickly breeze through then. Let's confirm why everyone knows we're going to predict. I'm going BDS. Johnny?
BDS.
Cole?
What they said.
Stumpy?
Say it. Just say
BDS.
Just say
BDS. Fine, it's
Thank
BDS.
you. Thank you.
There we go.
Fine.
There we go. You had your moment on this one, Stumpy. Okay. Yeah, let's have a look, though. I want to see if this is going to be up in towards the 80s. I think it might be more 70s.
70s, yeah.
Yeah.
Still popular.
88.
Oh,
That's big.
Chat's
Wow.
too smart.
That's
Wow, we got some
gigantic.
big brain viewers today. I'm impressed. I thought it was going to be way, way more in the wrong direction.
Well, we now know what we
The
think.
wrong
We now know that
direction.
86, 85 is slowly going down % of you guys think. But we also know one player that thinks very differently. We had a chance to sit down with Farah and see what he thinks of Team Solary. Sorry.
So since we've been picked up by Solary, it's been quite fun actually. We've just joined French org. As a French-speaking roster, it's quite fun. The people working there are all very close to the player, and we're having good fun for now. Yeah, so right now and since a few days, and for the rest of the week, so for the regional, we're gonna be playing from this gaming house somewhat. We've been bootcamping here, and hopefully it works out pretty well for us.
Good. As Rix GG, because they will punish us, but we're now trying to punish them. Oh, no.
Playing next to your teammates, bring back the LAN feelings and stuff. It's been a while with COVID. We didn't get to see each other ever since we picked out Astral. It's a bit of fresh air, and it's pretty enjoyable actually, to get this LAN feeling again.
Three of the defenders to waste time. Farah comes up, bombs it on net, and Astral can be there for the
To catch up, there is only 3 tournaments left, so the 2 regionals and the major if we qualify. We need to perform consistently. We can't really miss out on another one, and we need to beat our direct opponents, so Dignitas, Guild, Endpoint every time we face them. That's going to be the most important thing if we want to overtake them.
Yeah, I'm all up for sure set the ball chaser. It's not how I see him as a player at all, because he knows that Astral is going to...
For this regional, I think we hope to at least make it to the playoffs again. That would be a good, consistent result. If we make it again, we really need to, take it a step further than last time, and not miss out just like we did in the last regional. But at least qualifying for playoffs would be a great thing.
Kick off my points. The backboard is a little bit too high for Ocelon, and then does Shorset score it? He's going to hit the post. He's going to read it, and Shorset.
So you hear Solary having a gaming house. Will that be that extra edge that'll let them get a win over BDS? And I'm going to be honest, Turtle, looking at BDS's track record in RLCS X, it doesn't seem like anyone's up to the challenge right now.
I mean, it's hard to go against that argument, really. The history of BDS and RLCS X, the consistent regional event wins, major wins. They're 4-0 in their group. They didn't even go to a game 5 yesterday in their group stage. Meanwhile, Solary, they struggled to get here. They struggled against Godzmilla's team in game 5 to come to this point. We'll see how they fare against them. Maybe being next to each other while in this matchup could be a benefit. It hasn't been the game changer so far for Solary, but this is a good start, and he missed Chaussette off the kickoff. That's tough.
A good start, huh?
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah, I'm there with you. I thought it was too. I thought just that sniped that far post. And you saw what he was trying to do. I mean, any time off kickoff, you're trying to put it away from that defender who's usually going for the corner boost. And BDS, just a handful of seconds later, get on the board first, despite that attempt by Chaussette.
And Chaussette was the one off the backboard who couldn't get the read too. That is 2 mistakes from Chaussette that you have to deal with in less than 30 seconds into this matchup, and opportunities like that previously don't come too often against BDS.
Oh man, that is tough to swallow. Solary, they had that early chance, now find themselves down. BDS, very good when they have the lead. Also very good when they're battling from behind, so I guess that doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah. I mean, I was watching through all their group stages yesterday and refreshing my brain on, how they were scoring goals, what they were doing to get some wins, and marked by 8 against White Demons specifically. He was so clutch. I think he scored 2 goals in with less than 10 seconds left. One of them forced him to do an overtime. When he did get into OT, he was the one scoring the goals. I think if they're gonna need that clutch factor, it's gonna be marked by 8.
And marked by 8, if you watch the way he plays, a lot of times he'll play very far upfield and get those touches where, he's just picked up the enemy's corner boost, comes back into the play, makes things difficult. And that gives a lot of rebound goal chances for Monkey Moon and Extra. And then also, you can't discount the passing. And there's the demos as well. Mark, so deadly on the enemy half.
Yeah, I mean, he's willing to do the dirty work for BDS. Meanwhile, you've got Extra, who's the sharp shooter for this roster. Monkey Moon, though, has got a bit of mechanics himself off the corner. The angle it looked impossible, but I mean, if Monkey Moon's behind the ball, you never know.
Players are getting so good, even with the reads off the corner.
Yeah.
In the past, those bounces, which you'd think would be throwaway, are still shots now that you have to defend. Which is crazy.
Oh, Astral!
Astral, that huge dunk, and that barely slipped by Extra.
Look at the use of his boost right here to get right behind the ball. He actually boosted away from it so he could get the better dunk and not force a 50, but instead have a little bit momentum going into it after that initial touch from the defender. Got the dunk, and it slips in.
That's great insight there. That little bit of distance, Turtle, that opens up a gap for you to let the ball get hit into you, have a little more space so that when it bounces back off you, you'll have the distance between the defender to actually get it by him. Whereas if you're really close like that, it's just going to pinch out somewhere. Astral very mindful about that, and it paid off.
It's really quite entertaining to watch him in the air. Using the boost control like that, Monkey Moon did get the demo and opened up an opportunity, but it wasn't enough. And we're still tied up here. Solary looked to be making a nice little comeback, barely marked by 8. A little bit of a miss, and Astral can get the save. This is a lot of pressure from the defense of Solary, but they handle it well.
Solary also getting away with one there. The rebound from the marked by 8 shot. Normally it's a goal, and now Chaussette will get a rebound goal on the other end.
And he's not going to miss this one. He had the unfortunate miss in the earlier series, and now Extra gets bumped off the backboard. Chaussette comes through, and he makes up for that initial mistake at the beginning, James.
Oh, that was a nice cleanup, but you just can't ignore that bump from Astral. As soon as Extra touched that ball, you saw he wanted to jump out there and follow up his touch, but Astral bumping him into oblivion.
Astral does that a lot off the backboard, going for those bumps for anybody on the goal line. And usually we have Farah on Solary with this roster doing that, and you're hoping to see Astral behind the ball striking, but a little bit of a role change, I would say, to give Astral some more aggression.
Now another shooting chance. Big save from Farah. It was a bouncing shot. Now Astral, the dribble, flicks it towards net. Extra there to deny it. Farah popping it up. Mark setting up Monkey Moon in the middle. It's a race. Chaussette skipping it to midfield, and another follow-up. Huge win at the midfield by Chaussette. Now a double commit. Monkey Moon keeping possession, though. And he'll push this upfield even more.
50. Oh, my goodness. Farah had to slow down a bit in his rotation just to get a challenge, but Monkey Moon destroyed him on that 50.
Solary has been taking it to BDS. No double commit there, though. Farah's going to have to struggle to get back. Astral waiting, hoping his teammates get the stop. Farah, nice clear off to the side, but still on the attack. A demo from Monkey Moon. He'll turn. He'll take it airborne. Astral up early. Blocks the play. And that's going to buy precious seconds now for Solary.
Yeah, and that's a huge win for Astral. Even if he doesn't get a touch there, just forcing the defender early on to go into an awkward angle, knowing you have to dodge that challenge or at least get a 50, saves a lot of pressure for his defense. And hopefully, if you are a fan of Solary at least, they can survive. Otherwise, BDS might make an attack within the final 10 seconds, marked by 8. He does this all the time. We'll see if he gets one here.
Double commit for BDS. Needs contact. It's bouncing wide open. Farah! Farah, the wide open breakaway after that horrendous team bump at midfield.
Slow and steady wins the race. Astral had no boost going in for that challenge. He was just trying to get behind the ball. I don't even think it was intended as a fake. But for BDS, they thought he was going to go flying by. Two players get contact with each other on the same team. And that's security for Solary.
Oh my, Solary, what a start for them. I mean, even at the beginning, you said it was a good start. Chaussette had that open net look. He wasn't able to clutch it. But man, Solary hanging with BDS every step of the way. And a lot of that due to the speed from Astral. You even saw it at the end where Monkey Moon was trying to take the ball up in the air. And you talk about respect. Normally teams a little bit hesitant. Sometimes they're worried to challenge Monkey Moon or whoever from Team BDS is up there in the air because they're worried they might get it around him. But Astral, he was immediately off the wall, boosting to that challenge, shutting down the play from Team BDS, and really not giving him any space. Also, Farah, some good saves. Chaussette, he had some good looks, cleaned up a goal. But you talk about impact player. To me, it was Astral in this one.
I mean, there's no denying that because he was involved with literally every single goal from Solary. We saw the bump like this off the backboard. We also had seen the initial dunk to get Solary on the board. And then finally, to top it all off, he comes out with a fake, which I don't know if it was intended as a fake, but he just had no boost. And if Astral's behind the ball, James, you're going to assume he's gonna fly in at supersonic speed. So the fact that he didn't have any boost was what it took to fake out BDS. Got a slower challenge, popped out into the middle. Astral involved on every play. And he's going to need to keep that up because BDS, they get upset. They're hungry now for that win to get back in the series.
And BDS, sometimes they do start a little bit slow. Gonna have some things they'll need to clean up. The double commits there, especially that last one.
Yeah.
It was brutal.
And it's surprising. We usually don't see Team BDS panic that much on offense and have double commits come out. So that just proves that Solary really putting them in uncomfortable and awkward situations.
Astral, see how fast he followed that up. Mark gonna be out of boost. Chaussette and Farah, it's always dangerous taking the ball into the middle that way. Now a rebound out the top from Astral. Monkey Moon shoots far post, but Chaussette was there. Big time saves coming out from Solary.
I don't even know how Astral got a touch on that first shot, and then Chaussette had to pre-jump it. That's two back-to-back saves. Now Astral on the dribble, he doesn't have any boost, but we've seen what he does with 0 in the tank. Almost makes a play, but BDS hold on.
Now that won't be savable. Mark off the pass from Monkey Moon. BDS out to an early lead yet again.
Oh, there's a quick 1-2. The initial touch from Mark was right up to Monkey Moon. He knew how to move this ball down the field. The counterattack with a perfect transition off the backboard. That's what BDS do best. It's not the fanciest looking goal, but my goodness, was the execution flawless.
Yeah, I mean, you see Solary playing so far upfield, and Monkey Moon decided to just blast it as hard as he could and hope for that backward bounce. It was too fast for Astral to get to. You saw him trying to get there, but no chance.
Oh,
and almost an own goal. Oh, that was a pinball machine out in front of net. Very fortunate for Solary that wasn't goal number 2 for BDS. And the dunk, Chaussette standing right there. The block attempt from Extra. Mark will turn. Monkey Moon up. He's going to bounce all the way back. Chaussette's there. Extra low on boost. Has none. Looking for small pads. Gets the corner and the touch.
You can tell BDS, they're warmed up. We just saw an onslaught of shots, and then Mark Bates forced to get that save, falling down on top of the goal. Gets the pre-jump, and that looked like what Solary have been doing all game long, James.
Oh, yeah, and that was even a nice shot there from Astral, who was saving his air roll to the last second, that last second adjustment, trying to keep the defenders guessing, but in that position. Oh, and
what a 50!
Commit. You saw everyone from Solary there in the box, and it works out.
Oh, and check out Chaussette. He has to get that double touch, which threw off Monkey Moon. It wasted maybe 1-2 seconds from Monkey Moon going to that challenge early on, and then Farah muscles it through on the challenge. Solary, they have come to play today, James.
They certainly have, and not only that double touch there from Chaussette was nice, but you saw him continue forward, trying to block off that zone, threatening the bump to anyone who was there. Now another bump from Farah. Extra was the last line of defense. He's getting dribbled for a moment. Solary looking so good right now.
I didn't think they were going to get out of that defensive stance where they're just making pre-jump save after pre-jump save. BDS looked like they were unshakable, but I guess it takes 150 and a good movement down the field to get a couple of shots on BDS.
Back pass, Mark. Very light hit. Chaussette popping it up high. Astral will drop it back down. Chaussette going off the backboard. Farah was the last man back. He had Astral sitting at no boost in net. Astral now going to be racing back. And a team bump off the respawn. We'll see if that comes back to bite Solary.
I didn't do anything. Somehow.
Well, they're still struggling to recover from it, Turtle. And that's one of those things you just can't control, and you never know where you're going to spawn. That immediate moment when you spawn, you have to just take a second and find out where you are on the field.
Normally after a team bump, it's hard for both players to get back into rotation because you'll see them going into the same spot, possible double commit later on. But Solary handled it well, excuse me. And they've also been handling the chaos of BDS rather well. Here's Chaussette with a cleanup, but the 50 was blocked out, and Farah keeps this ball in. The pressure for Solary still continues.
And Solary still, they're happy when they're up on the attack to have all 3 players up there on BDS's half in a tight rotation. And it's been working to see how well they've been able to keep BDS pinned down.
Well, I think a big chunk of that is from the mid boost. I've been on Astral and Chaussette's camera for almost this entire game, swapping between them, and they're constantly taking the midfield boost, getting back in rotation, and that's what gives them that edge to make those challenges that we saw earlier on.
And also letting them get back in time if they get beat, as long as they can keep BDS low boost. Chaussette in the net. Pop it upfield to Farah. Farah off the bounce, goes for a backboard. It's a nice one, but Monkey Moon was there. If anyone from Solary was quick off the read, they might have had a shot opportunity. Still even. Final 10 seconds until overtime. Monkey Moon using his flip to push the ball out. Chaussette breaking up that play. And now Extra off corner. Hit downfield, and we've got overtime, Turtle.
I mean, I have to applaud Solary's defense and how early they are to get up to these challenges and the shots that BDS are putting on. I mean, Astral started the trend in game 1, but it seems as though Farah and Chaussette were able to follow. And they're meeting these challenges in the air. Even if they can't get a touch, they just want to throw whoever's striking the ball off a little bit, make them change that angle slightly to have a weaker shot.
Oh, Chaussette. I don't know if he got bumped or if he was low on boost there. This is an awkward defensive situation. Chaussette again running to make the save. Low boost now. Solary trying to keep BDS at bay. Astral will have a look up the wall. He's deadly in these situations, going for the air dribble. That play shut down, but Astral did snag that corner boost. Solary turning the tables. Astral up against Mark by 8. He'll opt for the corner boost. Now Astral going for it. Big boom. Does he get the double? He does. Going for the 50. Monkey Moon will pop it over him, but Chaussette receives.
Oh, the pump
out
from
of boost at the last second.
Astral took out that third man defender. Now off the backboard, the rotation broke. This is surely got to lead to something, but it doesn't amount to anything. BDS recover in time.
Oh, if Farah had 30 boosts, it would have been enough.
Yeah.
Couldn't get the pace to get there off the backboard, but that was a chance. Mark by 8. Oh, that's a nice attempt there. Going for the corner pinch pass. Astral, lovely control. He's off the ceiling, and Mark by 8 calls his bluff. If Astral flipped into that, was able to get a follow-up hit. He might have been able to get past Mark there, but Mark so quick to challenge.
Oh my goodness, and Mark by 8 is forced to get a touch, and Astral still follows it up. And you've got to be worried if you are BDS in that last line of defense, because Solary have been looking for demos on their way out to break the rotation. It almost got that goal that we saw earlier on from Farah. You said, James, yourself, if he had 30 boosts in the tank, he would have gotten up to the challenge just in time and possibly put that one away to end the overtime. So for BDS, you need to be aware of all the rotations from Solary, dodge those demos as best as you can, and hopefully get a counterattack, because you've been stuck in defense.
Both teams well matched now. We're past that 2.5 minute mark of overtime. Mark up to Monkey Moon. Astral, nice hit over to Chaussette, who controls it, but didn't have a ton of boost to stay on top of it. Does get the mid boost though. Farah launched it up. Maybe thought Chaussette would stay up there. Monkey Moon trying to blast. Chaussette set up deep. Astral with the 50. Extra. Swooping in. Farah trying to stop it at midfield.
There's the
demo. A bounce shot's going to be saved by Chaussette. Corner bounce out to Extra on 0. Going for the flick, and that's going to be denied. Follow up from Monkey Moon. One for another touch there. Mark off the backboard. It's
1v1.
almost weaving its way through the defense. But Solary surviving for now, but a demo is going to get the power play here for BDS. The shot is gone. Extra wins it.
I thought Solary were going to get that third man demo, but this time it was Extra. He took out the third man rotating back, then instantly turns in the midfield for that shot. Doing so much work for Team BDS, not only breaking the rotation, but also breaking the backboard and breaking the net to get that goal. Lovely work from Extra.
And it was a well-timed demo at midfield. The numbers advantage for Team BDS.
Yeah.
And they're able to do what they do best. An infield pass followed up by a boomer of a shot. Extra beating out the Solary defense in those final moments of overtime. And really, Solary, Turtle, surprising, I think, a surprising start in a good way. They have been taking it to BDS, and they have really shown a lot of grit and determination. And I don't think they're out of this.
I mean, they're earning the spot too. Chaussette 7 saves in this game alone, while Team BDS were putting on so many different shots. We had seen pre-jump saves on both sides, actually. And I just wanted to highlight again on how impressive it was for Extra to get back into rotation within a matter of milliseconds, because normally when you go for a demo like that as a player rotating back, you'll get the demo and it kind of throws you off a bit. You're not too eager to get right back in rotation, but Extra knew where he had to be, got the demo, and sealed the shot.
Extra clutch. I mean, that's really BDS clutch. They were, what, 12-2 in group stage, finishing 4-0 in series.
Right. I mean, nobody took him to game 5 in Solary. We were getting close to a potential sweep. Had we seen them win the previous game, they made it to overtime. And another good start. Astral has been the forefront of a lot of these attacks. He's going to need to keep putting in work if Solary want a chance here against BDS as they get more warmed up and more aggressive with the demo.
Oh, yeah. And I think BDS, especially after that overtime win, maybe we'll start with those adjustments, trying to go for more demos.
Yeah.
Because you saw how tight that Solary's been playing, especially up in BDS's half. If they can start getting those demos even on the defensive end with how quickly BDS can counterattack, I think they'll be looking now more for those demos rather than trying to get boost like they have been. Nice cut from Mark. But the punch downfield, barely off target. Monkey Moon has 8 boost on the backboard. It'll be enough to get the touch. Right down to extra. Will follow it up with a challenge, but Farah taking it to the side. He's also low. And Mark will blast it downfield. Stopped by Astral. Astral getting to it. Nice 50. That corner boost snagged by extra. It's going to be tough for Solary to keep pressure on. 2 players completely out of boost.
Was a big clear across as well from Mark by 8, who went for it anyway. Now he can take the corner boost, try to sustain some level of pressure. It has been a dogfight in the midfield for both teams. Massive clears, trying to find somebody on the other side, but the defense too good at reading the play and predicting where they're trying to go.
Extra good height on the 50, beat Farah. Josette.
There's Astral.
Got away from him. You saw him trying to go for the flick. Farah, step too slow. Mark, try to keep this in the corner. Monkey Moon opts for the boost rather than the 50. Got the extra touch. Now it's over to extra. Now back to Farah. Another massive battle for possession we're seeing play out.
Right. Well, which excites me because now we're going to see one incredible counterattack, I think, from either team. This could be it. Extra. The pass up top to Monkey Moon, who went for the fake flip reset. Almost worked out. You can see he wanted to get the little soft touch, maybe throw the defense off, but nothing is getting past either team's back line. They are on point with these reads, James.
They certainly are. You can just tell by the score line. Still scoreless. Josette trying to get the right shot, and it was a good one, but extra was ready for it. That shot rather telegraphed for quite some time.
Well, this is what I'm talking about, James. Those high floating clears. Astral's going for a couple of bumps. He's been the main aggressor. Talked about it previously. Normally it's Farah and Monkey Moon. Another flip reset attempt. Doesn't get it. The early challenges from Solary are still working out.
And I think Solary, even though they lost that last game, the formula that they're sticking with is one for success. They are hanging with BDS every step of the way. Monkey Moon towards net, and it somehow gets by Farah and Josette. I think Josette saw that Farah had positioning, but you wonder if Farah had the boost. Oh, he did.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was savable.
That is so frustrating too, because you're waiting on the final shot, and you can see how Farah, when he rotates into net, slows down just a bit, cuts off all this momentum, and with the power of that shot from Monkey Moon, that's all it took to slip by 2 defenders in net. Josette wanted to leave it for Farah, assuming he's going to get the better touch, but nothing came out.
Yeah, and that's always awkward, right? And that's why sometimes you do just take shots on net, because even if there is a save there, you got the rebound chance. But there, 2 players close to the ball that even a split second of hesitation due to the positioning of the defense, that can be enough to open a window for the shot, and it was there.
Oh, but maybe Josette on the solo dribble, he went all the way from his own corner. And I think that previous goal highlights how important it is to not slow down in rotation once you get to this level, James. These teams, with how fast they're moving down the field, and Solary's strategy of meeting them early on and going for these challenges as soon as possible, you cannot slow down in that rotation if you're coming back to the goal line. Otherwise, you throw everything off, and Astral's trying to throw off the defense of BDS, but it's not on target.
Oh, that was a lovely chance there. Astral had to be precise. It was a good shot. It was on target, but it wasn't precise enough. Now a pass over to Mark, and Mark over Farah. He also had to be precise, and he didn't fail.
And you can see him creep forward, takes the corner boost. That's how much confidence and respect you have for your teammates, that you can actively go forward, get the boost steal, and then have a free shot delivered to your doorstep.
Wow. And that is not an easy shot from Mark to not only hit the shot, put it top shelf, but also get it around the defender. That was beautiful.
Mark by it's alone in the net, but now the time has run out. BDS get a little bit of a comeback and take the lead in the series with how we saw Solary come out in that first game, James. I thought maybe we'd see a massive upset against Team BDS, possibly a sweep even for Solary with how great Astral looked in the few first moments, but BDS, this is why they're so good. They can recover, adapt, and then completely swap up their play style, be a bit more aggressive. You've seen them go for the corner boost steals as well with Mark by 8 in the last few seconds. And it's just so much to handle as a team. What do you do if you're Solary at this point?
Yeah, I mean, you just have to be perfect on your shots. We saw chances, but they just weren't good enough. The shots had to be better. And you talk about better shots, you can't help but talk about BDS.
Right.
That shot was savable, but this one here, from Mark by in the corner to beat the defender as well. It is so tough to do that. Especially when you've got a bumper in your windshield and you're trying to shoot through traffic from the corner. That was a world-class shot. Mark really stepping up here for BDS, and it's no surprise that BDS stepping up even in a close series like this, where Solary has kept it close. Even in that one, it was tied for a long period of time, or at least close for a long period of time, and Solary threatening, just couldn't find that goal.
We just saw one of the most incredible pinches from the midfield. 2 players on Solary went for the ball. I wish we had resulted in something from that. And then this touch from Monkey Moon. How did this go in? Where was the defense?
Astral bumped Monkey Moon. They both got tangled up.
What?
And it barely grazes Monkey Moon's bumper, which must be made of vibranium or something. I have no idea how he got so much power on that.
Oh my, I did not think that there was any chance a goalkeeper wouldn't find the save from Monkey Moon's angle. Even with the amount of power he hit it with, there should have been something, but I guess that bump threw off Astral just enough.
So the numbers advantage, double commit here. Chaussette gonna try to handle this ball as quickly as he can. Low boost here for Monkey Moon, who's getting small pads in front of net, trusting Extra to get it to the corner, and he does. Now a demo from Extra. Chaussette gonna keep the pressure going. Mark touches it out. You saw Astral diving for the shot.
That was such a crucial touch from Mark by it as well. I think it was Monkey Moon who was in net, and he was not going to get up to that shot. There was no way he could match that pace of the striker that was Astral. And Mark by 8 saving him, putting the team on his back. Honestly, I would say at this point, Mark by 8 has been so clutch in moments like that that aren't too flashy, but he's making a massive difference on the field, not only on defense, but on offense.
Oh yeah, so Monkey Moon, he gets so much of the press for BDS, but when you're in these series watching these games, you can't help but notice that huge impact from Mark. As he hustles to that ball, getting a chance to put it off the backboard, but it was shut down.
And even the security goal that Mark by 8 got in the previous game was crucial for the confidence of BDS. Extra moving forward. It seems like we've come back into that state of long booming clears for both teams where you're trying to fight for the possession, but you can't find it because both defenses reading the game well, prepared for the counterattacks. And hopefully we see some kind of mechanical shot, because whenever these high floaters go to the other side, it gives players like Astral and Monkey Moon time to get those flip resets in.
Mark lobbing it to the corner. Monkey Moon patient there. He read that very clearly. Chaussette been a bit telegraphed at times this game, not only shooting, but also in the passes. And you're going to need to see more creativity out of Solary, especially against a rock-solid defense like Team BDS.
Well, and they certainly have what it takes to activate that creative aspect. I mean, Astral, I believe, earlier on against Wild in the group stage got like a double flip reset. I was rewatching some of the highlights, and you set him up and give him some space, he's going to make something.
But you need a dynamic attack as well, Turtle. You know, it's all up to one player. That can be tough. Whereas you
and especially if it's BDS.
Yeah. The triple threat, who you never know
I
where.
think Astral's good enough. Astral's good enough to carry the offense to a win here, okay? Don't you dare discredit him.
That's a lot of faith, especially against Team BDS, who has been almost invincible.
Yeah.
But there's still time for this one. And if Solary can get that equalizer and get the win in overtime, won't be out of the realm of possibility. Mark to the side, Astral keeping the attack going. It's going to be an over-the-shoulder save, bouncing off the backboard. High shot from Chaussette.
Oh, I love the
down
touch.
to Farah, going for the pass instead, and it's a big commit. Farah trying to get around the ball, and he does get it shot off to the side. But Farah going for the drop pass to Chaussette there.
It was such a good idea for that pass to come out because there was a defender on the backboard who would have saved it if you go for the double touch, but the striker couldn't find the accuracy needed. There was enough time. I think that was the one chance we're going to look back to, especially if BDS end up taking this game.
And I think there just wasn't enough runway. Chaussette might have been going for the demo. I mean, if Farah does go for a flip reset there to slow down the shot, that might buy Chaussette enough time to actually get a bump or a demo on that goalkeeper. So you're right, Turtle. They're going to look back at that chance and see what they could have done differently. Solary still trying to finish it off. The bump attempt, extra, jumps past Astral and dribbles the ball off to the side. Now a pinch will clear it out. You see Farah and Chaussette flipping backwards, now turning finally, but Mark in position. Astral with the lob up, extra. Gonna stay behind it. Oh, and this is gonna eat even more
Just
time.
waste
He misses
some
the
time.
second touch. Last chance here.
Here we go.
For Solary. Farah, can he get back underneath it? No, he cannot. Team BDS, after dropping game one, roar back with 3 straight, and they show you why they are Europe's most deadly team.
And that is just heartbreaking for Farah. You can see he was going in for that buzzer beater, got a nice touch, but couldn't recover in time to get right under the ball. And even in those, I'd say the last minute of this game, James, you saw what Solary were trying to do. Chaussette, Astral specifically, were going for the bumps on the third man, and it was usually extra. But I'm curious because BDS were jumping very, very early. You can see extra would double jump to try to avoid those demos. That is how BDS are so strong and so consistent. They adapt to certain play styles like that with Solary for Chaussette and Astral when you're going for those bumps, which they were landing earlier on. Maybe if you jump a little bit earlier, go for some pre-jumps like extra did, you're not going to get taken out. There's going to be no chance given, and your defense will hold out strong. BDS, like you said, roar back, and they do it in style.
Yeah, BDS, you can never count them out. And then also, you just have to commend them for how well they're able to adjust mid-series. We saw so many aspects of their game. Solary, though, that was a respectable performance. It was a few shots away from being a completely different story for Solary. But now, Team BDS will be moving on, and we're going to have to see Solary go down into that lower knockout gauntlet. So their journey is not over just yet, and neither is ours. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we've got Team Queso going up against Team Liquid. Stay with us.
go. Overthinking when I'm all alone. Out of focus from all the unknown. Can you check for my vitals? Think I need revival. Broken down and fading, my heart keeps breaking. Caught up in the storm.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series European Regional number 2 for the spring split run. Today, number 2, we're into that knockout gauntlet. I'm Leaf alongside me, Gibbs, and Cole is joining us on the desk to talk about that last one. And Cole, I feel like this is going to be a quick talk here. BDS is into day 3, but what big surprise.
Not too much to say, really. As in Winter Regional 1, Solary win the first game against BDS and then get swept. I think that even though we were excited after Shulset got that goal in game number 1, we sort of knew deep down that at some point BDS were going to improve. I mean, Solary played really well, in my opinion. Every game was close. They defended incredibly. There were no signs of them crumbling, which I think, Gibbs, is a decent start for them, even though they've lost.
Oh, absolutely. We saw it in game 2. The first 30 seconds, they make 2 fantastic saves. Maybe it's time for Solary. Then a long overtime that they lose. And once that happens, you're like, well, that's the series. Because if you go 2-0 up on BDS, you might have a shot. But when it goes to 1-1 after long overtime, they're not going to bounce back. BDS, the quality of shots was so good throughout this series. And guess what? They're the number 1 seed heading into the bracket stage.
Woo!
Well, let's take a look at that knockout gauntlet, though, now as we see Team BDS move on to that final playoff stage there, that single elimination. There's a bunch of other teams trying to break on through that upper part here, Gibbs, as 3 spots remain with a lot more teams than just 3 to try to get in there.
Yes, it was a crazy group stage. That's why you see these teams here, like Atlantide Wave up here. We got White Demons versus Rick's GG. One of those teams is guaranteed one of those top spots. Give me a lot of fun. And then what we have coming up right now, Team Liquid versus Team Queso. Team Liquid, we have not seen this before from them. They usually falter, and they're kind of a running joke throughout RLCS, but they're here. They won their group, and now they get a chance versus Team Queso, who's been a little bit down lately, but they also picked it up as well. So they finished top 2 in their group. So both these teams definitely want to make day 3. It'll be huge for both.
Let's break it down then. Team Liquid versus Team Queso. Again, Cole, we've seen Team Liquid have a bit of an upswing over this last regional here. Team Queso is one of those teams. Gibbs was saying, though, that we've seen do some magic before, but it's been a little fizzled out as of late.
Yeah, so it's a hot and cold team in the form of Team Queso, a team that have made grand finals and went very close to forcing a bracket reset against Giants once upon a time. Since then, they've not been quite as hot, but we still know the capability that they have. We saw it yesterday on the mainstream as well. Versus Team Liquid, who are a team, and it's lovely to say this, everybody, that are in form. It's not just one good game. It's not just one good series. This is at least 1 week of solid play, starting in the grid, making it through towards this Regional 2 as well. They're a team to be feared right now, our Team Liquids. And
Ronicky,
Roniky's so good. His shooting has been so precise.
Number 1 goal scorer through spring so far. He led both group stages in goals per game. Speed is the one who normally passes to him. We'll see if that continues. So when he joined this team, we're like, all right, we know Ronicky can score. He's going to have to do it for Team Liquid. We didn't see it throughout winter. He finished 23rd or so for goals per game, and obviously Team Liquid didn't look good there. But number 1 now among all players includes the 3 members of BDS, so that is impressive.
Yeah. Hey, to be fair, sometimes it just takes time to get your team together, and we'll see if this is that time right now. Chat, do you think it is? It's time for that vote. Get the fan vote options right below you here. These hashtags, get them in chat to start getting your vote counted for. While you guys are spamming away in chat, we're going to get our predictions out and see if we think it's finally time for Team Liquid to send it through into that final day here. I'm going to let Cole tell me first what he thinks about this match. Is Liquid finally in a position to get themselves into that day 3, or is Queso going to shut down those upper knockout gauntlet dreams?
This is such a difficult one because you feel that if Team Liquid are ever going to go on a long run in a regional, it has to be right now. Whereas Team Queso were a team that I was starting to just write off somewhat. They wouldn't reach those heady heights again. And yet, Group C, the group of death, they finished in the top 2 in that, which is a massive achievement in its own right. It's close. This one is really, really close. I think the Twitch chat prediction will be close. I don't know. Are you
Or
off my
flip a
prediction
coin?
now, Leaf? Yeah, it's going to
go
be that.
gold.
I'll flip
Yeah.
the coin. I'm going to go with Team Liquid.
All right.
Just.
Team Liquid. Okay, so he thinks that Team Liquid Gibbs. Yeah, you're tough on this one. he Cole's like, do I have to choose now? And Gibbs is like, yes, but please don't. I'm not ready
Yeah,
yet.
exactly right.
So, Team Liquid is the only team that can win their group, but lose to the team that came in last in their group as well. That is the Team Liquid way. I'm going to go Team Liquid as well. I love Ronicky. I love to see him when he's playing well. He's scoring a ton of goals right now. I think that continues, and they take the win.
Hey guys, you want to see something cool?
Go on.
I can drop Team Liquid down to that lower bracket because I'm going to pick Team Liquid.
Oh,
no.
This has to be a first
confident.
where everyone picks Team Liquid. This has to be a first.
Well, no, we've done it before in the past, and it's not
Oh.
gone well. Our track record is not good for this team. Way back. That was back when we believed, and then we all got
Yeah.
hurt a lot of
Now,
times.
to be fair, their own track record is not that great, so I think we can blame them a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, but chat's starting to believe. Chat thinks
right.
that maybe this is that upswing that we've all been looking for. Hey, the entire community wants to see this team do great, and maybe this is the chance. But Queso might get in their way. We're gonna find out in a moment. Get online on Twitter at RLEsports, hashtag RLCS. But let's get this match underway. Why don't we? Over in the skybox.
And we find ourselves in an interesting situation here, Jeeves. We've got Team Queso and Liquid. One of these teams is going to be guaranteed to go through to the knockout or to the playoff stage and finish top 8. I think this is huge for both teams.
Yeah, and the funny thing is they haven't actually played each other before, believe it or not. In all of the regionals and all the games we've played, this is the first time we've seen Liquid match up against Queso, so should be a fun one to watch, and I am cautiously optimistic about Liquid's chances because, yes, clearly they did play very well yesterday, but you need to be playing well to be a team like Queso. BK Salem, Demensa, and Atomic are no joke.
Atomic, that shot challenging Ronicky. And the desk talked about Ronicky. Gibbs talking about how he's having a good scoring showing. And if you just think back to Ronicky's time on Triple Trouble and Barcelona, he was one of the best shooters in Europe. He scored so many goals and also very quality goals, marksman goals. So if he can get back into that form, that might be what it's going to take to elevate Liquid to the position many people think they should be at. They've been struggling a lot in the past, so maybe this is the start of a new chapter for them.
And it's some pretty good pressure from Liquid, while Team Queso also on their own defensive side of things, doing a real nice job breaking it up and forcing Liquid to start that attack from their own half a lot of the times. But right now it feels like Liquid got the early edge, at least in terms of pressure.
We saw Demensa jumping. He's still on 0 boost. We'll go for the pass down, but he's just floating. Actually tips Atomic there, and this is going to be a scramble situation. But Speed had that corner boost denied. And Team Queso will recover.
Okay.
Infield pass. Atomic there quickly. He knew what was coming.
Yeah, real nice job from Atomic there, rotating across the net, not losing sight of what the end goal for Fruity was there. Obviously, he's not going to be able to shoot that one from that angle, so get your head on a swivel, find where the pass is going, and just follow it across the pitch.
Lovely play from Speed. Ronicky's shot will be wide. Speed did such a good job with his first touch, setting up his pass into the middle. Ronicky having an open look, and that was not the striking that you'd expect. So a slow start there from Ronicky. It was a good chance. Ooh, but Team Liquid keeping this pressure going. Next pass again, and that will be good. Ronicky making amends. Will get the first goal of the game in favor of Liquid.
Yeah, really nice job from Team Liquid there to keep this one boxed in onto the orange half. I think right there when they got that little touch out to the middle that Ronicky was able to swoop in and pick off, I think that was Team Queso thinking they were going to be able to finally break out, so they push forward a little too far and they find themselves low on boost, so Fruity able to dig one out of the corner and Queso not able to get it back on the kickoff. Oh, and that's
now
in.
this pinch is going to go. We got to take another look at this one on the replay.
Wow. I mean, this one's just wild.
What's gold is, did you see the team bump before its Speed just gets obliterated? Oh my goodness.
It's top-notch stuff right there.
Highlight plays. That's what you come to see. Fruity, 15 boost to work with. Will still sneak it out. And that's how we got a goal And that time using his well-timed flip off the wall on defense, but Team Liquid has had a pair of infield passes that have looked quite nice. And you really want to be good at that, especially when you've got Ronicky there. Oh, that was a nice bump on the goal line. Speed gonna go for the air dribble. And that rebound will get cleared away. You thought Speed might go for a flip reset there, but opting just to go for the air dribble.
Yeah, I think he kind of hit the ball a little too hard, so he didn't really have the control necessary to get the flip reset. But look at the pressure from Liquid. They forced the guy that's going to be able to at least play some kind of defense off the ball. Look at Fruity stuck on the backboard there. Comes and gives Demenza a little shove. Opens the door for Ronicky to come through. And you were saying it at the start of the game, James. That dude doesn't miss. If you give him space, he delivers another one.
Yeah, that was near post. Obliterated the ball. But that bump, that was key, because that gave Ronicky the space, but also credit to Ronicky for that first touch beating the defender. We've seen that a few times now from Team Queso, where they just have not been able to get a good 50, but Salen will come through on the goal line, doing things all by himself.
Oh, Speed got bumped from his own team there, and he also panicked, I think, since Fruity gave him a little tap. I think he insta-reacted to that little shot on target and didn't realize it was going to go off the crossbar, so had a bad angle to it and wasn't in position to actually go for the one that mattered.
And it is a bit entertaining or worrying, depending on how you look at it. How many times so far this game Team Liquid have bumped each other?
It's getting them a win right now. Oh boy.
Whatever works. Ronicky attempting the flip reset. I thought he might have had it, but came out just short. Infield pass, Ronicky up. He's got Speed behind him. Fruity going for the bumps on the goal line. Speed, patient. Demenza will get it above Speed. Now going for the pinch. It does send it across the field. Fruity will catch it. Back to Speed now.
What you're really looking here at a Team Queso, now that they've got this ball in the blue halves, is they got to find a way to control those midfield boosts, give themselves plenty of opportunities in the last 45 seconds, because Liquid's really been all over the ball this game and has not given Queso many opportunities.
You can even see there Atomic having to flip back, giving up precious space. And a miss there from Salen, but Atomic there to help out. Challenge from Fruity. Fruity hunting for a bump. Won't get it. Salen, long boomer. Ronicky, he's low. This is going to be a backboard bounce chance. Speed will shoot it. Atomic is able to tip it off to the side. Speed double tap pass. Demenza going for the 50, still on the goal line. Double commit. And the final seconds will tick away. Team Liquid, a solid start. They did get help from that one pinch goal, which I hope to see on the highlight. But overall, a clean win here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, clean, I think, is a good way to describe it. They got their hooks in early. They really put a lot of pressure over on that Queso defense. And Queso, it's not like they played poor defense overall. It just took them so much time and effort to break out of their own half. And sure, while they were able to occasionally push Liquid back and force them to start the attack from the blue side, in general, Queso, I think the biggest downfall here was just eventually thinking that they have the opportunity, and then someone makes that key block or the bump, and then the second opportunity comes through for Liquid, and they ended up scoring in those opportunities.
Yeah, and more times than not, that key bump coming from Fruity. But this pinch here, there it is. That one, a fortunate goal. It was one that helped Ronicky get his hat trick in this one. We saw that solo play from Salen also. I don't think we got to see it, but that near post shot from Ronicky, really well placed. I think Ronicky doing what he does best. 3 goals this game. And then you talk about Fruity when he was on Reciprocity PSG. Back in those days, he was also known for his aggressive plays, getting those bumps, getting those demos on the goal line. So right now, it feels like Team Liquid is playing in their comfort zone. Really, the last player left where you've got a question mark is Speed. Speed, when he was at the peak of his game, was also known as a clutch shooter.
Guy.
Yeah, and who could just score from anywhere. So if Team Liquid can get Speed involved, you really do see that Team Liquid could go a long way in this event if everything's working out for him. And so far, you got Ronicky and Fruity off to a great start.
And an important game, too, as well for Queso. really need to show that they've still got offensive firepower to back Liquid into their own half and force them to play a little defense, because you certainly don't want another 5 minutes where you're spending, 4 of them on defense just fighting against the tide, so to speak.
Atomic trying to bump speed. Demensa going for net. Ronicky, light touch over. Dunk attempt. Roniky's upfield. Atomic will stop it. Good midfield defense. Fruity up to Ronicky. An awkward situation. Salen is in a really tough spot there, Jeeves, having to choose whether to play the shot.
It was an awkward spot for sure, and that's why we talk so much about finding those tough touches on defense is a critical component to being a well-rounded teammate. If you get put in tough jams, it's all about how you handle them and buy extra time, and a lot of those touches over your head off the backboard get dangerous real quick if you don't handle them right.
And also those situations where, Fruity, the drop-down shot. Ronicky getting help again. Ronicky is just the pinch king.
Yeah, Demensa was really just trying to take the ball off of Roniky's nose there and back pass it into that corner. Unfortunately, right at that same time, Ronicky actually jumped, and so the ball just pinches upward and takes that nasty hop off the side, and Fruity in the right place at the right time, able to put a nice shot on target.
I think it was Demensa last time as well, where the ball pinched off his hood.
Yeah.
So it's 50s are not going Demensa's way, and that one doesn't
Demensa.
go either. just play the fake at this point. Fruity off the corner. Demensa up to Salen. Ronicky will tip it to the side where Speed is waiting. Speed taking it himself. Second tap. Demensa opted not to go for that 50, playing the touch. Fruity wanted to get that corner boost, but had to give up the touch there, and now Team Liquid going to find themselves in a tough spot. Quick counterattack, though. Rebound out. Ronicky gets his wheels back under him quickly to put this one in.
Yeah, this is an awesome counterattack from Team Liquid. Ronicky's pass definitely a little too far forward, but thankfully the save from Atomic, or more accurately, the clear attempt, just doesn't have any teeth behind it. Kind of just falls limply to the floor right in front, and like you said, Ronicky able to get the wheels back under him, gives himself the second chance, and 2-0 Liquid.
And I mean, that ball could not have bounced to a better spot there for Ronicky.
Oh.
And now a demo from Speed, or from Ronicky. Or wait, no, who's that? Fruity?
It was Fruity.
Fruity, yes. If it's Speed, we'll get credit for this one, but there's the demos from Fruity. Savage.
Oh. Demensa absolutely blindsided. He's thinking he's got all the time in the world. Lazy shot. Let's finally get ourselves going on a counterattack. And again, James, you got some kind of crystal ball, man. You point out Fruity at the start, the physicality. Well, it gives him goal number 3 here in the second game.
I mean, he just loves to do it. That's trademark Fruity. And I think with Team Liquid having success, doing what these play. Oh, and a wide open net. This is wide open. Fruity gonna take that one home. There was no defender within a country mile of this one.
Yeah, game 2, a foregone conclusion at this point. 2 minutes, 24 seconds, and you can't really blame Team Queso trying to get aggressive, maybe try and force a good challenge to happen in front of the net. Maybe you can jam something in, but that really does put this one, it feels well out of reach. And you were talking about Speed needing to have a good game, and I kind of been parked on his camera for a good chunk of this one. It seems like he's really just playing the interference on the back line. And if he has time, he'll take it. If not, it seems like he's just driving around and not letting Team Queso do what they want for free and just trying to break up a lot of the counterattacks, and he's trying to save a lot of boost while he does it.
And that has been working out. This formula for Team Liquid does seem to be one for success. And I was just going to say, Chiefs, when you've got players who have been on incredibly successful teams in the past, and you get used to their style of play on those teams from what we've seen, and now they're bringing out that exact same play style and experiencing success again. I think that bodes really well for Team Liquid, especially when so much of Rocket League or any sport or esport is mental. I think that has really been what's been challenging Liquid, is getting that confidence back, getting that mental back into a point where they're feeling like they're a winning team. And right now they're showing it.
I would agree with you. And there's definitely, in terms of mentality and who it's really important to, I know it does really matter to Speed. That guy's been on the roller coaster. You know, you come into you know, the top level of Rocket League. You play WSOE a couple of years ago. You win your first event you've ever played. And then he just went through the gauntlet and was really trying to find, you know, that peak form that he knows he can play at consistently. And he's battled a lot to find some success here. So it could be the start of something beautiful. But the important thing is that it keeps happening, because it can easily take a downturn one more time. You got to be able to find another way out at that point. But as it stands right now, it does look like Liquid on the up and up. Is Fruity going to drop number 5 into the net?
Fruity, the tip of the spear for Liquid. Atomic, you saw him trying to hustle back to get there in time, but Fruity had the backboard all to himself. And Team Liquid crushing Queso 5-0, 35 seconds left. This was a heck of a game from Team Liquid.
Awesome show. Another awesome show. But what do you do if you are Queso? Because you're looking at this one and you're thinking, what in the world is going on? Why can we not get the ball past Speed? And why, when we need to do something, do we just get bumped by Fruity and then Ronicky scores another goal?
Yeah, it seems like Fruity's got him running scared a bit. And you saw what Team BDS did. You just got to find that vision to be able to dodge the demos. Sometimes it's as simple as that. You've got to avoid it. You've got to expect it. Maybe check your rear view mirrors a bit more than usual, because there's a good chance that Fruity's going to be tailing you.
I'd believe it going into game 3. 3 goals for Fruity, 6 shots, 3 assists for Ronicky, 2 for Speed, and a couple of goals between Ronicky and Speed. This absolutely a runaway game. That's what, 12 shots to 3. And I gotta say, I'm amazed. I mean, I'm used to seeing Queso put up a pretty stiff wall at the midfield line. I think VK Salin and Demensa are both really strong, challenging players, and they are just getting absolutely locked down by Liquid here.
No, they certainly are. And Liquid now have a chance to close out the series. And I think a lot of people are going to be looking to this game to see if this is a new and improved Liquid here, if they have indeed reformed. You know, Team Liquid, a team where we have talked about achieve, sometimes that mental has been tough for them to deal with. Sometimes they get in their own heads. The confidence can be an issue. They've had big ups and downs. And right now, this is a chance for them to really solidify their spot, going top 8, making sure they'll be playing on day 3 in the playoff round. And Team Liquid, I mean, Fruity, even a player back on PSG, if you remember how many times they got reverse swept. It seemed unbelievable.
It was a joke. It was a joke in the community. It's like PSG actually might be the most reverse swept team in all of RLCS. It was a thing.
And so this is that situation where if you're Team Liquid, you want to just close it out, make it clean. But Salin has another idea, getting the backboard pass to Atomic. Salin, though, he was carrying this ball upfield.
Beautiful transition, and it's not often that you see people in as good a position as Ronicky there, because he has to go over 2 people with Salin. I mean, you get over 2 people like that, you kind of run out of options. So it was surprising to see that last defender for Liquid not be able to get in there and break that one up. But at the end of the day, give credit. Breaking down the defense like that, nice assist, BK.
Now we get to see how Team Liquid will do, battling from behind. Speed and Fruity both jumping for that. Speed will steal the corner boost. Ronicky going to try to take this upfield. Flip for it. Couldn't connect. Fruity. Backboard pass out to Speed. In traffic, Speed did make contact. You saw Salin driving around that ball. Didn't make contact. Ooh. And now Speed shooting look. Going top. Oh, he hits it bar down. Speed. Big time goal.
This is a tight one. Ronicky definitely looking for him, and EK Salin, oh, so close to breaking up the pass, but he didn't have as much boost as he would like, so he kind of just jumped at it, hoping he was in the right spot, slightly off, tiny window, and bar down and in indeed.
Yeah, and that's a situation for Speed where you just have to fight your hardest to keep your eyes open during the header. You've got a defender right in front of you. It's so easy to let that shake your vision and shake your commit. But now that one's going crossbar. It bounces up high, but it's no problem for Atomic, who will take the lead right back for Team Queso.
Nice finish. Double commit from Liquid between Ronicky and Speed. Not good communication between who should be going for what. They both think they can reach it. They're both wrong. And Team Queso with the lead.
But you have to hold your breath in those situation achieves. When you see it hitting crossbar, sometimes you get that dreaded crossbar bounce where it goes straight down, but far enough out to where it bounces above the crossbar and you got no angle.
It's very easy to misread those crossbar bounces in a split second. And that is why you love to see players at this level so rarely mis-execute it. You can forget just how difficult it can be.
Oh, a team bump there. Salen tipping Atomic there. Ronicky has Fruity in support.
Oh, beautiful.
Bump from Ronicky. Shot from Fruity, or backward pass. And the shot now from Speed. And so much of this has to be credited for the air bump from Ronicky.
Yeah, that's really the can opener. You turn it into that classic 1v1 approach, and thankfully you've got the support here in 3v3 to bash it off the wall one more time to beat the last guy. Team Liquid, what a transition.
You love that. Normally you see that tap to bump in those 1v1 situations, but Ronicky making sure that that ball was going to get to Fruity one way or another. Demensa. Nobody from Liquid challenging. Now it's late challenge. Fruity did well there. Another pinch in favor of Liquid. Salen will have to boom it downfield. Fruity, tons of boost. Has Ronicky, the outlet. Ronicky, yeah, has Speed now in the middle. Ronicky, that pass a little too far forward. But yeah, you saw how much space that Team Liquid had.
Big save there from Ronicky. I was on Speed's camera, and he was kind of staring down the barrel right there. He was glad his teammate had that play in front of him.
And that trusted teammates. You talk about confidence achieves. That's how it gets built. But Atomic, a hat trick for Atomic. He is putting Team Liquid on his back. And finally, a 50 goes Demensa's way.
That's a real nice job as well from Atomic. He catches both Ronicky and Fruity rotating back into the goal, and they are not going to have an angle to jump up and challenge him. So he does a great job keeping that ball high on the backboard and giving himself a tough but manageable angle, and he nailed it.
And Demensa got so sick of those 50s that he switched from Dominus over to Octane, and that seems to have done it. Sometimes you need a little bigger hitbox for the job.
It does give you that little bit of an edge, especially on the walls. That's really where it can pay a lot of dividends, because it's easier to get back behind that ball and pop it off the wall out into the middle with that Octane. The Dominus tends to hit the ball forward, and it's a lot harder to get the ball around defenders that way.
And for some reason, you just feel like those flat cars pinch the ball a little bit harder.
Yeah.
And a lot of those pinches were not going Demensa's way. But this game going Team Queso's way. Atomic with a hat trick. We're approaching the final minute of gameplay. Team Liquid is trailing.
Yep.
And now they're no longer trailing. Ronicky, a boomer of a shot, bouncing this one in.
It's Demensa here on the goal line. He sees that touch from VK Salen, and he's in no man's land. That touch does not go at all where he thinks it could go or might go. It just goes in a completely separate angle, and as soon as you're in reverse in that situation, you're hoping the follow-up is slow. It was not.
Yeah, I mean, that made everybody look bad for Team Queso. You know, really, when you see a defender in net in reverse, and then they just stop driving because they know they have no hope, but that touch from Salen, that was where the play really broke down.
Yeah.
Well, bounce going to get by Salen yet again. Ronicky, as the ball go out to Fruity. Demensa leaving this for Atomic. You can tell how low the boost is just by how Team Queso playing on defense. They managed to hold things off for now. Demensa trying to drop it down. Fruity will take over. Pinch out to the middle. Speed going for the 50. It's going to bounce out to Salen, who puts it high. Ronicky going to have to get a nice touch, and he does. Out to Fruity in the corner. We'll put it upfield.
They're booming it, too. Team Liquid trying to close this one out in regulation. Pass to Fruity. Shot on target. Two players commit. Speed just trying to keep things jammed to the midfield line, but they might have pulled themselves out of position here and have to play defense until OT.
Oh, that's a nice touch, though, from Speed in the corner. And a big-time touch it turned out to be because of the demo on Ronicky. And Team Liquid.
Oh, they kept it up.
decided to play it, but now finally hit to the ground. Team Liquid, 1 goal away from securing top 8. Team Queso just trying to keep alive here in this upper portion of the knockout gauntlet. Atomic, that pass, it bounces off the post. I don't think Dementa expected it, but he has a nice back pass to Salen.
Strong one, though. It was tough for VK to hold on to that ball and keep it close. That's the delicate balance you must strike with the back pass, is giving it to your teammate in a manageable way, and now they got to fight for possession.
Ronicky, nice 50, Dementa. Hard clear, Speed. Caught out in no man's land a bit, and he gets the save. Speed was torn between boost and ball, ended up making the right call.
He's also trying to figure out which of those two Queso players was going to end up making contact and able to follow through on the right guy and make the big stop. VK Salen chips it around 1, gets through 2. Ronicky is all alone, has help from only Speed and able to clear the line.
And that was such a helpful touch there from Speed, coming across, knowing that there's going to be someone looking for a shot, getting that doink clear. Team Queso, though, on the hunt right now. And that 50, follow-up touch from Dementa. It's going to be a nice setup for Atomic. Flip reset. The follow-up off the ceiling and down. Ronicky will clear it upfield. Speed getting around the ball. He'll catch it. Gets the ball. Speed closes the deal for Team Liquid.
Look at how smart this is from Speed. Ronicky, perfect lead out, and Demensa's thinking, gotta be safe, just in case Speed rips one on target, so he gives Speed a little bit of extra space, and Speed takes it again, traps it on the dribble, turns it into another little short hop into the bump. What an awesome play from Speed. Great presence of mind, and a perfect lead from Ronicky to get him the dub here. What a show.
Oh, man, and Speed, a hat trick to close things out. If you're a Team Liquid fan, this is exactly what you would hoped would have happened in this series. Team Liquid comes out and they're dominating. They have all the pieces. Fruity, getting these bumps, getting these demos. The passes are there. You see these infield setups. Ronicky putting them away. And in the final game, it goes to overtime. This is one of those situations where a series can start to be fumbled. And Team Liquid, a team where you've seen them have so many ups and downs, they need to get that confidence back to get the win in this situation and to have Speed be the one to close it out. I think this was really a storybook series for Team Liquid.
Yeah, they cleaned up very nicely. This was a calm, cool, collected, and really execution-based series, I think, for Liquid. It was all about, okay, what do you do with the time given? Able to consistently break them down, turn those half chances into goals, and they get a well-deserved win here. This is exactly what you want to see from Team Liquid, and you need to see them keep doing it because it is, like you said, been a rough ride so far.
It certainly has, but the stocks of Team Liquid are rising. They secure top 8. They'll be moving on to the playoff round tomorrow. Meanwhile, Team Liquid going to have to fight for their life down there in the lower portion of the knockout gauntlet. And we're going to go to a quick break, Achieves, but when we come back, more RLCSX.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series European Regional number 2 for the spring split. I'm Leaf, and alongside me is Gibbs, and Turtle is joining us now. And we got a nice quick one, Turtle. Team Liquid decided to just go against the curse that we put on them there with all picking them on the desk. And they actually they did us proud, and they moved on through.
Yeah, I mean, they are on a roll. I mean, there were a couple of very awkward goals, like this one with the team bump and then the pinch across the field. So you look at goals like that and you think, okay, maybe this wasn't earned. But no, Team Liquid were playing out of their minds. They have been on a killing spree lately, and it does not stop here. They made it through the knockout gauntlet, and now we'll see if they can continue this trend.
And now what's more awkward is Team Liquid fans who had plans for tomorrow to not watch Rocket League have to change those plans.
That's messed up. That's messed
they
up.
finally make
That's
the
so
last day of a tournament.
Gibbs.
We love to see it. Team Liquid's here.
That's so cold. How are you going to do that to everybody like that, man? Come on.
And you know who else is here? It's Fruity from Team Liquid. He's going to talk to us. Fruity, welcome to the show, man. It's been way too long.
It's been way too long. And what am I hearing, Gibbs, here? Huh? What is that? What is to believe?
That's, I mean, he's got a fair point. There obviously were some rough times. You guys decided to stick through it, and now it seems like there's just like it's coming to fruition here. And I'm kind of curious just to ask you, what was the decision behind the whole process? You said, no, we're sticking this out. We're fighting through this. You guys obviously saw that there was a light at the end of the tunnel. What was that?
I think it was, for us, it's all a mental thing. Our scrim results indicate that we should be able to be up in the top 8 consistently, I think. And it's just being able to do that when we're on officials. And I think we just had a mentality change the last 2 weeks. We just said, let's just go out, have fun. There's no expectations to us anymore. Like everybody like Gibbs believes we can't do it. So like showing Gibbs and everybody wrong,
I predicted you. All right.
He did predict me.
I did.
How are you going to predict him and then come back and talk smack, bro? That's just...
Because I know Fruity can take it, all right? I know Fruity can take it. All right, so I want to talk about Team Liquid, because obviously these first 2 splits have not gone your way, but Team Liquid is still here with so much just helping you guys along. So what does it mean to you for Team Liquid to be here still?
I mean, their commitment to us is incredible. I'm so thankful that they're always willing to give us the resources that we need as a team and ask for, and they still believe in us. We have a full team working with us all the time, and just all that effort, I think, is starting to fruition right now, and I'm super happy. And yeah, big shout out to Team Liquid for always being there.
And I mean, you alluded to the mentality aspect of the game and having fun. And I got to talk about the pinch play. I got to talk about the team bump. Did that actually boost the comms and the mentality because of that goofy play?
Yeah, all those goofy plays, like we just like write that like vibe, for us, that vibe is so important, and it's essential for us to just have a good time, and just those kind of goofy moments that has happened throughout this regional and grid. It just like brings us up to the next level, and then we just have some internal jokes that we work on, and yeah, it's actually like really fun. I haven't had this much fun in a long time.
That's good to hear. Now I want to take it just a little bit more serious again, just for my last question here, though, is all these teams are talking about, we're working on our game, we're working on our mentality, but obviously behind the scenes there's got to be, everyone's thinking we got to beat BDS. Does that feel like what it's like now in the region, that it's coming down to, like, it's not just about winning a regional, it's about beating BDS?
I mean, we already beat BDS right in the grid, so it's definitely possible.
That's fair.
But yeah, for sure, it's taking out BDS. I think that everybody's trying to do it, and then it's just catching up to them, because what they're showing is a world-class team that I think we'll never see again with the record they're having right now, and they continue to have. So it's super difficult to reach that, and you're still trying to beat everybody else, which is also improving. Yeah. And just look at Europe, right? It's a mess. You can never predict it. It's like a coin flip. So yeah.
That's true. Hey, well, hopefully it's not a coin flip for you guys. Tomorrow you guys make it to day number 3, and hopefully you guys crush through, and then maybe you can take down BDS again. Thanks for joining us, Fruity. It was good chatting.
Thank you, Leaf.
And there's Fruity from Team Liquid. Always a pleasure to talk to him. I need him to win more so that we can talk to him again.
Oh,
Gibbs has no shame.
They're making the final day. They're the 2 seed. They're on the opposite side of the bracket as BDS. The stars are aligning for Team Liquid. Win Regional 2, win Regional 3, win the Major. Then you got to kiss a rabbit's foot, make it to the World Championships. It's all coming together. All coming.
Can we just say, since they beat them in the grid, that if they do match up tomorrow, that they get a bye past them? Like they've already beat them this week, right?
So they get a 3-game advantage in a best.
Okay, perfect, cool. I like it. Thanks, kid. Let's take a look now, though, at what we're looking at today. We're looking at the knockout gauntlet. We're still in that upper half of this knockout gauntlet where we have 2 teams through. It's BDS, Turtle, and Liquid, where there's 4 more teams now duking it out to try to make it through on that upper side.
Yeah, and I did cast the BDS Solary matchup, and Solary looked really good. So whenever they drop down, which they did, to the lower bracket, I think there's a lot of potential there, in my opinion, going to have a good fight against Team Vitality. But other than that, Dignitas, we can all expect them to take that win. I would assume so. And White Demons, that's the team that a lot of people are sleeping on. I think they're going to go far.
And it will drop down to that lower part of the gauntlet that you just mentioned there, as this is where things get dicey. Teams start getting sent home here. German Amigos did, but they did it in style. They almost took out Vitality into an overtime, Gibbs, in that final match there.
Yeah.
I think Fruity was right that Europe is all over the place right now.
And Solary, they had to play the number 1 team in BDS. They lost to them. Now they got to play the number 2 team in Vitality because of what Vitality did in group stage. We got to punish Vitality, but that always hurts whoever they play as well, right? It's just the way of brackets. So Solary will have to go through the gauntlet to make it to the final day. We see Trainhard a 3-0 versus Team Singularity. That's a big win for them.
And remind you guys that we do have another broadcast going on, in case you're wondering where these matches are, twitch.tv/UGC, or click that watch and squad button right underneath here to make sure you're not missing any of the matches that are happening. Let's talk about this next one that will be on this broadcast, though. It's Dignitas versus Atlantide Wave. Now, Turtle, you were just talking about this one, that Dignitas should have this, and I'm inclined to agree with you here. Atlantide Wave, though, I ended up in the upper part of this gauntlet.
Yeah.
So there is something there for them to prove, but they are facing a hot Dignitas.
I mean, they have been making waves. They brought Vitality to Game 5, although Vitality that we talked didn't have the best group stage. And then ultimately putting a win over Team Aether, which is a difficult showing as well. So there's potential on this roster. But Dignitas, they've got the experience, they've got that history, and the team captain of Violent Panda to lead them through any nerves or emotions during this upset.
Yeah. And then Dignitas, the offense isn't there yet, 1.8 goals, but the defense is only 1 goal per game, leading everyone throughout this tournament so far. So they're doing it with defense. Then they score those flashy goals once in a while, and that's all they generally need. They got 4-0 in that group of death. Now, Atlantide Wave, they're one of the interesting teams because they're like a bubble team where you're like, all right, we see them in the grid. We want to see what they can do here because that'll help for regionals. But they went 1-5 in the grid, but they've bounced back here. So that's a big move for them. We'll see if it continues.
To be fair, they are all French, so it's not that surprising that they're doing well right now. We saw that happen with Woo back in a bit too. So we'll see if they can make a run like that. But it's time for you guys to predict who's going to take this one. Who's moving on to tomorrow through this upper part of the knockout gauntlet? Dignitas or the Atlantide Wave? Get your votes in chat right now with the hashtags you see right below us here. It's time for us to also pick this one. I feel like I know which way the desk is going to swing on this one, but we may as well make it official. So, I'll go first. You guys know I'm going to pick Dignitas. I've been a fan of Dignitas for a while. I just love what they're doing with this team. The rebuild's been absolutely phenomenal, and it's been clicking with Jack and Jorius on that offense. Panda's been making some really good moves himself. He's actually starting to show some mechanics out there, which is awesome to see because we know that that's the way the meta is going. So I really think Dignitas is in a good spot to take the skips.
Yeah, but Leaf's not a real fan because there's no color coordination going on with him. Me and Turtle are rocking that yellow. I'm going Dignitas as well because of that. So, like Dignitas, their defense is so great. Their offense is so flashy at times. I think they take it.
You know what? I believe in France, okay? I think the connection is there. We do not underestimate any French players whatsoever. I said earlier that Dignitas should take this, but there's something about riding that bubble wave. Atlantide Wave. I'm on it. I'm on the train. I'm hyped for them. I think that French connection.
Take it off now.
Yeah, all right, I got you. Hold on.
Yeah, you've been trying to pass it over here.
There you go.
There we go. Okay.
Wouldn't that be a cool magic trick? Yeah, 88%. That's not surprising, Turtle. You're riding a wave, man. But I feel like the wave is about to hit a big wall, and that wall is called Dignitas. So it ain't going to go well here, I don't think. But maybe you guys do. Get on Twitter and let us know how you feel about this match at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. You find out now who qualifies for day 3 through the upper part of this knockout gauntlet over in the skybox.
Johnny, I'm so nervous right now, dude, because we did our predictions earlier on. Cole and Stumpy are 4 out of 4 so far. You're up on the chopping block now here, dude. Do you want to remind everyone of your predictions for this match and the UGC game at the moment, which is going to be Wild versus Top Blokes?
Well, I went with the way that I usually go in these. Whoever's the stronger team on paper, I tend to predict. So we've got Dignitas and Top Blokes. That's for the desk bracket to continue being 100%. In order to not be put to shame by Cole and Stumpy, which really would be.
I mean, we did well last time, but we can't have this.
Oh, you absolutely can't. So yeah, I'm expecting Dignitas to walk away with this one and to progress to the final day through the upper half of the knockout gauntlet. But like I said earlier, Atlantide Wave are a real threat. This is going to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Atlantide Wave making this would sort of be within what we'd expect for a season as crazy as this one. But for Dignitas, if they are going to continue that rebuild and to be as impressive as they have been, this is the sort of game that they'll be looking at as a must-win. Especially considering they are still in that battle for the top 6.
Yeah.
Haven't quite managed to get away just yet. Obviously, later on, they're going to have some favors done for them when Guild take on Endpoint. As apparently Jack trying to show off some of that individual skill.
Yeah, he didn't get the reset there. It was a huge chance for him because he didn't have anybody challenging him. So a bit of a giveaway there from Jack. Dignitas will be trying to set up opportunities for, well, anyone these days to get those chances to make solo plays. It's, no surprise to see Jack and Jarius look for those chances, but we've also seen huge mechanical plays coming out of Panda recently, like the desk said. But that's not a good mechanical play by Panda. That's a miss. And Sizen's there to finish it off. A big whiff coming out early for Dig.
Yeah, in Season 10, we are seeing an awful lot of new mechanics, but this one has been around since Season 0. And Panda will be expecting more from himself in that sort of position. So Atlantide Wave, that is a perfect start, and it's something that you want to see. A lot of times when we do get these, very different seeds playing up against each other, the lower seed might overestimate the opponents they've got ahead of them. And just seeing that mistake will help settle the nerves just a little bit. Prime trying to take the ball into his own control. Here comes Violent Panda. Miss again over in the corner, Johnny. He is not looking comfortable. And now Jack's been beaten pretty cleanly.
Yeah, this is all over the place. Dignitas can't make contact. This is a nervous start. A surprisingly nervous start after 4-0ing the group that they were in, which was a pretty stacked group as well. They dominated it, and it doesn't look like they brought any of that kind of form to game 1. Still time to settle down, and I don't think that Atlantide Wave have been incredibly aggressive here, but they could really think about getting aggressive because the misses are coming in enough from Dignitas, at least up until now, that you can start to even predict them, just read them, getting a whiff on a ball if you've got teammates behind you to back you up.
Oh, over off the backboard, Jarius can't follow up. Here comes Panda off the crossbar. And it was a vicious shot, but not enough. And still Panda looking to settle into this game. He's also been caught out by Sizen. It's going to be up to Jack to just clear. And whilst he did have the option to get the ball over to Jarius, chose just to go a little bit safer.
Really strange game so far, but Dignitas still have so much space to use. Look how deep Atlantide Wave are sitting with their second and third man here. They're sending one forward, but the others are really leaving a gap there for Dignitas to exploit consistently. Dignitas haven't done so up until now. Their shooting hasn't been all that good. We saw the flip reset being whiffed by apparently Jack earlier as well. But if Atlantide Wave keep giving Dignitas this much space to work with, I do think Dignitas are going to get their goal eventually. And that really is all that they need to get back in the driver's seat in this game and be confident once again. But it's still hard for them to get all the way through. Jarius looks for the ceiling route to goal. That's not going to be available either.
Panda almost setting up the opponents over in the corner. You're correct about this very deep line, and
yeah,
get the feeling that's just inviting Dignitas. It was a rough patch of form, but for a team like this, it should only be a patch of form.
Wow.
What a challenge, though. Apparently Jack forced to play it to his own corner. He's going to have to give up 100 boost. But in response, his team has managed to at least get some sort of possession. Prime looks for the drop-down pass. His teammate didn't want to commit that far forward after the evidence we've had so far this game. Not exactly out of character. Atlantide Wave. It goes from being overly cautious as we head into the final minute or so to maybe being the right amount of caution.
Well, they've defended well, and they're playing very quickly whenever Dignitas do come at them. They are responding with no hesitation. But I still don't like this strategy. It's a scary thing to go up against players of Dignitas caliber. The mechanics that you're up against here are usually not the type of players you want to be giving this much space to. But at Lineside Wave, you can't really take it away from them. They've done it for 4 minutes now with success. Can they just do it for one more and win this game?
Yeah, you get the feeling that if this strategy was played against maybe a top blokes, maybe, you know, a more linear team, it'd be the right idea. You got Joris, you got Jack, and you got 2 players right there that will rip you apart with some of their offensive moves. Here is Panda. Pass to Joris means he's got to do a little bit of work to recollect. And Jack's still not around to keep the offense going, so now only Dignitas with 30 seconds left, but maybe a little bit far forward for a Lantide Wave. They managed to scramble back. Sizen can't block Violent Panda. Prime once again, unable to beat Joris. Dignitas setting themselves up for their one final push. A bump as well. Panda off the backboard. And there is no follow-up for Dignitas. It's going to be up to Jack. Drops it to Panda. That's in traffic. No way to shoot for all of them. And Joris has got to go the long way. He's got to find something for a teammate at Lantide Wave. Huge challenge for them. Apparently Jack plays it off the backboard. Dignitas have got to find something. Still Jack keeping it alive. Radosintas for finishing the game, and they will certainly do exactly that. Dignitas, though, made it so difficult in the end.
Yeah, this is why it was such a risky strategy from the moment that they started doing it. Sitting back on a 1-goal lead against players with the control that Dignitas have is a risk. It is it's a dangerous strategy, but Lantide Wave have made it work. And I think the key here was the speed at which they reacted whenever Dignitas would make their move. They're letting Dignitas make moves, and that is, I think, I don't like it personally. If I was, the Lantide Wave coach, I would hate this. This would give me a heart attack watching players like Jack, Jorius, and Panda being given this much space to work their magic. But at least when they are letting Dignitas make the first move, they're reacting very quickly. You could see, especially at the end of the game here, the aerial defense from Lantide Wave is extremely fast. They do not take slow routes to the ball, and they don't mess up. They did play a consistent end of the game here. I'll be interested to see if they do it again, though, because it is inherently risky, and Dignitas came to life at the end of game 1.
Yeah, I think we're still yet to actually get a lot of answers regarding the neutral game, because the goal came off of Violent Panda mistake. A Lantide Wave did not create that opportunity. Apparently Jack, probably wondering where this was maybe 12 seconds ago in this series. But for now, he'll take a goal 11 seconds into match 2.
Prime just getting caught on the wrong side of apparently Jack there, gets bumped out to the halfway line, and then that leaves Jack uncontested for the open net as a 50-50 goes in Dignitas' favor. And after sitting back for the entirety of game 1, it is strange to see all 3 Lantide Wave players advancing at the same time, just seconds into game number 2.
Now over to the corner, Jorius. It's one demo, but that sacrifice was worth it to clear the ball and maybe even set up. Apparently Jack with the 0 boost was somehow able to get himself back. As for Dignitas, there seems to be an idea about some of the passing that they want to do, but nobody's usually there for them. And field pass yet again attempted by a Lantide Wave. I think that's getting a little bit too easy to read now for Dignitas. They've already got players set up. Now, look for the bump. Well played by Sizen. Once again, Johnny, so active defensively.
Yeah, they don't hesitate. As soon as they see what Dignitas are going for, they just dive in and they get in the way of it. So, they're doing it very well, this kind of standoff defensive structure that they're going for. But now they've got to find a way to get some pressure on Dignitas. They, like I said, in game 1, picked up a goal because Violent Panda missed the ball. He ran out of boost, or rather overestimated how much boost he had. Didn't make contact on a routine clear. And outside of that, there weren't any real opportunities for Lantide Wave to score. Now they're going to have to create one. I seriously doubt that we're going to get the same kind of whiffs from Dignitas in defense.
Jorius almost able to find the angle. Here comes apparently Jack. He almost able to find the angle. He was not far off. Panda keeping the pressure on, but the rest of his team is already heading back. And the best touch either. Lantide Wave, this might be their chance. Put Panda over in some pressure. Couldn't quite catch his car that much, but still, Radosin moves on in. Flip reset, can't go underneath. But apparently Jack is bumped. And now it's the pass of the Sizen. Jarius by himself takes out. Atlanta Wave, we question what they could make in offense. They made magic.
Oh, that's just beautiful. We see every single player taking part in this goal. First, Radosin bumping Jack away from the ball as he was setting up a clear on it. And then Prime connects to Sizen on the infield pass and the mind game as well. I mean, every single player outplayed their Dignitas counterpart on that last transitional play. Panda's going to try and get some mind game revenge, and he is blocked at the back post. Blindside Wave showing up. We expected them to do so, but we also expected Dignitas to rise to the occasion. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, there's always that part of the tournament, though, that we just think, okay, here's where the silly results are. It's a group. You know, they're not going to take every single match quite as seriously. But we then get to this part of the tournament, and this is where teams like Dignitas should start showing up.
Huge rebound by Jack. Jarius knocks it to the backboard, and look at the speed for Jack. Controls the finish as well. Really attacking the ball at the near post and giving the Atlantide Wave very little time to react to that bounce. It was on Radosin to just get any touch onto it. You know, just make sure that you get a piece of the ball so that Jack's flight path will go off target. Didn't make contact though, and you've got to give credit to Jack, who's ignored the flying defender and just stayed on target for the play that he was making. Dignitas lead again.
Jack trying to just chase down Sizen, gives himself some space, but apparently Jack never going to allow that to last too long. And just that rush offense from Dignitas might be that too much. It's off the post. In comes apparently Jack, and it was a miss there from Sizen. Should have had control.
Yeah, we got 3 assists for Jarius now and 3 goals for apparently Jack. Sizen, I don't think, expected the ball to clip the inside of the post like that and bounce out into the center. He must have been expecting the ball to just go straight past that post and into the corner, because that's where he was headed. I think the bounce out actually caught him off guard, and the hesitation enabled Jack to attack the ball again faster than his Atlantide Wave counterpart.
So Atlantide Wave now need to get themselves 2 more goals. Apparently Jack's slight mistouch ends up just being a back pass to Jarius. But 2 players here will be looking at our #1 play from yesterday and thinking, I can score a double flip reset. This might not be quite the time to do it. Atlantide Wave still showing a little bit of offensive power. Pass over to Sizen. Jarius having none of it already there.
Well, Jarius is probably the one player who, you know, after seeing Chronic's double flip reset goal yesterday, you know, he's maybe taking a look at that and thinking, yeah, it was all right, you know, I could do better. Not many players would bet on themselves to do one better than that, but I think Jarius would be my player. But if I had to get someone to do it, it would have to be him.
Drop down pass, already intercepted, a very high defensive line from Dignitas, and it's working out because every time Atlantide Wave go for a passing play, it is being intercepted. Apparently Jack almost able to weave through. A 2-goal lead with 40 seconds left. Dignitas should have this game. So Atlantide Wave can make something from this. Prime looking to just take it by himself, but Jarius already waiting for him. You've got to be so much more direct than that. A mistouch from Radosin. 20 seconds left on the clock. Atlantide Wave struggling to find much of anything right now. Everything they try is already being stopped midfield.
Yeah, the Dignitas youngsters showing up huge in this game. Jarius with the playmaker and apparently Jack with the hat trick. And we've already seen what Panda's able to do. He can solo carry games these days. We've seen him make goals and score goals in plentiful numbers. So they've still got more. Dignitas can elevate further than they already have, but they look like they have got a good matchup here for themselves. That's 2 games in a row where Atlantide Wave, I think they've really only created 1 real chance for themselves, and it was a great, well-executed goal with the bump and the infield pass and then the mind game. But outside of that, they really don't have a lot going for them. They defend very quickly and they defend very well, swarming Dignitas when Dignitas do come at them. I would love to see them just step up the line of challenges a bit further, though, earlier in the game. Really just start switching it up. Keep Dignitas guessing. Because right now, Dignitas, they kind of know that when they have the ball, Atlantide Wave are going to let them have it. And that's bad news for Atlantide Wave.
So I've got some good news as well for you, Johnny. Obviously, this series now tied up at 1 apiece. Top Blokes took game number 1 over on the B stream. So, you know, we're looking good right now for 6 out of 6. I'm going to be petrified when the next series end up coming up. I'm waiting to see which one of our group is going to slip first. But for Dignitas, they hope not to slip in game number 3. Atlantide Wave know now that this series will not be handed to them, and there's only one player, this one right here, Violent Panda, that maybe we want to see a little bit more from. Outside of that, Dignitas have been playing very well. It's apparently Jack over the top of one, ran out of boost, but still enough to try and take out a player, and it might be a chance.
Oh, wow. Jack looking for a second bump there as well, not satisfied with the 1, and it would have been necessary in order for Panda's shot to go in. I think Panda might just be on damage control after the disappointing mistake in game number 1. At the moment, he's just trying to play as solidly as possible. And with Jack and Jorias connecting as well as they have. Oh, speaking of connecting, Jorias just avoids Radosin's bump attempt. That's a great play in defense from the young Dutchman. Keeping Dignitas in a tie game for now. They're going to be the team who are really pressing to break that deadlock.
Yeah, absolutely. For Atlantide Wave, this first goal does feel like it needs to be theirs if they are to stand a chance here. That game got away from them in game number 2. Game 1 they took after a mistake from Violent Panda. Speaking of which, he'll be the target man in midfield. Can't quite get to it. Sizen with Prime up in support. Looks for the reset. And there's a point where you go for those sort of plays, you see which player you got to beat, and then you see Jorius' name, and you kind of give up on it.
Yeah, he was sizing up his chances there to get another reset goal, but seeing Jorius fly at you is probably one of the worst things that can happen, because obviously Jorius has so much experience defending those really high-level mechanical plays. Jorius trying to just read another one of these bounces where you don't plan for this to be a double touch when you take off, but it can very quickly become one if you get a dunk like he did right there. Dignitas pressuring, just looking for a way through, but Atlantide Wave, they're set in their ways. They are happy to just take the defensive stance in this matchup. You can't really blame them as of now, because it is still a completely even series.
Absolutely not. And the last game did show us that they can put together some really good plays. Sizen once again wants the flip reset. And once again, it is Jorius, the one to shut him down. Here comes Jorius. Hooks it straight around the first defender.
Wow.
Now his shot is a bit too high. Comes over to apparently Jack, but can't quite get to that one first. Dignitas actually have a few players out of position.
What?
And whoa,
Jorius.
there's Radosin. But yeah, Jorius seemed to go for the as long as I don't hit the target strategy.
I mean, I can see what he's trying to do there. He landed on the ceiling after faking a ceiling challenge, went straight back towards his goal. I mean, it was the fastest possible recovery, so it makes sense. And then he realized about halfway there that he could hit the ball, so I thought, yeah, why not? They're not going to expect this, but unfortunately, his team weren't expecting it either. He didn't communicate it fast enough, so he took everyone out of the game, and Atlantide Wave were able to be first on the scene. Now Jack backed up into a corner, but that's a great clear. In fact, Panda might have an open net off the back of this. Sizen on the respawn, just gets there.
And Sizen will be the happiest he's ever been to be demoed. Immediately put back into position. Atlantide Wave, 2 minutes. And they won't even last 2 seconds.
It's too good. Jorius saw Panda lurking in the middle. And unfortunately for Radosin, he didn't see Panda till it was too late. 1-1, Dignitas in the infield pass, a strategy that has become synonymous with the org since their domination in Rocket League began, is back to help them once again.
Yeah, if you want to get Panda back into form, you give him the bread and butter. That is what he has built his career off. Oh, almost able to find a teammate. Prime was certainly beat. Hey, Jack, early challenge. He's going to have to leave that for a teammate. Nobody around. Atlantide Wave, though, making a couple of mistakes here in the backfield. Just find themselves too far forward. Sizen actually looking for Jorius. Don't know if that's quite part of the strategy or if he's just very upset at the amount of times that Jorius was saving those flip reset attempts earlier on. Panda at least giving out the receipt. Comes Jorius. Beats one. Looking to try and get past 2 more. At least force the double commit. Apparently Jack's turn. It's a booming clear. The only issue is it hit the ceiling. Does drop down a bit earlier. Prime shot through the smoke screen. double commit over in the corner. It wasn't the right idea, but Atlantide Wave only had to send one. Panda fakes. 1 minute left. Both these teams having their ups and their downs, but it seems like Dignitas are playing okay.
That was almost way through for Atlantide Wave. And here's another one. Ritosin is going to try and follow up this. It's Sizen who beats everybody to it. This is the kind of aggression we've been waiting to see from Atlantide Wave. They're not sitting back. They're not waiting for Dignitas to come at them.
It's Panda.
They're bringing the fight. And Panda with a forced error again. He is not able to match Sizen's speed there. In the race to the ball, 46 seconds in game 3 remaining. And it's Dignitas on the back foot now. What scenes? Atlantide Wave stepping up. They've done something we haven't seen from them up until now, Shogun. That's
It's
aggression.
not that he got beat to it. It's they flew past it. He was there first.
Yeah, that's the pressure. I mean, he saw Sizen up and he knew he had to go quick.
100% agree.
Yeah, he had to. He knew he had to go, or else he's going to lose the race. And unfortunately, he didn't get the read in time. You know, in his attempt to get there faster, he's missed it. So the speed of Atlantide Wave really showing in the air now.
Well, Dignitas have got themselves one final opportunity. Made this a very high-mouth moment in game number 1. Now, an opportunity off the ceiling. Apparently, Jack not able to beat Sizen to this ball. But it is an opportunity off the backboard. Here comes Violent Panda. One more opportunity. Glorious' shot finished off by apparently Jack. They couldn't do it in game 1. They come up brilliantly in game 3.
That is unreal. Jack just cycled around the back post for the boost steal. It spawned under him as he was leaving the pad. If he didn't get that boost, he wasn't going to make it to that ball to finish off the shot. Just a perfectly timed boost steal there by Jack. As the boost appears, but now you're Sizen again! You've got to be joking. It was Panda in regulation. Now it's Jorius of all people missing the downward bounce. And Sizen proves to be clutch. Dignitas on the brink.
Atlantide Wave are 1 game away from making top 8 and to do it in the upper half of the knockout gauntlet, Johnny. Yeah, no, this is not what we expected whatsoever.
Wow. I mean, you just...
that was ridiculous.
You just have to, you know, clip that entire end of the game. You know, 0-second equalizer, followed by an immediate response in overtime. I mean, I guess we should have seen it coming. Atlantide Wave knocking the wind out of the sails of Dignitas comeback there, but this is huge. Dignitas are in the running for top 6. They're actually in top 6 at the moment in RLCS points, but there's teams like Solary, teams like Guild, teams like Endpoint close behind them. And if Dignitas lose here, there's just a chance that they might not make it to that final day. And that leaves the door open for those teams below them to get into the top 6 and knock them out of it. Massive series here for Atlantide Wave. You know, they can play spoiler to Dignitas' entire season.
I mean, for a lot of neutrals out there, I think Atlantide Wave would be the natural team to go towards, but just to sort of really sway the vote a little bit more, the winner of this one is very likely playing top. I mean, the loser of this one is very likely playing top blokes.
Yeah.
So if you want to blow that entire race open a little bit more, maybe drag top blokes into that fight as well, and this would certainly be the way to do it. But Johnny, your prediction is on the line here, bud. You've got half of it right from the looks of it. But Atlantide Wave, of all teams, might be the one to put us on the wrong track.
You know, I can't really be too upset because what Atlantide Wave showed us in the last game there was, like I said, that was a change-up that we're waiting for. Now Sizen again, he's continuing to test Dignitas goalkeeping. And I think after the display that he was able to put on at the end of the last game, I expect to see him just putting everything on target. Scoring spree might continue. Sizen waiting for the infield pass. He's got everybody on Dignitas pre-jumping in the way of him now.
Oh, Panda looks for the bottom corner. Apparently Jack off the backboard. Here comes Jorius. Wants to make up for the last game. Apparently Jack hooks around yet again. There's a sail away. They got the goal back. But now the offense has fizzled out for Dignitas. It's an opportunity for Sizen, clattered out of the way by Violent Panda. Here's the pass over to Jorius. Looks for Panda again.
Oh.
And the pass back just had a little bit too much.
Yeah, he was somewhere between a shot and a pass there. Couldn't make up his mind which one was the more juicy option until it was too late. I think the pass was the one. It would have worked had just had it a little bit further back. Panda's found a way through. Now goals are coming out of nowhere here because with Atlantide Wave just so close to the ball here. You'd expect somebody to make contact, but Panda, around the back of 2 challenges, has snuck it through.
Yeah, you'd think for the 2 challenges they'd be able to cover a little bit more space, but both of them pretty much in the same spot. And just got confirmation from Gibbs as well that winner of this one is on the Team Liquid side of this. The loser is playing to get through and play against BDS in the first round. It is so crucial for Dignitas especially. They need this win.
Yeah, this is absolutely gigantic for their season. You know, all those teams that we mentioned previously that are below them are watching very closely. Well, assuming they're not currently also playing. But, you know, the fans of those teams, they better be watching closely. This is such a big series for so many teams. And it's again Atlantide Wave Sizen rattles the woodwork. He has been such an offensive threat in the second half of this series. Dignitas have got to try and lock him down. You feel like Atlantide Wave are going to have an answer at some point here. I mean, I believe in their ability to come back now. We've seen enough from them. Here they are again, and it's again the Woodworks Dignitas rescue, but not twice in a row. But Dawson finishes it off. They just will not stop getting in all of the positions Dignitas hate to see their opponents in. I mean, I don't know how they're doing this so consistently. Legitimate plays from Atlantide Wave.
And Sizen just punted one of his opponents into the crowd from that corner challenge. That is ridiculous. This is not the same Atlantide Wave we started this series off with. That team was tentative. They were cautious. They didn't believe in the chance they were getting. This team is rapid, and they know that they can put their way through to that top 8. Just need one more. Radosin again looking for their demo. That's opened up a couple of spots on Dignitas. Thankfully, Jory able to collect. Half of it is hit the ball very hard for Atlantide Wave. It seems like the other half is just hit the player really hard. Doing a phenomenal job of that so far, but now it's up to them to figure out how to get out of this side of the field. Dignitas very difficult to do that against. Jorius bumped away. Infield pass to Apparently Jack, who whiffs on it.
I mean, you got to place your shots, but
no way.
Hitting the ball is also important. That was an attempt to get a glancing blow to send the ball into a top corner, but when you go for a glancing blow, you are, of course, bringing yourself very close to missing the ball, which is what's happened. Dignitas need to just settle down here. A team who relies so heavily on communication to keep the rotation functioning, they're in trouble. These bumps are really doing damage to them in defense, and the mistakes are being forced now. They're not just happening as a result of misplays. 1 minute and 25 seconds left. Atlantide Wave could send Dignitas to the lower half of the knockout gauntlet with one more goal.
Became so close to seeing Vitality eliminated here on day number 2. Dignitas don't want to be at it. It's the crossbar that ends up denying them this time. Breakaway opportunity, Sizen's touch. Right into the path of Apparently Jack. Already up, Apparently Jack wants the double tap. Has it removed from him by Prime, and there's a booming clear.
Following up on the demo as well. I mean, that's a clear with pressure. Atlantide Wave not just letting Dignitas have that one for free like they were earlier on in the series. They're all over them. They're chasing down these clears, pressuring Dignitas into making mistakes. And Dignitas aren't making mistakes at the moment, but can they keep that up? As now, Radosin!
No way!
First on the scene as the center ball comes through. Sizen, goal scorer in game number 3, is now the playmaker. 32 seconds left. Dignitas need a goal or they're going down to face much tougher competition. This is crazy. Atlantide Wave are on fire.
And Sizen has had a star-making performance. Apparently Jack was waiting, not waiting anymore. Removed by Sizen, who then gets the clear. Radosin doesn't want to be dunked. It's all about damage management right now for Atlantide Wave. They know Dignitas are going to push for their extra opportunities. Jorius keeps at least some control. It's over to Panda. Drops down. Apparently Jack won't be challenged for a while. He can set up. Looks for the back. And it's a huge save from Sizen. Now it's up to Panda to keep it alive. Off the corner. In comes Prime. Beats the player.
Wow.
That's going to drop down. And Atlantide Wave have made it to the playoffs.
What a performance, Atlantide Wave. We knew they'd be a threat, but to see this confident display, this complete change of play style halfway through game 3, that's wonderful to see. They decided that, you know, we're not just going to wait and see if Dignitas are going to throw this series. We're going to go and make it happen ourselves. Sizen with a brace in game number 3 and then the assist in game number 4 to put them in front. I mean, what a story. They're on to the final day of the competition here, and they're looking great while doing it. Real threat. They could go far. And as for Dignitas, they might be in trouble here. Their season is on the brink, and it's really under a ton of pressure here as they go down to the second chance, their last chance today to make the next round. And it is, like you said, against top blokes. One of the top blokes in Dignitas are not making top 8. That's just absurd.
I just want to set the scene a little bit. Atlantide Wave are now waiting between Solary and Team Vitality to see who they are playing first tomorrow. Whilst on the other side, it's going to be top blokes against Dignitas to see who plays against BDS in the first round tomorrow. There is absolute chaos. Atlantide Wave have managed to come through and shock everybody to make it through to top 8. But when we come back from break, we've got 2 more teams that have been shocking everybody as Rix GG take on White Demons.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series European Regional number 2 for the spring split. I'm Lee Finn, alongside me is Gibbs, and there's a Cheese now joining us on the desk to talk about this last one that we got wrong. We kicked Turtle off because we didn't want to hear him bragging. So Chiefs, you'd better not take up his mantle here.
I mean, what can you say? Turtle's a genius. He picked, Atlantide Wade, knockoff Dignitas. Crazy win, though. I mean, it was a lot of fun to watch. Some big shots in some big moments. Radisson and Sizen both having an awesome game. Prime as well, locking a lot of good counterattacks from Dignitas down. This was not an easy win, and it really did play out in spectacular fashion for Atlantide Wade.
And that game 3, 0-second goal they allow, but on the kickoff in overtime, they take the win there. That is huge because, you know, when you're the underdog, you don't want to give a team any chances. And they did give one back, but immediately right on kickoff, they scored. That was huge for them. And now this group of death is looking a little bit weak. They're 0-3 so far in this knockout gauntlet, which includes Dig, who went 4-0 in that group. This is a huge win, though, for Wave.
Oh, absolutely. And to talk about this huge win, Prime is joining us on the line. Prime, congratulations on the win.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot.
I can tell by your smile that this was a good win for you guys.
Yeah, really.
You know, you guys are playing together just for a little bit here, and I'm curious what now is do you think is allowing you guys to make these moves? You guys are looking a lot better all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, we are trying really hard behind the scene, you know, like streaming hard a lot of time. So we are really practicing together. So yeah, I think like the work pays off finally, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So when you entered this weekend, you were obviously in Group B that looked like a pretty brutal group as well. So what were your expectations just coming in? Were you expecting a day 3, or what were you expecting out of your group?
I mean, we weren't expecting that much, but we were trying our best every series and tryharding every moment. So, but yeah, that was a really tough group with Vitality, Aether, Liquid that looks on form. But yeah, I think we were just like, let's try out every game and let's see what happens.
And you definitely did have a really tough group to get through, but like you said, you came out on top. And of course, you already had to play Vitality during your group stage, so you might be playing against them tomorrow, or depending on who wins between them and Solary. So what would you guys prefer tomorrow going into day 3?
I think I'm gonna take the revenge on Vitality.
Nice.
Yeah,
there we go.
I really want that revenge because like that was pretty close between versus them. So yeah, I just want the revenge on them.
Well, you might get that now. Right now, though, you get a bit of a break. You guys have till tomorrow. What's the game plan for the rest of tonight and then going in tomorrow? Are you guys relaxing? Do you go in and you start grinding even more? What do you guys end up doing for the rest of the day?
I think we're gonna just chill a bit, sleep well, and like being ready for tomorrow. Yeah, I think we're just gonna chill.
That's fair enough. Get the rest. Whoever you face, you're going to need it. It's going to be a tough matchup, but you guys are looking good so far. So congratulations on making day 3, Prime.
Thanks.
There it is, Prime from Atlantide Wave. These guys, making a wave, I guess, right now. On to day 3, Gibbs. They're looking pretty solid. We're seeing this from a lot of teams now with these formats being able to step up.
It's pretty awesome to see one of these teams just come in and like, so they win that series and then they're going to think, we just won a series for $3,000. Like right there, that's where they just wanted probably more money than they've won in their careers. And now they can make even more. It's going to be a lot of fun seeing them on that final day where like, we're not supposed to be here, but we're going to do our best. And if they get Vitality, ooh, it's going to be juicy.
It will be juicy. Let's take a look though right now at the upper part of the knockout gauntlet because there's some more juice to come. Ricks and White Demons are the last to fight for one of those spots. A reminder, though, that that they do have that second life thing dropped down to the lower part there, but only one spot does remain here.
Yeah, you don't want to drop down because, like we said, there's the monster lurking in Vitality and Dignitas now, along with Queso, Solary. It's not fun. Don't lose. You really don't want to. And this is actually a great matchup, I think, between Ricks and White Demons because Rix has, obviously Mike Boy, Cash, and Aslan, who we've seen develop very nicely over the previous split, and they have been a lot of fun to watch. And White Demons as well. Dorito, CRR, and Tigre have been a lot of fun to watch just yesterday, and so I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah. Well, let's take a peek down at that lower part of the knockout gauntlet that you were just mentioning a moment ago and see what's going on here. Reminder, we do have another stream going on, twitch.tv/UGC, or press that watch and squad mode so you can have both screens up at once, Gibbs. But yeah, this is where it's a do or die for any of these teams. You lose down here, you're out.
And Top Blokes will play Dignitas down there in that TBT spot in that first matchup there. So that one is brutal as well. Two teams that are world championship caliber teams battling it out. And then, oh, look at that. It even populates while I'm talking about it. It's beautiful. Then we got Solary and Vitality on the opposite side. It's insane. You got Team Queso versus Trainhard. One of them is making a final day, which is great. And I would love to see Trainhard do it just because they've been around for so long. And they're always like, we're like top 16 at best. But I love these like teams just coming out of nowhere and winning big games. So we'll see what happens later.
Let's talk about the next matchup coming up here on this stream. Of course, it's one of those upper parts of the knockout gauntlet. It's Rix versus White Demons. Now, I feel like this is going to be a good matchup, Gibbs. But we've seen, I think it was you before that was saying cash is money because he has been popping off. He's been popping off.
So we got Rix GG. They went 4-0 in their group. And White Demons, they went 3-0 in their group because we don't count BDS. That doesn't matter. All right? Everyone loses to BDS. We got two undefeated teams coming in. White Demons with CRR, though, we've seen him just pop off every single game. We've seen them throughout all of spring. But on the side of Rix, we saw it through winter where they made a final day as well, that they made that push. They have the talent. And both these teams, I think, are the teams everyone's going to be watching out for next year, right? But they can make a mark here now and start building on that. So I'm excited to see who comes out on top.
That's for sure. I am excited too. And I know you guys are as well. And you probably have your opinion. So now's the time to get them out with one of these hashtags below in the chat. It's time for the fan vote. Do you think White Demons are going to win this or Rix GG, who is moving on through that upper side into day 3? While you're doing that, let's get our actual predictions. I feel like this is a super tough one. Both these teams, in all honesty, Achieves, I feel like have the makings of a team that could win this matchup. So regardless, I'm excited to see it, but we have to decide who's going to make it out.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say Rix GG, and the reason I think it is CRR currently #1 in the winter split in assists per game, but it's not going to matter. Cash is too fast on defense. I think he gets out of in front of a lot of opportunities that White Demons are going to try and create. I think Rix GG shuts him down.
All right, Gibbs, I'll let you go next here. You're saying no. He's saying no.
3 letters. CRR. He's going to pop off here. White Demons all the way. I like everything I've seen from him through these first 2 regionals, and I think it'll continue. I'm going White Demons.
Well, I'm glad you split it because I am going to go with Rix as well on this one. I think from what we've seen, they got a little bit more. You even said it yourself, Gibbs. We've seen them make those pushes to the final day before, and I think they have it in them to take this one. They look great on the field. And chat, that's honestly exactly what I was thinking it was going to be. Almost straight down the middle here. But
leading for White Demons.
Yeah, just a little
they like
bit.
It.
Regardless, I have a feeling we're going to see some really, really fast mechanical Rocket League coming into this one. Get on Twitter, @RLCS Esports, #RLCS. Let us know all of your thoughts on Rocket League and RLCS and all that good stuff. But let's head over for this awesome match to see who qualifies over in the Skybox.
Thank you so much, Leaf. Hello, I'm Stumby, joined by Cole over here in the brilliant Skybox, and we are here to look at some incredible mechanical Rocket League between Rix GG and White Demons. Cole, I was going to point out before we get started, it seems to be good vibes only. The desk is split, could be anybody's win. The chat is split with their predictions, anybody could win. And there was some nice good luck, have funs in the pre-lobby chat. So I really like that. I think we're up for just a fantastic 45 minutes.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun as well. As you mentioned, Stumpy, there are so many mechanical players on show right here, right now. The key one that I'm looking at for Rix GG is my man Cash. I'm keeping a close eye on him to see if he's using the Dominus or the Octane. He likes to flip-flop between the two. But also in the case of White Demons, the CRR and Dorito, I've yet to see them put a foot wrong in any of the games where I've watched them. These guys are immense.
Yeah, they look absolutely fantastic. You can always look at Cash, I think, to be that mechanical player where he's probably going to pop off and do something incredible. Also got playing with the Dominus today, so I know that we both appreciate.
Yep.
Every single shot looks better in a Dominus. Come at me, Twitch chat. And yeah, you're right. You've also got Dorito and CRR who have made such a name for themselves on this squad where they hit clips every single series.
Yes, it's incredible the consistency that they have, and I think that whatever happens here, whoever does win it, and it will be a close one with the death of this split, it's going to be an exciting one to watch, and I'm sure a few of these clips will find their way onto the RL Esports Twitter. Here's Ocelon now on this one of the great defenders of the game, certainly in the eyes of the RixGG fans. He's starting a launch of an attack, which Cash is continuing. He's blocked off by Dorito, but early pressure here for RixGG, and I would say they are slight favourites going into this one, even though I think it will be close.
I think this is one of the series that is the least upset if either team win, to be honest. I think any other series today, especially for the pre-organized games, I mean, with the seeding coming into today, if they ended up going opposite ways, yeah, there'd be big upsets one side or another. This is incredibly even. RixGG absolutely sweeping their group. White Demons coming second. And to start things off, CRR getting on the end of the save from Dorito's beautiful touchdown.
Yeah, Tigre is a name that we don't mention too much when talking about these mechanical players, but he sure has pace and experience, and it was him that set the goal up. CRR in the air so fast after that. Following up from the assist from Dorito, and it is White Demons that take the early lead in this first game. I think that's what I want to see. I think that an early lead for White Demons is good for the feel of this series as a whole. RixGG, I'd expect more to be able to come into it. They've got a bit more experience with this pressure. They've been in grids for longer. They've been knocking about since at least the early days of winter, whereas White Demons are they're really starting to come to the boil right now in spring, which is great. It says something about this format, that teams are still emerging and showing how good they are. But I can see that thought in a second. This Mike Boy has a chance, but Dorito saves it to the side.
Arsenal trying to get it rapidly back central. The double miss into the clear from CRR. Gets it past the halfway line with the bump two. Lays it off to Dorito. Can't flick it over Arsenal. Trying to 1v1 the 1v1er. Isn't quite able to get that shot perfectly on there, but Dorito trying to leather it at the crossbar. Cash to save away. CRR underneath it as Ocelon sends long, and now RixGG go on a push.
No signs at all of White Demons bucking under the pressure, but they're still scary when you're up against Rix.
Yeah, that is a fantastic shot. Didn't even need a second touch from Ocelon to come in. My boy incredibly cleverly threads the needle between the two defenders, comes up over the top of Tigre, and that speed catching Mike Boy off guard as well. Low and true, and the equalizer comes in.
So just over halfway gone in this first game, and we do have parity. A few nice goals to start us off, gets us going for the rest of this series. Tigre's got a weird touch there over the top of Cash, who just nopes out of there and lets Mike Boy in instead. Hang about, what is going on here? That whole play, for about 20 seconds, got really weird and almost led to a goal.
And you mentioned Tigre at the start of it as well, where he has been a player that I feel has just been around Rocket League Esports for just years now, and has always been a pretty decent player. He's always done well in various scenes. He's part of the German university scene as well, has done well throughout his career on the lower to bubble/low pro level, and has made a couple of good forays into the really high level RLCS. But he has been just continuing, grinding, and playing as hard as he can to make sure that he is fully relevant in the eyes of everybody else. And to come in off the edge of that pass. He couldn't get the double on the goal line, but what a pass from Dorito.
Stumpy, I'm so sorry that Tigre didn't score that goal at the end of your monologue about how well he's done to stay relevant in the scene. That would have been perfection. But yeah, he's done something very smart, which is get two brilliantly mechanical players and train them up. And that is the White Demons that we're seeing. So, just good together.
It's definitely flavour of the RLCS X as well. It's what Dignitas have done. It's what a load of other teams have made sure that they focus on is have a solid third man and a man that knows how to win tournaments and also lose tournaments to make sure the mentality is there, and then do well in the back line so then your two mechanical maestros can run riot up top.
Well, this first game is coming to its culmination, and it's RixGG that are on the attack. Mike Boy puts it into the center. Tigre is almost bumped out the way by Mike Boy. Manages to get something away in the end. Ocelon, for some reason, misses. Cash, thankfully, for RixGG was right behind him, but it has meant the attack has died out with Dorito going down the side. And then look at that challenge from CRR. White Demons are so fast. Every time RixGG are trying something solo, they are being just charged at.
Charzan's final 30 seconds for XGG to close it out. Mike Boy gets the shot off, but Tigray takes that slow approach to the ball, receives it second. Cash manages to take an entire loop around the sidewall. As Tigray comes off his line, Dorito has to save it at the back.
10 more seconds left. Will we have a late winner? Or are we going to overtime? Something, I get plenty of these in recent history. I wouldn't say no to another one. But also I was trying to make sure that doesn't happen with that charge down on Dorito. The ball is going to end up on the ramp. CRR keeps it going. We'll just make sure that Ocelon gets his touch, and then it's probably going to be overtime in game 1.
Dorito, his name. I like how Rocket League can't deal with his name fully. So he just calls him Dorito. I don't know, hashtag @ That'll do, I guess. I'm not going to try and get the cipher to his name.
That'll do, Rito.
Very good. That's why you're paid the big bucks.
Mike Boy into the center. Cash is already there. Decent transition from RixGG. It's definitely been a game as we expected where solo plays are looking most likely. And that's why White Demons are charging them down so quickly whenever RixGG come upwards. But there's a few team plays now. The ball bipping about the White Demons half as Mike Boy intercepts again. And they're struggling to clear, but as soon as they do, they look dangerous, the White Demons.
It's a decent shot on from Dorito, just poking the defense, trying to keep this as an even overtime. Mike Boy tries to go for the flip over one, doesn't get the flick, instead gets the bump. Dorito starts to crumble under the pressure, and the offense again from Riggs, snuffed out, but a good look on net.
We're not doing the Dorito pans. Cash goes long. Ocelon wants to get a touch on CRR, but CRR's defending is decent, at least for the start. Dorito needs to help out his team, but now there's 2 Riggs players that both want a bite of that, and Ocelon scores the winner.
That was actually a really clever shot from Mike Boy as well. Goes low because he sees Dorito on the backboard and then forces that awkward save. Cash and Ocelon between them get the shot top corner. Dead on the 1 minute mark, and RixGG taking that first game, but it was very back and forth.
We have many overtimes in a row yet again. I would not say no, because I love this style of Rocket League that all these players are involved in. It's fast, it's aggressive, it's confident. None of these players are like they're shying away, because the reward of making that top 8, guaranteeing that you've qualified through this knockout gauntlet, has to up the pressure with every touch these players are making.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of the mental fortitude that these players are going to need, and it's something that I do feel that they're quite even on. I was going to say that White Demons actually have the advantage there with Tigray, because if you start to lose a couple of games, there's no player that knows losing more than Tigray, who ultimately had the worst performance in the RLCS back on AS Monaco. They went 0-9. It was not pretty, or maybe 1-8 in the end, but they had the worst season in RLCS. It wasn't great, and in the end, they ended up with the players splitting ways, Tigray finding this team a year and a half later, and they are doing a fantastic job. RixGG, though, they're now tried and tested almost throughout the RLCS X itself, being formerly Redemption. Yeah. They have had the highs and lows that comes with being a pro.
Yeah, their best has been the 5th, 6th finish, which they reached in one of these regionals, which is a huge achievement for them. And I just want to say something before we start the second game. You have a unique way of dressing a compliment up as an insult. I don't know how you do it. Saying, oh yeah, I think that the best weapon that White Demons have is Tigray, because he's a bit rubbish, and that's appreciated.
I feel like it really needs to be reminded that he had just a horrific season. With, by the way, extra on the team, just as a bit of another fun fact.
Yeah, and they were 0-9, I'm certain of that one. And they're now 0-1 because there's an early goal from Mike Boy in game 2.
Oh, that fake from Ocelon to lure the defender out, can send it low into the middle, and that does seem to be a little bit of a secret weapon for Rix, not just trying to sling-slang it into the top bins and saying goodnight Nora. They're taking it slow, going slow with it, and then just having these decent calculated shots.
Yeah, White Demons are covering the backboard even when they are the last player back. And normally that's effective because you can come from the backboard, squish the ball down, get a pinch away. But the smartness of these RixGG finishes, the backboard player is taken completely out of the game by the fact that the balls are on the floor, and then they're following up with such confidence.
Trying to train out there from White Demons of, hey, you guys can go to the backboard as much as you want, and they're going to be a victim of their own muscle memory eventually.
And it is the lead for RixGG in this second game as Mike Boy tries to dribble around the corner. One of the quieter players for Rix, not really the one that draws the eye quite as much, but he of course has a box of tricks in his own right. Normally the third man for this squad, but can get involved when he's forward. Now he is at the back, finding Cash, and going long, looping forward. Shock and surprise, there is a player at the back on the backboard, and it was Dorito. And look at that control from Dorito. That is cool and original.
He whips it around the side of 2 players, and it does end up leading to a goal as well. CRR aims for the top corner, absolutely sends it. There was actually a touch as well from a keeper who nearly saved it away. Cash got his nose to it, but the speed isn't enough, and that's an equalizer.
There's a really nice moment of composure as well from Dorito, where he could have charged into the ball. That would have been the temptation, but he just slows down just for a second to ensure the 50-50 is as strong as it can be, and that's what led to his assist.
Dorito trying to go for a chance of his own this time. Gets the demo as well on Cash. That is rubbing salt in the wound as Mighty Boy has to save it away instead.
Cash is wanting to go up against Tigre here. RixGG have just slowed down for a second. I think they're realizing that there might be 1 or 2 double commits and mistakes here from White Demons as they start to get the bit between their teeth. That is what happened. But Tigre, who else, was the man who had the discipline and composure to make sure that all 3 White Demons players weren't just charging forward there.
So again, Dorito with the dribble gets a really good challenge, but it does fall to Mighty Boy. As he goes up for the double, gets his central, but no player following up until Arsalan eventually takes the initiative and goes for it instead. Dorito this time opting to send it long instead of going for the dribble. Tigre taking his central off the corner. Good demo from Dorito. Opens up the defense for Arsalan as he whips round above the net. And we approach half-time. Both teams are clear. CRR taking a shot on net there. I feel he could have passed to Tigre.
Yeah, maybe his boost was a little bit low or just rushing things somewhat. RixGG defending very well, but we saw it against BDS, how good White Demons are at picking apart these stubborn defenses. Tigre slows it down and Dorito is coming in. Gets one touch, wants the second one. Actually, it's CRR that comes in, but Tigre has been beaten, does get a decent dunk though. So it's a tough bit of defending here for RixGG.
That's such a nice touch from CRR as well, where he somehow, we always say this, pro players jump out quickly for the ball and just absorb every single little bit of momentum that it's got, and it sticks to their hood. It is magical to watch, and CRR proving that that's something that everybody on this pitch is able to do.
One of this new wave of mechanical maestros are CRR and Dorito, both in their own right. And it's Dorito that goes up now, compounding this pressure on RixGG's goal. Arsalan clears it as far as he can, and that's an important touch from Mike Boy. There was a demo on the way back from Dorito on Arsalan, which should mean that CR has some space to play with, even though he's got no boost to play with. Weird position right now because White Demons had all the time in the world, but no boost. So RixGG were charging at them, trying to make the most of that. Oh my goodness, Dorito almost makes the most of that chance, but Arsalan can gratefully dribble it away.
It's a touch too high. Dorito there, again being a nuisance, getting in the way. On his half rotation background, will keep the ball in that blue half, but Cash now trying to work his way up the pitch. Tigre quickly thwarting that plan as Mighty Boy has an option central. Instead goes long, playing the longer game here. The way that RixGG have managed to take control of the match at the times they've had control is by slowing it down and making White Demons beat themselves.
Little doink for CRR. Cash is standing up to it, had the read on it. And CRR goes round the corner. Arsalan, more good defense from RixGG. They've been so stretched in this second game. Desperate to hold on for as long as they can. They'll know that one counter-attack could be the undoing of White Demons, and maybe this could be the moment. Mighty Boy smishing that ball against the side and then tackling CRR as well. They can't really get a chance going RixGG right now. For all the little opportunities, the jabs that they've had at a counter, nothing has stuck.
The final 30 seconds is a time where one goal might stick, and it may well be the winning goal. Dorito maintains control of this, sends it high. CRR is second to the ball. Arsalan can beat him around. Tigre being very quick, manages to get the touch forward, so still blue side under pressure. CRR sees the option in the middle. Mighty Boy, full initiative, going for the block. Dorito, up for one, flip reset, gets over one again. Arsalan from the goal line clears it away.
But the attack continues. CRR comes in. Mighty Boy with an all-important touch away. Few seconds left, and RixGG still holding on like they have been for large swathes of this game. CRR with perhaps the last chance, though, for White Demons to end this one in regulation. He's going to doink it along. Is anybody there? No, they're not. And 2 overtimes in a row. This is getting really silly now.
We love an overtime here with Colin Stumpy. Every single series, we get about 30. Mathematically, shouldn't happen, but my word, it does. But the first shot is a blinder.
It's amazing how much of a reset the overtime can be. In regulation, one team was better. There were no 2 ways about it. And yet, as soon as they have that kickoff again, it is RixGG that have the first real chance, and so close there for Mighty Boy.
Managing to get the save off the line as well. The composure is huge. Shot on target. Mighty Boy with an awkward touch nearly sends it in near post as Dorito half rotates again. 1v1 goes for the bump on Arsalan, but that man is unfazable.
Poor old Tigray as well. He thought he was coming in for a goal. Instead, he's bumped out the way. And it is a counter-attack for RixGG, and it's easy for Ocelon.
Oh, Tigray getting bumped out the way too. Dorito absolutely shook as he tries to send it to the sidewall. Instead, though, Ocelon, he's waiting and lurking, and that man just needs to hit it hard at the center.
That is 2 overtime goals in a row now for Ocelon, and RixGG will breathe a huge sigh of relief, because I reckon if I'm in their comms right now, I'm admitting it, we got away with one there.
I mean, they both seem to have taken up residence in a cave, which is great on the side of Rix. No natural light, full gamer hours for them. So respect that they are making sure that their eyes are only focused on the single light-giving source in their room, and that is the game ahead of them.
Yeah, it is amazing being that they are literally in a cave, that the Wi-Fi is reaching them. It's incredible how far technology... Oh, have they? No, they're already out.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because there are too many goals in their net.
Okay, very good. 2-1 to Rix, sorry, 2-0 overall now to RixGG. We still haven't seen them at their best. There was that Mike Boy ceiling play that was almost a thing of beauty. But in the end, they just defended for as long as they needed to and got the easy goal in the end. How much will that frustrate White Demons?
I think it's frustrating in the fact that Tigray, I think, was in not a too bad position. It was pushed quite far forwards, but there was a good attack going on for White Demons. It's the fact that he got bumped out of the way, and that's then what opened up the back line. It's on him now to realize that it was actually a good play from Rix to counterattack on it. Dorito also can't blame himself sending it to the wall. What else is he meant to do? And then finally, it's Rix to continue that momentum, and they are now aiming for that 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, well, as the RixGG players look around themselves and water droplets echo around their cavernous surroundings, it's ironic that they'll be hoping that their opponent's defense is what caves in.
CRR getting a nice gentle touch onto the backboard, can also carry it over the second. That is absolutely fantastic defense. Maintaining his flip as well, just in case he needed it. Cash flexing, having 100 boost, then going over the back 100 as well, and not even picking it up.
How did Tigray have so much space there? He got one touch, and I was expecting him to be swarmed by a pair of RixGG pros, but instead he just got that second one, and that has led to this pressure. Could this be the first lead in the series for White Demons? No, yet again, and Dorito attempts it, but Cash clears it away, so decent defending again for Rix.
Oh my gosh, anytime a White Demons player goes up for a decent chance on net, they're being harangued in the sky.
Ocelon and Tigray over 50-50. Dorito comes in now. The conveyor belt is a-flowing for White Demons, but they just need to get this goal. Need something to hold, I think. A little bit of time to defend themselves and really draw RixGG out.
That's Tigray trying to lure out a defender. Cash is up early for a great pass central. Takes 3 bodies on Rix to clear it away as CRR takes a decent shot onto the side. He clears it now back to his own corner, picks the 100 boost as well. But his next touch going quite low, and Cash is able to get the strong 50. Can't squeeze it through Dorito. But Mike Boy in a spectacular position to continue the offense.
Yeah, this is the best we've seen from Rix really in regulation play as Cash comes in against Dorito. Dorito goes high, and it's awkwardly over Cash. A little bit frustrating for him, considering he had at least 70 boost there, and certainly the ability to do something with it were he to get the touch. Instead, it's Ocelon that makes something for Mike Boy. Ocelon's going for a bump on Dorito. Dorito manages to avoid it, does very well, and Dorito chips it to CRR.
I love that he avoided it and landed confidently on the backboard to clear it away from then the second attacking player who was also trying to bump him and get the ball. Really, really confident from Dorito.
Oh, more speed there from Tigray. Dorito tried to get it over the top of the man at the near post and came so close to doing it, but Rix survived yet again. And Dorito, he's involved in everything all over the pitch right now.
That was a vital save too, because Mike Boy certainly had the second touch on that.
Tigray catches and Tigray goes long. Dorito's moving upwards, but it's only Mike Boy in the air to send this one to the side. Tigray is following it well. I've been impressed with Tigray, actually. He's playing very well around his very mechanical teammates. He's not looking awkward at all.
That's exactly what he's brought them in for as well. All Tigray's plan is to be in the right place at the right time, if that's offensively, defensively. But Dorito, as you talk about Tigray, is doing that job as well. He's on like 300 boost at any given moment, where he can go from offense to defense in the matter of half a second, it seems like.
Absolutely. The game continues, and it's still 0-0.
Onto the backboard, CRR will be clearing it long, but with no other White Demons players in the midfield, it can just be sent back by Ocelon. CRR again from the corner, wants to give it another go. Tigray pinches central with Mike Boy, but if that goes too far, Cash will catch it on the left-hand side. Shot from Dorito, goes high, a little bit lofting, so Ocelon's up early, can catch it. Falls down. That is dangerous into that backside. CRR to the corner. Catch by Dorito. They need to reassemble.
An absolute booming clearance, though, from Cash. And then a fake at an odd point from Mike Boy. I think he wanted CRR to fall into the trap of Ocelon on that occasion. Tigre's going around. Really interesting point in this third game now when there have been so many chances and so few goals. Well, absolutely 0 goals. You can't have fewer. As Tigre goes long, it's cleared by Mike Boy. Bit of boomable emerging, Stumpy.
Yeah, a little bit with every now and then just a player on the sidewall for either team trying to get it onto either of their teammates' noses. That was a great pass from CRR central to Tigre, who will stay up. Ceiling pass, Dorito there to touch it down. That will be falling wide, however. Is Cash able to clear this away? He gets a good 50, falls to Ocelon, who can now assemble that counter-attack with that mid-100 boost pickup as well. He'll be able to send this to the ceiling. Shot able to come in, but CRR defensively strong.
And I love the way that after that period of boomable, it was White Demons that still had the confidence to put the infield pass in. They didn't just fall into RixGG's game of getting rid of the ball as quickly as possible, still improvising.
Another overtime, potentially, for these teams. Neither of them lasting over a minute. The first one being exactly 1 minute, in fact. But with 30 seconds left, Mike Boy will try and find Cash up long, going for the ceiling pass. Cash not able to quite get the long nose of the Dominus to it. And so as that falls to Ocelon, Tigre can intercept CRR with the catch.
And he's going to flick it over the top of Cash as well as heading in. But Mike Boy at the back does his job. Here comes Tigre, though. Another infield pass is attempted. Although this one's a little bit heavy and too simple for Cash to do something weird. I don't think his teammates wanted him to get that next touch. So Dorito can charge it forward. And we are going to end this game with White Demons on the ascendancy.
Fantastic demo from Dorito. Clears up the back line, but still no one able to score from it. That ball lands. It's another overtime, the third in a row. And Rix are hoping to win out here to get through to the playoff bracket tomorrow. This is just White Demons trying desperately to avoid going to the lowers.
It's an overtime hat trick. Yeah, could have a 5-game series, all of overtimes. That dream is still very much alive. But we have to have White Demons winning this one first, and they've yet to take one of these overtimes.
Diego with no boost comes central. We'll go for the fake low as well, taking the book out of the RixGG Bible. Mike Boy onto the right corner. Only Dorito back to save it away. Goes for the fade, goes low, and slow. Cash with the shot on target. Saved away by CRR. White Demons survive.
How do you take a book out of a Bible? Anyway, Ocelon clears it, and Tigre going up the wall. Going to take one touch and then dodge it away. Cash is coming in. This could be the end. He shoots. It's hitting the post. And then Dorito gets the read.
Oh my gosh, that just rocketing to the bottom corner. Just not quite accurate enough. My Boy left solo at the back, nearly caught out by CRR. Dorito will be able to get onto that, just not quite before. Ocelon's able to, however. Staying in this corner for RixGG. Falls to Dorito. Central to CRR. Open net. That is a goal for the White Demons. And we go to the fourth game.
You can see it coming. As soon as Dorito was underneath this one, he was the peak of a 3-point attack with Tigre going for the bump and CRR getting the easy finish. But what another piece of composure that was in overtime. You have to win.
That was a fantastically telegraphed attack. You're completely right. The 3 points of that triangle, 1 passing, 1 shooting, 1 bumping. What more can you ask for? White Demons take their first game and they get well on the road. Every journey to reverse sweep Cole starts with 1 game.
It's true indeed. You asked me what else we can ask for. I'm asking for 2 more overtimes. I can't think of too many all overtime series. I'm sure it's happened at some point, but I bet the statisticians are out there now looking at their spreadsheets thinking, how often does this happen? But let's talk about the players as opposed to just the general context of this one. White Demons continue to look a little bit faster than RixGG, and in my opinion, they finally have their reward.
I mean, White Demons having so many shots on net too. They chucked 9 at the net that time. Ends up being, to be honest, a pretty poor shooting percentage. Right, they get 1 goal from their 9 shots. That's not brilliant. That's like
one way of looking
10% or whatever. But it was also an amazing show of defense from RixGG. Mostly for me, it was Ocelon staying firm in the face of 2 players, bearing down on him time and time again.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of teams out there that overuse this infield pass, but White Demons are showcasing when to use it. They go long, they go solo, they opt to take their chances and can't quite do it. Then when the passes do come in, it's perfectly timed, as was that approach from Dorito for the kickoff.
Yeah, it was the pass technically from Tigre.
Technically?
pass from, I was going to say technically, it was the pass from Tigre onto Dorito, and that is that's the quickest goal we've had, Cole. And of course it comes after 3 overtimes in a row as well, where only 1 goal was needed.
Oh, that is absolutely classic. When you have a 14, 15-minute overtime, you just know the next game is going to start with at least 3 goals. So all these players show, you know what? We know how to put the ball in the net. We just couldn't there. And Cash is, oh my goodness, what an approach that was. Ocelon's coming in. It's a shame. When Cash goes up to the air like that and dribbles around players, you want to see it in that goal replay.
It's with his teammates needing to be in a very confident position too, and Cash calling whether he is able to get that ball through. Because if you commit on that play, you're going to look a little bit silly if it doesn't quite come off.
XGG playing well at this point now in this game, since going 1 goal behind, having a little bit of time on the ball in their opponent's half, but that one from Tigre could change it, especially with CRR bumping Ocelon out the way. Dorito comes in, but Mike Boy, like an angel from the ceiling, dodges it away.
Dorito's shot wasn't quite on target either. It was slightly high. Mike Boy able to get the clear away, which is fantastic, but Dorito could have shot that lower.
Yeah, I feel like Dorito had to put a little bit more hot chili on that shot.
Potentially. Dorito to that sidewall, finds Mike Boy, who finds the backboard. CRR will stop that attack as it comes, though. With the 100 boost pickup, he can clear it away from 1 attacker. But Mike Boy on that central line. RixGG shutting it down before any of these attacks can come into big shot-saving opportunities for them. Trying to nip it in the bud as early as possible.
Yeah, but whenever RixGG are trying to take a touch, they are being bumped by someone there. It's cruel from White Demons. They are not giving their opponents an inch anywhere on the pitch. Dorito's getting second touches that are all important. Ocelon finally gets it away, but he can only go as far as CRR. And while RixGG did have a little bit of pressure after going behind, White Demons have stepped up yet again. CRR might be able to come in here, but decided he couldn't beat Cash to that ball.
That was a good idea from Cash to take his time too. It was CRR pushing very far up, and it was a really good position from him. But Cash, just to slow it down, take it to the corner, be able to pick up that boost, and then re-continue with his attack. Cash going for a cheeky musty flick. Wanted, I think, to get a bit more height on that so we can get the double tap off the backboard, but not able to secure it. If Cash, though, is starting to want to flex his mechanical muscles, good luck, White Demons.
Yeah, exactly. That is the ace up the sleeve of RixGG right now, but in 2 minutes and 35 seconds time, we are going to be in reverse sweep territory, so Cash will be well aware of that, as will the rest of RixGG. Barreling down on this White Demons goal as CR gets a great pinch on the wall past Mike Boy as far as Cash, who has boost, but is so far away from the opponent's goal that he can't do too much with this one. Needs a teammate to come in, and instead it's just Tigre that gets a 50-50. Dorito flies in, and yet another chance for White Demons.
Oh, CR onto the backboard, saved away miraculously by Cash. And now with the counter-attack, tries to go for the pinch central, doesn't quite get it. CR reading him like a book with a page torn out of it. And Dorito facing off with Ocelon in that corner. Tigre has to pick up. It's still the lead for White Demons, and it is looking really good for them.
Dorito's in reverse now, so it's going to be Mike Boy that comes in, but CRR knew exactly where that one was going. Good defending from him. Also onto the backboard of his own touch. It's a bit awkward. Dorito comes in. I think his opponent thought he was done with that attack. Oh no, he wasn't.
Look at that touch. Central from Ocelon just slows it down, wants the time to come in. And you're right, Dorito sticks about, wanting to be that offensive nuisance presence, and does it to perfection.
Yeah, Mike Boy rolls that one forward. RixGG 2 goals down now. It's been such an odd series from them because they haven't been playing particularly well. That was a thing of beauty from Cash, yet again not leading to anything. Finally, Ocelon scores. RixGG have a chance of coming back.
It was just that touchdown as well. Tigre not quite sure where the next shot was going to be coming in either. And Ocelon has to get it on target. Tigre is so close to getting his nose to it, but not quite enough. With 90 seconds left, Rix have started to turn it on and actually make these shots count.
Tigre goes long. Will we see about 90 seconds worth of White Demon's defense? I don't think we will because Dorito's coming in. Tigre's chance to win it, but Mike Boy stands tall and keeps RixGG in this.
Ocelon tries to send it long, does get cut out by Dorito, who goes straight to the backboard and can clear it so far. Tigre takes the shot to the backboard again. Ocelon with a miss. Cash has to come in to save his skin.
CRR goes up to the ceiling. Dangerous times for White Demons, but RixGG don't seem too likely to punish them for it yet. As Mightboy goes over the top, CR saves it. Cash is there. Onto the backboard he goes. Tigray needs to watch this one so carefully. Dorito helped him out in the end. It's a pass to Mightboy. He shoots. Dorito across the side, double tap and hitting the post. Cash is coming in, but he can't score. Whatever RXGG are trying, it's not working right now.
What a sensational series of saves that was from the guys of White Demon. Oh my word, I can't believe that Mightboy's shot was saved off that pass either.
Tigray goes long, well, as long as he can with the ball bouncing and barely any boost. Arcelon's on the backboard and clearing it to the side. Dorito goes high. Amazingly, it's White Demons still in the attack with 20 seconds left when they're only 1 goal up. It's so brave.
Offense is the best defense, and that is what White Demons are fully banking on right now. Final 10 seconds. CRR takes that touch high, will then get caught out by Arcelon. Not a great touch from Dorito. Can't quite get the second. It now falls to Rix.
The all-overtime dream is almost over unless RXGG can score here, and it doesn't look like it's gonna happen. Maybe something can. No, Dorito, he's gonna make it 3. That is what he does. And we're going to game 5. Reverse sweep is alive and well.
Oh my gosh. Final goal didn't matter too much. Dorito, they will be happy having that one for the stat sheet. That is yeah, very true. That is a really good performance from White Demons. And one thing I want to credit both teams on throughout this series so far is that whenever there's been one man back in a defensive position and there's been 1 or even 2 players pushing down on them, everybody stayed really calm. No one's panicking and going for like really risky maneuvers. They're taking shots grounded, staying on the ground as much as possible so they hold the cards, and then only going when the shot comes in. I'm very impressed with everybody on that front so far. But White Demons in this 4th game, that's a big goal differential. And Dorito scoring all 3 and getting near 800 points. He's looking on fire.
Yeah, his shot differential average has improved as well. 3 goals from 6 shots, so that's 50% better than what you were. Yeah, almost dead on 50%.
Almost.
That's better than what you were pointing out earlier on. I think RXGG, they're not going to outpace White Demons. I think they realized that in the first 2 games. Their game plan here cannot be, let's be faster, because with CRR and Dorito playing the way they are, that's not going to happen. So what do RXGG do?
Continue playing how they are, because so far they've won 2 games against White Demons. I'm not too sure that it's anything that Rix are doing. I think potentially give Cash a chance to be a bit more mechanically incredible, but also that's on White Demons for shutting him down. So the way that this series has ended up going so far is that one team gets a lead, they can't normally hold it, it goes to an overtime, right? I'm very impressed that White Demons have been able to get those extra goals on top. And early shooting from Mightboy is exactly how RXGG need to continue.
For a little bit of context, in the lower bracket where one of these teams will go as the other one qualifies, Guild have beaten Endpoint by 3 games to 0. So loser of this will have to face Guild to make those playoffs.
Our predictions are looking pretty good so far. The only one that's gone wrong is Johnny Boy saying Dignitas. Like, come on, mate. That's silly. My liquid my liquid train hard dream, that's still fully alive.
If you think that Johnny Boy should change his name to Silly Boy, let him know on Twitter.
Hashtag RLCS. Let us know.
1 minute gone in this 5th and final game. It could not be closer between these 2 teams, and they are all playing such a beautiful form of Rocket League. As Mightboy goes over the top, asks a question of CRR. The answer is Cash coming forward with an attempted air dribble, but he was bumped out the way. But this is a chance for Rix.
That's a good idea to go for the man there from CRR, where if you go for the ball, there's always a chance it'll be a risky 50. But if you go for the man, that just sends him out of the way, and then your teammate can come in. Cash with the double tap down. He's able to get his 2 central. Mightboy has a chance central. Fakes out Tigray with that too.
Yeah, he faked out the infield pass. I thought he was going for it.
Oh, that's
and it completely stretched the White Demons. What a decision that was from Mightboy.
That's such a subtle, calm movement as well, where he fakes going for the pass and then turns literally 10 degrees further in, then suddenly he's primed to go for the shot. That is absolute intelligence. 400 IQ plays from Mightboy, and the first goal to stop this reverse sweep from happening, to keep Rix in the uppers. It's alive.
Yeah, shout out to the goal scorer Ocelon as well, who scored 4 out of the 5 goals that Rix have got in this series by my early count. I might be a little bit off, but basically he's been the focal point of a lot of their attacks. Could be again here, gets the assist going over the top of Tigray, but Mightboy's coming in now, and he and Cash are going to combine for this attack.
2 minutes now gone as Ocelon just takes a bit of a slap shot going towards the center. Tigray with low boost has CRR call him off the ball. Off that left wall, will try and get it central, but the dunk from Mike Boy, that's going very dangerously. The defender in Tigray has to clear it wide. Does so. Cash high. Dorito to catch and go long with it again. So far, White Demons on defense looking very stretched.
Yeah, but Tigray's beaten that one from the pass that was towards Cash. My boy is coming in though after it. Dorito needs to just be really careful here. I don't think Tigray or CRR completely trusted Dorito. All three of them getting involved. Somehow they pinch it away, but Rick's going to come forward yet again.
CRR with a little bit of acrobatics displaying. Getting that touch on the ball. Cash and My Boy committing to it. Arsenal has to come in to save the bacon back. On the right-hand ball, Dorito sees My Boy will get to that first, and so comes back. I like the defensive-mindedness of him. But Dorito looking much more confident in the earlier games. This time, quite muted.
Yeah, they are. Maybe it's the nerves of Game 5. They need something, a spark, to bring them into life. Dorito's going to try and cause it. He is the player who's no doubt touched the ball the most for this roster. He wants to get involved at every opportunity, but so far he is a little bit blunted in this one, especially with these bumps coming in. Needs to get this next touch. Mike Boy in that corner. They're not letting White Demons escape.
It's a good touch from Dorito. Arsenal has missed. Tigray is up for the shot, but Mike Boy proactively blocking it away before it becomes dangerous. Cash now getting the touch on the ball. Goes to the ceiling as well. Arsalam with not too much boost will try and push this back into the White Demons half. And bump CRR away from it. And Mike Boy nuisancing his way through that orange side of the pitch. With under 90 seconds, Cole, Ricks have looked really solid with their lead.
They're showing all their experience now, the game management, just not giving White Demons a chance while balancing that with not overcommitting, because that could be disastrous if they do. Here's another clearance, potentially from Oslan, but he's tackled by Tigray. Mike Boy up against Dorito. Dorito wins it, and Cash has the reflexes to get the save.
Oh, that is really nice save as well from Cash. Didn't even expect his teammate to miss it, and so has to react very quickly on it. Oslan with the very long shot. Tigray can just about tip it sideways. Oslan, the quick low shot to the bottom corner, sends it wide. Mike Boy still with the pressure. Oslan rotating so far away. He had 80 boost. He could have stayed up.
The CRR needs to go long, but he's got no boost at all. Dorito is able to do so. Then Tigray with a weird touch towards Dorito. It's a good passing play. We've seen some from them in this tournament so far. Can they get another? 30 seconds left, or Rick's GG win.
Sent along from Arslan, but caught out in the midfield by Dorito. Mike Boy will be the recipient. Pinched back by Tigray. All of this happening on the right side of the pitch so far.
There's a pass, it's towards CR. CR has a shot, but it's so far wide. I don't know if he realized how much time he had. They've got 10 seconds left. They have to go again.
This has to be a great pass from Tigray. Gets it central. CR to receive. Mike Boy clears it away in that back third. Dorito, central. Tigray having an absolute trip round that back half. And Riggs GG. They do not get reverse swept here.
There will be celebrations in the caves tonight. The Rick's GG players, look at them. No natural light, but so much natural happiness. They survive to tomorrow, unbeaten in both the groups and the knockout gauntlet. But my goodness, Stumpy, what a battle that was.
That was a lot of effort being put in from both these teams just to get one goal. These were incredibly close games, apart from the outlier of Game 4, where it ended up being what was essentially 2 goals scored for White Demons, ended up being 3 on 0 seconds. It was trying to be kept up. But that is as even as they come. Game 5 is what it took to separate Rick's GG from White Demons. And Rick's GG had the game management, had the wherewithal just to keep it as their series in the end. I'm very impressed though with White Demons, and Cole, they have not gone home from this loss.
No, absolutely not. They go to the lower bracket where they will face Guild Esports. So a really tough matchup, but they'll be feeling confident going into it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a huge matchup. And guys, bear in mind there are 2 streams at the moment too. On that secondary stream right now is Trainhard versus Queso. Make sure you go and watch that at twitch.tv/UGC. Otherwise, after the break, we are going to be having a look at Solary versus Vitality. The winner, mate, they go home. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series European Regional number 2 for the spring split. I'm Leaf. Beside me is Gibbs, and Wavepunk has decided to join us on the desk. Wavepunk, I heard you got demoed. I hope you're doing all right now, though.
I'm doing okay, and because of movie magic, you can't even tell. I'm a complete human being as far as I'm concerned.
Look at that. The whole Wavepunk right here. But the whole White Demons is down in the lower bracket now as Rix takes them out wave. That was a close series, though. One of the closest we've seen so far.
It was. It went all the way to game 5. Rick's making them sweat it out a little bit. White Demons trying to make the comeback there, just making sure they take all of the morale out of that team before dropping them down to face off against Guild tomorrow. But man, this is it was a crazy back and forth affair here, and honestly, we were kind of sweating there in the green room in game 5, Gibbs.
Yeah, I saw that CRR, and I saw some offensive plays, but on defense, I think he let me down just a little bit. A couple mistakes here or there that cost him maybe those early games, and then obviously they battled back. It goes to 5, but Rix, they pull it out. They went 4-0 in group. Now they're going through to day 3. It's a great day to be a fan of Rix.
That's fair, and if you're a fan, you get even more out of Rix because Cash is joining us on the line right now. Cash, welcome. Congratulations on making day 3.
Thank you.
I gotta ask you guys, man. We've been saying it. Cash is money. First off, how do you like the new catchphrase? We get some merch from it.
I like it.
Perfect. Secondly, we got to know what it is that you guys feel you're doing well, because you guys have been super fun to watch on the field. For me, it's just the speed you guys are bringing. But in your mind, what is it that you guys are doing so well right now?
Well, we got a new coach. Actually, we replaced Line A with JG7. And ever since he's joined us, he's been working on us with just perfecting the playstyle we want to play. And it's definitely helped us a lot, and we've seen big improvements in results.
So I was talking about Winter back when you made the final day. So what did you guys learn from that? Because you made top 6 out of nowhere, but now you've been kind of around the scene, and you've been competing like top 12, like almost pretty much every event. So did that help you a lot to get that final day experience to go into tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely 100%. It was a new thing for me going into Championship Sunday, and I'm a very hypey guy, and it will definitely help me just settle in for, well, tomorrow.
Now, Cash, Gibbs, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but you guys play the winner of Team Queso versus Train Hard. Right now, Train Hard making quite the run through that lower bracket. Do you have a perspective on which opponent you would rather face off against?
I don't have a preference, because if I want to win something, I have to beat everybody, so...
That's the one. That's the right mentality right there. Yeah. I like that. I like that, because that keeps your real focus too. Now, you mentioned that you're a hype kind of guy as well. Is there ever any moment that a coach has to come in or your teammates to come in, you have to bring yourself back down to make sure you get too far ahead of yourselves? And how do you guys manage the excitement when you're winning?
I think the hype helps us, because when we're confident, I think we perform way better and we dominate teams. So I think the hype just enhances our play even more. But I've never had a moment where someone's had to step in.
Yeah, pull you back. That's fair. Hey, well, you can keep the hype going because you guys made it to day 3. You got the rest of the night to stay hyped. but then get focused for tomorrow. So congratulations on making that day 3.
Thank you.
Cash from Rix, as they move on. The last team through the upper part of that knockout gauntlet, as the rest of the teams now have to fight with those second lives here. So Gibbs, it was a pretty fast day up until this moment.
Yeah, we've had a lot of 3-0s or 3-1s, but it's been pretty commanding series. And Rix, they were up 2-0 even. White Demons did battle back, but to look at these are our top 4 teams, not what you would expect. BDS, obviously, yes. After that, none of these teams you would expect to be top 4 to enter the final day, but this is what we got, which means the lower part of this knockout gauntlet is a bloodbath, because a lot of these teams we expected to already been through are now competing down here, Wave.
Yeah, Team Bad Day's got a lot of company over here. Dignitas going to be taking on Top Blokes. We got White Demons taking on Guild. Solary going to be taking on Vitality. That's going to be coming up next year. I mean, and these are knockout gauntlet matches. These are usually what we talk about like on day 3. Oh my goodness, there's the top 4 battling it out. No, these are teams just trying to stay alive to make it to day 3. We got some juicy Rocket League to get through.
That is true. So let us start off with our first juicy match. It's Vitality versus Solary, which honestly sounds like it could be a yoga showdown with with those names. But Vitality is one of those teams, Wave, that's been at the top. They're still at the top. It's just, we always talk about BDS, but Solary has been looking so great lately.
Yeah, no, this is gonna be a fun battle of many Frenchmen here. Who's got more namaste in the bank? I honestly, Solary always good enough to ruin. They're one of those teams for me that's always good enough to ruin one team's day. And man, you want to talk about a day you could ruin for good? Vitality, maybe not making it to day 3, depending on how this match goes. That could be an exciting one.
So Vitality, they have clinched a world spot. They did that because of their performance by making out of their groups, but that's not based on their performance in this regional. Obviously, they have not looked pretty throughout this. They barely make it out of groups, barely get by in their first round match. Now they play Solary, who they looked better, but they had to play BDS. So does that translate into a match versus Vitality? We'll have to find out.
That's a good question. I'm going to ask that to chat now. It's time for the fan vote. Get those hashtags in chat. VIT or SLY to vote for Vitality or Solary, respectively there. While you guys are doing that, get your thoughts out in the chat and spamming away with the hashtags. We're going to get our predictions out here. This is a real tough one, I think, just based off the way we've seen Vitality falter a bit and Solary kick it up. This is going to be a good match regardless. So I can see a stance on either side, but I want to know what those stances are. Wave, I'm going to let you go first on this. Vitality or Solary?
Man, you got to go with me first here.
Okay, let's get us ready.
No, it's fine. I it is a hard one. I just wanted more time to think about it here because I loved what I saw from Solary yesterday. However, it is difficult to predict against Vitality. And and the funny thing is I still want to do it, but no, I'm going to go with Vitality. We're going to go with Vitality. I'm going to take down Solary here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is why I go last, so that I have the most time to think. Gibbs there next.
So we got to talk about Vitality and those booster shots when you get them in your bubble tea. It's always like $2 or $3 more. And like, what really is the point? All right. Solary is going to come out and take this easily. Vitality has looked weak throughout this entire tournament. I think Solary bounces back. They played well versus BDS. I'm going Solary because I'm not paying $2 or $3 extra dollars.
I'm just lost on the analogy that you've given us there. So I'm just gonna go against you just because of that. So Vitality gets my pick on this one. In all honesty, it's going to be a difficult match. Solary, as I think if you actually broke it down, there's good ground to stand on for a pick for Solary here. But Vitality are the players that love to make it to day 3, and they usually do succeed in making it to that final day and getting pretty far in that day as well. So chat is also on the side of that, 72% in favor of Vitality over Solary, but Solary is looking good. So we're going to find out soon who it is. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. We got another qualification match coming our way over in the Skybox.
Well, Chiefs, I think Gibbs might be onto something. You know, when you go into a boss fight, you never go without a couple of potions, right? And if Solary got some boosters on to get them against Vitality, maybe that's enough to help.
Maybe. It's this is going to be an interesting one. I think Wavepunk is also onto something, though. You know, you can play well yesterday if you're Farish, Osset, and Astral, but you got to come out and do it all over again, and there's no tougher team to do it against Vitality, because just as often as Vitality slips and falls, they are capable of instantly picking themselves up and moving right through anybody, as we have seen time and time again. So they may have looked shaky, but I certainly do not expect this one to be easy for Solary if they want to win.
No, not at all. I mean, Vitality, you understand why 2/3 of the desk goes that way. So many times they've shown you, even in matches where they were struggling against teams you would expect them to perform better than, they still find a way to adjust and just come out the victors more times than not. And that's the makings of a truly special team, and that's what makes them so good. But Solary, no slouch themselves. They've had a good run as of late. Farah picking up this next save, and we get underway. Astral launches that one downfield. Solary like to get set up here in the orange half. They haven't found much yet, but midfield slowly becomes theirs. And Astral gets the shot. Oh, and the dunk on Alpha. Bang for Solary.
Hello, Astral. That's quite a shot you've hit right there. I know you hit it right at the guy, but he also hit it right back at you. That's a shot. Wow.
I knew he was going to get the touch off the ceiling, right? But I'm thinking, all right, blocked out to the corner. And no, he isn't done yet. He's still on top of you. And a dunk into the net. Certainly a way to start the match. I'm all for it. Kicked up high here for Alpha. Oh, and almost got a pass over to Vitality, but it broke down. K-Dop missed the scoop across the corner. Farah will move it back over for Chaussette, but now Solary, more times than not in this minute and a half, are the ones controlling things in midfield, and it's Vitality that are having to respond to a lot of pressure here early on.
Yep, players to watch in terms of breaking that routine. Definitely Alpha 54. He's been productive in the area of transitions for Vitality, and currently Astral trying to jam another one through the goal line. No dice there, and you got to give a lot of credit. Like you said, that midfield line from Solary, Chaussette, and Farah definitely picking up a lot of opportunities that Astral's given them in terms of pushing the ball consistently over onto the orange side to keep it there.
Oh, and Alpha, it's not the, well, it actually worked out, gave K-Dop the lane he was looking for a clear, and a light shot easily handled by Astral. Oh, Farah couldn't quite get back up to that, but Astral still on duty on defense, gets the clear.
Oh, K-Dop, a bit of a rush touch, and thankfully Chaussette didn't quite execute where he was trying to put that ball, and gonna have a bit of a stalemate here on the blue half. Alpha, pot shot, easy save for Astral.
Yeah, Solary managing well on defense. They haven't really felt a stretch there after those few opportunities. Farah actually has a lane after Alpha got bumped out of net. K-Dop was there to pick up the save. The Solary, a little low on the tank as far as boost is concerned, but Astral actually gets back to that. Fairy Peak right down in front. They want to pass it to each other, Vitality do, but then nobody's in position for it, and K-Dop is happy that that play did not develop the way Solary wanted.
Yeah, Astral actually getting real tricky there, getting that fake flip reset, instantly landing, and I think he even fooled Farah, because Farah thought Astral might have lost possession, it looked like, and Chaussette's through everyone. He's got to get it inside the walls. He can't get there. Farah's coming to help him out. 2-0 Solary.
Oh, this is vintage Chaussette on this play. Absolutely destroys K-Dop. Fairy Peak committed on the play as well, so Vitality helping out in that department, but it gave a perfect lane for Farah to shoot on the rebound. That's quite the start for Solary here so far. Vitality have not been able to control this game.
Yeah, you gotta be impressed, like we said, with that midfield line. Farah and Chaussette not letting much get by them, and definitely not with any amount of control. And Astral in the defensive third, obviously that speed paying dividends as Farah able to poke one away from the crossbar. And Chaussette again on transition.
But still, the follow-up slow from Vitality. Look, all three kind of caught in the corner there. They have to wait for Solary touches. And finally, Fairy Peak gets a solid win in midfield. Alpha dumps it for K-Dop, but denied by Astral. Solary now back on defense. Fairy Peak on the catch, pass in front of the box, and it sneaks through, but Chaussette picks up the save. Alpha can't find it, and Solary keep Vitality scoreless for now. Flip back around Alpha. He's got one beat. Chaussette's low on boost. Had the challenge, but that's still good for Vitality across the box. Astral able to throw it back out to the corner, but Fairy Peak gets another dump to K-Dop. Has another touch taken away. Chaussette picking up the boost, but it's still Vitality ball. Shot on target. Astral there again. All over the pitch on defense. 4 saves to his name, to the 9 total for Solary.
It's all about that smooth recovery on defense that keeps him in position. Yeah, he uses a lot of boost, but he's not getting any stolen right now. And again, breaks another transition up from Vitality.
It's just Chaussette, again, another chance. But Vitality just never really got a chance to get going. They have no lack of shots. They have 9 of them, but every one of them being saved. And those chances have just been too few and far between, and that's been happening to them, though, Achieves. Missing those touches that would give them a solid transition down the pitch.
Scoring that. Oh, just too slow. Alpha's trying to cover the distance. K-Dop gave it an opening, and Fairy Peak and K-Dop trying to fake off Chaussette, but they should know better than that. That guy's been good on the goal line for so long. Able to tap the ball down to the floor. Solary get a nice game 1 win, and really everybody contributing here, no questions asked. Chaussette, he may look like he didn't do too much, but a lot of that midfield dirty work definitely completed by him and contributing as necessary. 1 assist and a couple of saves.
I mean, that was no nonsense from Solary on defense. Every single clear, powerful, and in a Vitality gap. And even if Vitality had coverage in midfield, Solary did as well, and they were winning those challenges as we were talking about all game 1. But, I mean, Vitality, again, they never really got started, and they seemed to just have a lot of hesitation after Solary scored that first goal. They were never confident about where exactly to be on defense to handle Solary's presence.
Yeah, it's a surprising lack of ball control from Vitality, I felt, in a couple of opportunities. Obviously, there's no way to know if they had a little bit better of first touches when they were given a little bit of space, if things would have been different. There's no way to say one way for sure. But really looking for Vitality on their own half to keep a little bit better control of the ball and give themselves a bit more of the 1v1 approach instead of just kind of launching it into the wall that they met in game 1 at that midfield line.
And this isn't anything new for Vitality. They've started slow before and have picked it up later in matches plenty of times. So plenty of length for Vitality to go. And Farah, we got a boost here, won't be able to challenge it, but Solary get the ball off the kickoff and already
so
threatening.
fast.
Astral's feeling real good today.
He's just trying to spear every ball that he goes for. It doesn't matter. He's hitting it with force, and he's got such quick recovery that it's tough to really shake him off a touch, even when he catches one with a little bit of extra power. He's just so speedy that he tends to be right on it, and Alpha making the big save, covering up that demo on K-Dop, and Astral unable to pinch one across to his teammate.
When Astral has matches like this, when, like you said, he's just trying to drill every opportunity, that will make him the most dangerous player out of the 6 here. And you approach Astral a little bit differently on Vitality when he's hitting the ball that well. Here he is again in front. Alpha trying to grab the rebound, but he gets kicked out of the way. Chaussette, no chance at the net. K-Dop had it closed down. Fairy Peak, solid follow-up.
Astral even got the bump to give Chaussette that shooting lane, and can he get back to this one? Delicate touch required. Alpha able to get there and flip that one out to the corner. Chaussette again trying to keep things locked into that orange corner, met by Fairy Peak, and a transition here for Vitality.
Now, that time Vitality were able to go downfield, but the play died right away, and here comes Astral down the middle of the pitch, off the backboard. Fairy Peak grabs it, and well, that sends Solary into retreat. No one able to challenge Fairy Peak. Farah first there. Alpha plenty of boost, and Farah right on top of him for the challenge.
And they're trying to get that ball out to K-Dop. I like the idea. It's just the challenge is going just wrong enough, or maybe K-Dop is a little too far forward where he doesn't have the room to adjust. Gonna ping pong around a couple of defenders. Astral wisely back to his own corner. Gonna buy some extra precious moments on defense here and has to make another save. Fairy Peak trying to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, Astral used everything he could, anything he could do to boost his speed and acceleration instantly. He used it. Flip, boost, whatever he had to get that touch away, because that surely was going to be a goal. Still Vitality looking threatening, but Alpha can't put it in. Did not expect that rebound. K-Dop keeps it alive, buys some time for Vitality, and Fairy Peak next up. Solary have faced more pressure from Vitality in game 2, but just haven't had any fruits for all of their labor so far. And Solary on every transition look like they're about to score.
They're really operating, 1 inch from out of control, though it feels like on Solary on the offense. Got to be careful. It's easy to overdo it, press a little too hard, and that's when Vitality will make you pay if you're not executing perfectly. Chaussette Farah going to get tangled up a little bit here, and unfortunate extra touch. Going to force Astral to come through, and maybe a chance with the disruption on the goal line, but that's twice now. Chaussette, obviously not a guaranteed goal-scoring opportunity, but needs to at least get it in between the posts and really put the pressure on the defenders there.
Yeah, they hadn't had nearly as many chances, but I say that, and yet they own all the shots. I feel like Vitality have had plenty of opportunities, but then I looked at the scoreboard, they have 1 shot on net. And Solary get another clear here. Vitality have just been unable to put quality pressure in front of the box on Solary's half.
Here's another chance for it. And the reason they've been struggling so much is there it is again. Astral able to win the race to the ball on his own half. They just can't seem to win that boost battle to keep Solary down that extra half second that they need to win that race to the ball and build their own pressure.
Alpha gets 1 touch, actually over 2, but Farah came in quickly. And K-Dop, he gets it over on the corner, but now it's all about this push right here. He's got Alpha next to him, but then the challenge from Astral forces Fairy Peak in on the rotation. So Vitality, again, what can they deliver here in the blue half? Well, they have to give the ball back to Farah, and K-Dop gets the clear back to midfield, but slowly approach forward in the orange half, cleared again. Vitality hanging on defense, and maybe starting to get more offense as we go.
Stalemate for sure. Solary lacking that little bit of extra firepower on offense to really break Vitality. And Vitality not quite having that transition game that they're used to expecting from Alpha 54 in the past couple of weeks. to come through and get them out of some tight jams on defense.
Well, Alpha's on the punch here, and he scores himself from midfield. Well, when you need a goal and you need some style, you call Alpha 54.
I cursed it. I said they don't have the Alpha transition, and then he beats one guy in the midfield and has a real quick drive up the wall and an instant shot through 2 defenders to get him all the way into the net. Great play, Alpha. You're clearly dissatisfied with my description of your play. I understand.
It's amazing how often it happens right away, and it's amazing how often Vitality completely flip the game into their favor with 2 quick goals from Alpha.
Yeah, really just like that. This one almost feels out of reach. 13 seconds, bang, bang, Vitality. Looking like they cruised through here in game 2, but no. 4 shots on target, all of them from Alpha. A lot of tough defense needing to be played. Farah trying to buy a couple extra seconds maybe to throw a defender off, but game 2 gonna go Vitality's way, courtesy of some big plays from Alpha 54. And who else would it be?
I mean, who else indeed, especially lately in these close matches. Alpha's always been the X factor, hasn't he? At least to me. Like, you get the expectation from Fairy Peak, the consistency he brings in the challenge game and his intelligence. And with K-Dop, you always can count on him to be there for the follow-up, be in the right place at the right time. But Alpha is this wild card where sometimes he can execute so quickly and efficiently that you blink and the ball's in the back of your net. And that's the moxie that he brings to Vitality.
And the real problem for Vitality, I think, in this series overall, like we said, despite, winning the game here, which in and of itself is good, it really was tough. It's not easy. I think they really just are kind of losing the battles in the corner, right?
Yeah.
They don't have that strong a transition. That's kind of roughly equaled out. But when Vitality at least is getting over onto that blue side, they just start getting everything taken away from them in the corner, or at least unable to beat defenders. And so if that starts to improve a little bit, you might start to see Solary crack or get boxed in a little bit, because that's really, I think, the one area where Vitality usually so strong, they can really just camp you in the corner and catch the clears. But Farah, Shawset, and Astral have been doing an excellent job of keeping that ball away from those side walls and getting it back out to the middle where they can win some races.
And, I haven't seen too much Creato. Hang on a second.
Are you joking?
Oh, he saved it! What? He didn't even get credit!
Oh, man! That's true robbery. I'd like to play that one a couple more times on the highlights, depending on how this one works out. But Fairy Peak will kick it back out to the side. And that's about as close as it gets for a crossbar shot. And Alpha will not get the goal. It's denied by Farah, too committed. Fairy Peak slips around Farah, can't muscle through another. And it will die right here with Shawset's challenge. Alpha tries what he can. Astral gets the clear.
Oh, that's a good demo from Farah. Really going to slow everything down here from Vitality. Give Shawset all the time in the world to throw that one into the corner. And indeed, Astral's waiting for it at the midfield line, trying to just play misdirection. Nice solid trap, but they lose it. Farah let the ball skip off the car a little too hard. K-Dop in a one-on-one against Farah. Goes for a little cheeky flip reset. Fairy Peak with a bump. And Astral, again, going to break things up as the supported cast member here. Farah getting aggressive in the Vitality net means that everyone is up for it. And oh gosh, it's looking scrappy on the orange half.
I really got to know what's going on in comms at that moment in time where the first triple commit happens. And you're like, okay, guys, wait, settle down. But everyone probably at the same time, I got it. And you have 2 players coming off the top of the net. And somehow it's still 0-0. Hang on a second. Ooh, K-Dop gets in front of Astral's shot. And Alpha have to pull off. He does collect his own boost. A little bit of space. He hops over Farah, forces the ball through Astral, but this one looks like it's Shawset, so he gets deleted.
I feel like those triple commits only a product of multiple people not having a lot of boost. That's really where everyone starts to kind of go, I can't really do much, and then they see nobody else doing anything, and so they all just kind of jump at the same time because someone needs to do something.
Panic! Fairy Peak gets the next catch. I do love those moments, though, at the pro level, right? Because it's like, look, it even happens to the best teams in the world.
Man.
It's crazy. Shawset, everything just a little bit faster. Farah next challenge, but Vitality have certainly started to take the reins. Fairy Peak takes it himself off the crossbar, and Astral will get a full tank of boost and a nice pass out to Farah. You know, Solary's transitions have looked really solid and always a threat when they move down the pitch. But then when it comes down to staying here in the orange half, it just seems to peter out. If they don't have that transition power behind them, the momentum seems to die.
Well, it's kind of feeling because like Astral obviously has the command and he always tries to stick the ball close to him and he puts that little bit of extra pressure because he's got those mechanics. And the reason you're kind of thinking that the transitions are good, well, because it's touches like this from Chaussette, like, right? It's towards the backboard, but it's happening at such a pace where you've hit the ball too hard and you don't really have the time to make a defender think. It's a very one-dimensional approach from Farah and Chaussette when they're in charge of the transition, and that's giving Vitality a lot of time on defense, really not to be under too much pressure. They're just making sure not to let Astral beat them on offense. They're fine having Astral beat them on defense because they're not worried about touches like that from Chaussette. They can handle those all day.
Right. Absolutely. But it's that right there that's a threat, and Fairy Peak has to make an acrobatic save to make it happen. And that's why we saw them score off of a couple of missed rebounds from Vitality. If you do miss one rebound against Solary on your own half, well, it's a shot towards the net, and all of a sudden, you're in a deficit. Farah, nice catch in front, but Fairy Peak cuts him off in front of the box. Astral sends one up high, but Fairy Peak already got the clear. Farah, next up, can they hang on to midfield? Solary have not had this much possession in a while, but that play's gonna die on the pass. They're forced into a retreat. Astral beat, hang on a second, Alpha, nope, can't find it. Dangerous, but no bite.
You gotta love Alpha even thinking he can nail that. I mean, it looked like he actually had the read as it was rolling down off that top corner. And Vitality trying to flex a little bit of defensive passing to break out, but still a lot of space given from Solary, lets him cut it off, and Vitality having to work overtime to break out. One-on-one for K-Dop, squirts up the middle. Astral, I think, gets a little benefit from a bump from one of his teammates in the back. I believe it's Chaussette sneaking through, and no, he doesn't even have to hit Alpha. Farah might have got Fairy Peak, but one way or the other, Astral, that's just really stole that one right off K-Dop's hood, went right down Main Street.
Yeah, I mean, he just got a little booster in his drill, and boop, there you go, pull shot right into the net. Well, not your Rocket League pull shot. I can't use that reference like that. It means something totally different. There. Is this clear here? No, he doesn't. Pass to K-Dop. Oh, it's off the crossbar. Follow-up is not coming. Farah gets in the way. K-Dop might give one last chance to Fairy Peak on this push. Alpha stays on the ground. K-Dop's up. One. There's two. There's a tie game for Vitality.
Oh, you love to see it. You can see everyone from Vitality. They care a lot more about who's got the best shot. Alpha's the first one, but he knows K-Dop has the angle on that one. Has to use everything in the tank to drill that, to put that one in under 10 seconds. Precision from one of the best strikers in Rocket League history, and they tie it up with 6 seconds and maybe get it back to avoid OT. Astral getting out of traffic and throws it into the corner. And let's have another kickoff.
Oh my goodness, why not? We get a couple more moments like that, I might fall out of my chair. K-Dop, no chance for a follow-up on Vitality. Farah will just take the boost for his efforts, and now Astral will push forward for Solary. Forces K-Dop up. He's able to save it back to the corner. Fairy Peak taken out of the play by Astral, though. Chaussette has 2 to beat, and all 3 players of Vitality here stuck in the corner, scrambling to get back into position. Plenty of time for Solary to take a breath and think from midfield. Another catch here from Farah. Now Alpha gets on top of it again. His number may be called once more to send Vitality through another victory, but Astral making life difficult for K-Dop. Alpha gets the next touch out, but they're not commanding the game nearly as well as they were in the first half of this. Chaussette muscles through, and with no more boost, that's all he can do.
K-Dop as well, running on close to empty, and Alpha, that's a big disruptive touch. Almost got that second block, and now we might see a little bit of ping pong here.
Yeah, you're just seeing 2 stay back for Solary and Vitality. No one willing to commit unless they see a clear advantage, and Astral may have found it! He has off the post! He got robbed! No goal for Solary!
Astral, he's just dumbfounded that Vitality missed a touch like that, so he's playing a challenge. It pings off the wall, and he doesn't have the angle to finish what should have been a game-over goal. Oh my gosh. That's insane.
And now you just got to start again from your own half and try once more after. I mean, how does that feel if you're Astral? So many times he's had some threatening plays towards the box, and Chaussette not helping the mental maybe with that save, but Alpha kicks it out to the side. Vitality. Oh, that gets by K-Dop. They're back to the corner. This may mean another offensive chance for Solary as Farah pushes forward.
Here's what gives you pause. These moments are what show you why Vitality is one of the best teams in the world. You should have put them down when you had the chance. you have given the monsters an extra life, and let's see if they make you pay.
Yeah, if you don't fell the beast on the first swing, you're gonna eat that bite back with twice the damage. Astral losing to Alpha here, almost getting back to that touch, and Chaussette got frozen on the back wall. Farah doesn't get the best touch. This is not a good look for Solary right now. Fairy Peak switches right through Chaussette, and Astral gets this clear, but for how long can Solary play laterally in front of their own box? Chaussette gets the next push out. K-Dop, no chance on the challenge. Fairy Peak in a tough spot, but he gets a nice catch, handles it back out, but Farah's waiting for him, and now Solary in full command on offense as they wait in midfield. Well, they'll let it go back. And that's all they need to do. Whatever gives you the best clear angle to retain possession. It turned out to be Farah's hard clear from his corner. A demo, two of them, one on the backside on the rotation on Vitality, but Alpha spawns and misses the ball. That was a massive opportunity for Vitality. Missed. Missed. Chaussette had no boost. Chaussette had no boost. Oh, Farah. Okay.
What a game.
This is that crazy, man. Astral it bouncing off the inside of the post, and then that. Well, a little bit of everything. 3 minutes, 30 seconds into overtime.
You feel like you've seen it all as Farah floats one of the back posts, sniffed out by Alpha. Astral, not the greatest clear, and Fairy Peak trusted K-Dop. Now they're in damage control. Chaussette going to control the midfield boost. Everyone should take a moment to catch their breath.
If you need a second to wipe your glasses from the tears of laughter at Chiefs, it's okay. I got you. But Astral in the corner will flip this one over. And wow, Fairy Peak reading that follow-up from Farah perfectly, giving Vitality a chance to refuel. But these challenges, it's always these really high ones close to the ceiling that are neck and neck every time. I'm never sure when I see both players go up who exactly is going to win that next challenge. But whoever does feels like they're in the most threatening spot to score. And now K-Dop with a little bit of space squares up against one. Chaussette pops it up again, but Farah has enough boost to get there, and he beats Alpha to the ball. Astral's got the breakout. Chaussette's downfield. He doesn't need to. Solary take another game.
Fairy Peak caught the hand in the cookie jar here, thinking Alpha had that touch off the ceiling. He was ready to go, but did not get there. He did not have enough to make the race back with the ball. Solary, woo! They gave Vitality the chance to swing back, and they dodge, counterattack, and they've got 2 in the series now. Wow.
You mentioned about not scoring on Vitality and giving them a chance to stay alive could have been what ended Solary's run eventually. So winning this game definitely means a lot, but man, I tell you, all the triple commits, the clangs off the post, the crazy, barely saves, almost own goals in this match. I mean, that happened at the beginning of this game. I feel like that was forever ago. That was forever ago.
Oh, man. What a great game. That was a fun one. You rarely see a game that is just that chaotic at this level, where it's just, it was no, I insist, we've made the mistake, you do it. And then nobody could. It was great.
It's like you got the full spectrum of when you're playing your worst versus when you're playing your absolute best. Oh man, we're getting into the match point here for Solary. Can they take down Vitality here and progress to Sunday? A lot of people out there. I mean, you saw the Twitch chat vote. Not a lot of favor for Solary to win this match. And Vitality are a big reason why, because Alpha is on this roster and he gets the first goal.
Yeah, this is a nice little touch from Alpha. They catch Astral turning forward because Astral was thinking Chaussette was going to be able to break that play up at the midfield line. Astral cut forward, and as soon as it was by his teammate, it was going to be a tough ask, and just the angle too good on the shot, couldn't throw it out to safety. He's going to try and fake Fairy Peak, hits the flick off the bar, and there is Chaussette for the dunk. First goal going to go to Solary.
Yeah, you take it every single time. Astral absolutely faked out Fairy Peak on that one. Goes down, and Chaussette, I mean, you just get up, you make a great challenge, and you hope for the best on that. Best being, you scored, and it's a tie game. Now, if Vitality were going to create any momentum, they got to try to start the engines again. Might start off the backside pass, but Astral gets the catch. Farah picks up some small pass to play winger. Chaussette will wrap around the corner. Solary, looking so good when they get on offense. Astral's up. The rest of Farah, oh my gosh, I thought Fairy might have had it, but Astral caught them sitting.
It's Chaussette who caught him sleeping. I mean, Fairy Peak's thinking, here comes the bomb, and Chaussette just gets a wheel on it. And of course, Astral's fast enough to react to the key block that sets up a second chance and nails that left side. The only way to get it by Fairy Peak there. Required placement. They execute.
Well, if this match has taught you anything about how the rest of it's going to go, it's that if Solary get to play this, we get to challenge every ball in Vitality territory because we have control of the boost, and Solary are just going to win. Vitality cannot keep up with the challenges from Chaussette right now. I mean, he has won so many of them, and with the command Solary has had for the most part in midfield, Vitality got to have a complete turnabout to really turn things into their favor. Plenty of time to do so, but right now on defense, Solary doing a good job forcing Vitality out.
And they're having trouble feeding K-Dop as well. He's a fantastic put-away guy when they get the chance, but when they finally get into that defensive third, we've said it many times, everyone trying to break things up, just not successful out of the corners, and Astral going to pull off a play there just to freeze K-Dop, and indeed, Solary win the ball back.
Well, I mean, that's been the thing sometimes, right, is that K-Dop, typically so consistent, I feel lately has been a little streaky in terms of when he's really a threat for Vitality, and then, you know, some weak moments that you just don't usually expect out of him, where you expect the solid clear or a solid shot on net. If he's feeling it, then Vitality, they're, you know, only BDS can beat them. But other than that, you know, I'm not saying K-Dop is struggling in this match, period. I'm just saying he's had moments where you expect either a better touch out of him or be where he needs to be to keep a play going for Vitality, and the play ends up dying.
Yeah,
not saying it.
I know what you mean. In this series in particular, though, it really is just the lack of opportunity. The ones he's got, he's been able to turn in, but they have been few and far between. And I do think that really is the credit to Solary's defense here in this series. More so than it says about Vitality's offense, because you know that one can be lights out, no questions asked.
For sure. I mean, Astral especially today. I still feel like he's been the, what's the word? He's just been the king of the pitch in this match for Solary. Offense driving through him. Vitality a couple of chances, but again, they can't really force Solary to do anything in front of their own box. Everything has been contested in the posts, off the crossbar, in the corners. 2 minutes to go for Vitality to get something going, but again, Chaussette wins a pair of nice challenges, forces Alpha to play laterally.
How do you handle this one if you're Fairy Peak? That strong transition game really just turning into a grind at the midfield line for both teams, which currently definitely going to favor Solary, because that's a lot of time you can waste off the clock just pounding the ball back and forth, and you can't afford mistouches like that. It actually could work out quite nicely, though. Fairy Peak was waiting for K-Dop's touch, but Alpha forced to dump the ball off.
Oh, Astral has plenty of boost to read that. Oh, he nailed it! I knew it as soon as he got that touch. Alpha.
You can feel it.
Oh, you know he's going to nail it. He had 52 in the tank. That's plenty. He needed maybe half that to make that shot happen. And there's nobody to challenge him. It was going in, Chiefs.
And you go back and look at the replay as well. You watch it from Astral's perspective, excuse me, and he's not even uncertain about where that ball is going to bounce. He knows. He's just thinking, all right, how do I get the part of the car that I want? Because he knows where that ball's coming down, and that dude just has a sixth sense. I mean, through hours and hours and an incalculable amount of time reading how a ball is going to bounce towards him, and he's able to break a couple of touches up in the corner. Farah comes through and gives him a helping hand to give him the second look, and Solary, I think, just put this one away.
I think they might have. Vitality. I mean, I'm stunned with how dominant Solary have been in this game. And Astral, you could say he's completely in tune with the rhythm, but make no mistake about it, this match, Astral is the rhythm for Solary. And they have looked excellent in these 4 games against Vitality. Barring a miracle, they will be moving through. And all the props in the world. This roster has struggled all Season X to put together consistent results. You know, I know many fans out there were hoping for a lot more out of Astral, Chaussette, and Farah this season, but this split has felt a little different for Solary, and they've looked a lot more consistent, and they're even in these kind of contests lately. But you just wonder how many times can they put it together and finally reach the consistency that we all thought they could. They find it here, and they move to Sunday.
Overall, this was an incredible series to get to watch for a multitude of different reasons. I mean, rightfully so. If you're Vitality, you can see the faces right there. Kados scratching his head, they're dumbfounded. They're like, how did we not get anything by Solary? You know, this team that we've played many times and certainly come out on top, probably more than our fair share.
Yeah.
And today, it was just not gonna happen. You have to give a huge amount of credit to how well Solary played on defense. A lot of key blocks from Chaussette up on the offensive third to give second chances. Farah, I think, kind of overshadowed, I should say, overshadowed by how well Chaussette and Astral played in this series, but that guy definitely playing a big supporting role in breaking up a lot of transitions at the midfield line. And as you said, Astral all over the pitch. He's the king today on this matchup.
Well, this regional in the spring split is turning out to be one of the most interesting European regionals we've had so far this season. We got one more great one coming up to close out the day. Top Blokes versus Dignitas. Only one of them can progress. Who moves on? Find out after the break.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching the European Regional number 2 for the Spring Split. I am still Leaf, this is still Gibbs, and that is still Wavepunk. Here to talk about that last one. You had to look like it looked like you're thinking maybe you weren't Wave for a moment.
Oh,
there.
I
You're
was
like, wait, am I?
I was trying to look over at you, but I looked the wrong way.
I'm over here.
So.
Hey, how's it going? Well, let's talk about this last one here because this was a doozy of a match. Wave Vitality versus Solary, and of course, we just watched Solary come out on top 3-1.
You know, we said at the beginning this was a hard match to predict, and so that's my only explanation for going with Vitality on this one. That it was genuinely difficult. Solary looked so good yesterday, but we've seen that consistency be a problem for them in the past. Here today, no, they kept that train rolling.
And then Astral, man, just make him play like he always does. This guy is a beast, and huge win for Solary because they were tied 9th in points coming into this. They needed to make it to the bracket to keep this interesting for a world championship spot for the top 6, and they did just that. Vitality, this entire weekend felt off from day 0 to now. So Vitality going out early is not a huge surprise. They obviously will bounce back. They're still a top 2 team in Europe, and we all know that.
That's for sure. But a team that's better than them right now is, of course, Solary. And Farrah is here to brag about. No, he's here to talk about that match. Farrah, congratulations on qualifying.
Hello, thank you.
I got to ask you just about the team overall, just in general. You've obviously, you guys have done something. Something's working now. You guys are looking phenomenal. We've always been fans. We've always wanted you to do well. And now that that's happening, I'm just curious what it is for you that you think was that really kick-started this upward trend for you guys.
I don't know. I think
okay, fair.
No, honestly, I don't know. I think in the early splits, we weren't playing good, but we were unfortunate a couple of times. Like there is a lot of series that were, that could have gone either way, and each and every time it was the other way, never our way.
Yeah.
And it cost us a very bad first split. We had to learn through losses, a lot of them, which we, none of us were really used to. And it took time because it took a huge hit on our confidence. So obviously we all want to be at the top, and it's taking way a lot more time than we thought it would. But we're getting there, and today is just another step forward.
So you barely finished top 2 in Group D, and then you saw your bracket. Were you upset about that because you had to play BDS, then a possible Vitality, or were you thinking Vitality, there was a good shot here?
BDS was always going to be hard. I think we kept the series pretty close, but they're so clutch, man. It's I don't think we left them a lot of chances, and every time we left one, they just scored, and it was like, dude, they can't keep getting away with it, and they just do. But Vitality after that was was a tough matchup because they know us very well, and I didn't know what to expect, but we finished second of our group, so there is not much we can complain about. I think the only difficulty was that yesterday when we played the group stage, we had huge internet issues that should have took us out of the tournament, but I don't know how we put through. So today was seen as a bonus because we really thought we were going to be out with the issues we had yesterday. And today was really fine, and we stepped it up, and I'm glad we're through, and we're going to be playing tomorrow.
Well, yeah, and you guys absolutely earned that spot tomorrow. Now the thing is, you're going up against Atlantide Wave. Oh, you got more battles happening behind. Wow, okay, that was a fast one. They're not even going to best 3. Okay,
easy.
Best of 1. I like it. You're playing Atlantide Wave tomorrow, a team making quite the Cinderella story run here through the brackets. Have you played against them before? Thoughts about your matchup?
I think we played them in the field a couple of times a long time ago. We screamed them a couple of times, but it's been a while. They seem to be popping off right now, so we don't really know what to expect, but we will take it, just like always, another game. Because last time, last regional, we were seen as having the easiest matchup with Godsmila team, and we ended up getting swept. So I don't think the opponent matters to us. We just need to be playing good. Which I don't always do. That's fair.
I gotta say though, you did play well today. You guys made it onto that last day and Championship Sunday. So I gotta say good luck going forward. Congrats on that. I'm gonna let you go though, because it looks like you are missing out on some intense competition that you need to be a part of. So.
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Either way, thanks for your time, Farrah.
Thank you.
There's Farah. And the competition never stops with these guys. Looks like they got to keep it going. But yeah, again, this is Gibbs. I think we've wanted to see this from this team for so long. So it's exciting to see it now.
But man, that first split, like if they would have done a little bit better, we'd be talking about them as a top 5 team right now, like in Europe easily. But they still have a chance to redeem themselves. They got one more regional. They obviously have all of tomorrow where they could make a run than that major. And I think they're looking at that as a spot to make a world championship run.
Well, let's take a look now down at the lower part of the knockout gauntlet as we slowly cover up some of these qualification spots as we get through our day now. And of course, Team Queso and Solary are your 2 teams away from that lower part of this knockout gauntlet that have pushed through with only 2 spots going, and Guild and White Demons in Game 5 on UGC stream.
Oh, yeah, that one's exciting. Definitely check out the squad stream here if you want to see that match going down. But Dignitas and Top Blokes, the last match of the day for us here, and this is a doozy, Gibbs.
And so here's why we play 12 tournaments in a year and we tally up all these points. Because right now when we're looking at it, the top 5 teams in Europe, well, 2 of them have gone home already, Vitality and Giants, and 2 of them are about to play with Dignitas versus Top Bloke. So another one will go home as well. And then there's BDS, obviously, that always makes everything happen. But now is the time where it's like the tournament hasn't gone their way so far. Like outside of Dig, where we thought they were going to have a great tournament, and now they've kind of fallen down, but they can right the ship here. But Top Blokes, it's the same way. We keep talking about them as being one of these teams that is not doing too well, but they keep finding themselves a place here to go to the final day. So they are still a talented bunch over there. It's anyone's game, but for RLCS X points, both of them want this desperately.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the matchup wave. I'm wondering, do you feel like the Blokes are back in a position that's going to allow them to power through, or is Dignitas looking like they're getting too powerful recently?
Dignitas, they are part of this Cinderella story of Atlantide Wave that we saw earlier, them making it through to tomorrow. So Dignitas already having an interesting start to the day, but I don't know. I like both these teams right now. I want to put my faith behind Dignitas in this, but Top Blokes, like when you put everything on the line here and they have to win these matches, there's no longer any room for error. Which team is going to show up more clutch? My money goes on Violent Panda in every one of those moments.
That's fair enough. I'm wondering where chat's money is going, though. It's time for that fan vote. Get those hashtags in chat one last time today, guys, for the knockout gauntlet. To let us know if you think it's going to be Top Blokes or Dig that's moving on through in that qualification spot. Now, while you're doing that, we do have to make a decision here, Wave. I'll let you go last this time, though, because I made you go first last time. I have no more pressure. Think about this one. It sounds like you're edging towards Dig, but I'll let you make the decision. I'm going to start first because you know where I'm going with this one. Dignitas is always going to be my pick. Again, I've said it a million times before. I love this roster. I think they're doing great things on the field. And when they get going, sometimes they're a little slow to it. When they get going, they look super fun to watch. So I'm going with Dig, Gibbs.
That's my problem, though, because Atlantide Wave, sure, you better be like, hey, they're having a great tournament. But on the other end, that is a team of Dignitas that lost to them. Maybe it's more on Dignitas. They didn't look good in that first game. Top Blokes had a 3-0 sweep. I'm going to go with Top Blokes here. I think they find a way to beat Dig. It seems like it's not Dignitas' day right now, so I'm going to go Top Blokes.
Someone go back and look. When's the last time Gibbs predicted against Dignitas? It's pretty crazy. And it makes it easy because I was going to have a real quandary over here if I was going to be the third Dignitas prediction, but no, I'm able to clean conscience go Dignitas on this one. I got Dignitas taken down.
That's fair. And again, I think Gibbs honestly has a decent spot to stand here with the Blokes, especially with how they've been performing today. But chat's not going to take it. They're a little bit there, but they're still thinking Dig is looking pretty good. So good job, chat. I like that pick. Anyways, get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. You know what to do. Let us know how hyped you are for the RLCS and all these matches happening right now. But it is time to head over to the Skybox to get another qualified team.
Well, while in recent history, Dignitas have certainly turned things around, this tournament has been crazy in Europe, and it's been interesting to say the least, Corelli, but Top Blokes certainly aren't out of this.
No, Top Blokes aren't out of it. Dignitas aren't out of it. They have the opportunity here to turn things around. I think that's really the biggest question for me when I'm looking at Dignitas. It does feel like in their previous matchup, they got peaked on a little bit, meaning that the opposition are just playing some of the best Rocket League that they've played. I don't think Dignitas maybe had their best game either, but this will be a great tone setter here in game one to see how Dignitas come out against this consistent top blokes team, knowing what Dignitas have had to go through earlier in the day.
I do think the top blokes heat has cooled a little bit, and they haven't posted the same type of success that we saw early on. If you think the whole way back in the fall, where it was rare when they didn't place top 4 at least.
Yeah.
But since then the competition has been tight all down the ranks in Europe. And that's a nice touch up from Flame to Archie, and they might start off with a bang, and they do off the crossbar. Cassio.
I think yesterday, Jorby, it was you and I, we were talking about how, top blokes seem to have a lot of opportunity and they don't come clean. Well, this one goes off all the framework on the net here, but they do put it away, and that's what's important for them as they find the mark here early on.
But, something still to note at the very beginning. The accuracy is good, but it could be a little bit better. And with Dignitas, you might need those few degrees more of perfection in order to beat them in this best of 5. Cassio will square up. Flame will just roll right in, scoop the boost out, and the ball. Apparently Jack lost. Oh, and he somehow got the save!
How did he still get back to that? He had pre-jumped. He was just floating there, just dangling on the goal line, and yet somehow still made the save. Here comes Top Blokes again. Oh no. My goodness. Another one, but Archie puts it away for Top Blokes in the end.
You only get one, Jack. That was the only one you get, and oops.
Man,
that one hurts. That's one you clear not 10 out of 10 times, but sometimes your finger just falls off the stick, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that's what happened. I don't know what happened. He cut out a little bit there.
Yeah,
his name got called a few times, and that one he was just a bit too late to. So for Top Blokes, a 2-goal lead here in the first minute 20.
I really thought that Vitality versus Solary gave me the full gamut of everything I needed for a day of Rocket League. But Top Blokes Dignitas have set out early on to try to up the ante. And Cassio gets a quick save and then almost turned into a goal. Archie, a little double tap against the corner. Dignitas forced into a retreat.
Yeah, that was a shot from Violent Panda. They went off the crossbar there. That was an opportunity for Dig. It was a tough one. There was a lot of traffic in front of him. Here's Jorius now. 1v1 against Flame. Does get the flick, and Flame gets just the slightest touch to push that one out of the way. And Archie here trying to transition. Dignitas have had their accuracy issues of their own, Jorby, at least in previous tournaments. And maybe it hasn't come out to bite them as of late, but it is a concern for this team at some points. Here's Jorius trying to play it across. Dangerous ball, almost cut out by Archie.
I certainly think that it bit them today. In their match against Atlantide Wave, apparently Jack did not look himself. He was missing shots he should have nailed. There were some gimme passes he had in front of the box that, you would expect him to hit it every time, and he would just straight up whiff onto the ball. There's something in the water today, because Vitality were uncharacteristically whiffing as well. But Dignitas, they definitely got to get that figured out. You don't want that to leak into this match. You want more of this. Plug the holes, fill the gap, score the goal.
Beautifully done here from apparently Jack. Getting that second touch, baited out Archie to go for the touch off the corner, but apparently Jack receives his own touch and just lays it right in front of the net. Well done, and Dignitas back in it.
Yeah, you get more of that from apparently Jack than it's Top Blokes.
Yeah.
You start looking at with a more skeptical eye. But
I think that's the expectation when you look at a team like Dignitas. That kind of setup, that type of finesse on the ball from players like apparently Jack from Jorius. That's what you think of when you think of Dignitas, and not them double committing. There is, it's a wide open net off the Flame demo, taking out Violent Panda, and just like that, Top Blokes respond.
Yeah, deleted by Flame as he turned back in right where he wanted to be and right where Flame needed him to be for the demo. Top Blokes starting really strong in this first game. Cassio getting 2 out of the 3 goals. I haven't sweat much doing it. Stands that one opportunity earlier from Dignitas. Top Blokes have really controlled the pace of the game. Another demo, but this time Jory has got the clear.
Dignitas had kind of a cautious approach there on defense in that last goal. It was very interesting. And then 2 players ended up going, which put Violent Panda in a tough situation. Didn't matter because he was deleted anyways. So for Dignitas, a little bit scary on defense, but a bit more scary. Second touch from Jorius almost goes in. This one's still bouncing towards the net as Dignitas threatening hard, but Top Blokes turning it away.
how do you just sit there and wait for that double if you're Archie? Your timing has to be immaculate. And it was, but he was going for that read the whole way. He knew the double was coming. It was impressive stuff on defense, and he bumps one out of the way for the challenge, but a nice clear from apparently Jack. Back to Jorius, and Archie puts it in a nice spot, but Violent Panda on the wing can't really find a spot for Jack. Jorius tries to buy more time, and Dignitas won't get a lot of it. Top Blokes march back down the pitch. Really no threat from Dignitas, only 4 shots on net. And they keep coming for Top Blokes on the orange half.
And there's been a couple shots that Dignitas could have put away. You think back to the one that Violent Panda put off the crossbar, and that double touch even. I mean, gives some credit to the defense there, but that's such a dangerous chance for Dignitas. So there have been some dangerous opportunities that have put the defense on the back foot of Top Blokes here. Dignitas just have to convert here, and it could be the opportunity to go once again and give it up the ball to Archie as he just blasts it down to the midfield.
Oh, Archie's in the perfect spot for that challenge. Just couldn't get a real threatening shot on net, and apparently Jack, just got blown right through. And this Top Blokes are happy to play this as time expires. Dignitas can't really get it figured out just yet. They're gonna have to reset in game 2. Top Blokes will take the first.
Yeah, and I don't think it was all bad for Dignitas. This wasn't the worst showing here, and I think that's good for them as they get into this series. But Top Blokes, they were just the more consistent team here, I think, in this first game. They were able to convert right off the bat, 2 goals up especially. Dignitas were able to put one back, but the immediate response from Top Blokes, I think, really what sealed the deal here. And they had a lot of control. You mentioned it later in that game, Jorby, where it just felt like Top Blokes had Dignitas backed up. And I mentioned the cautious approach on defense from Dignitas, and Top Blokes prefer that. I think if the game slows down enough for them to control it, it becomes quite dangerous for any team.
Yeah, I thought Archie had a good game. He had, make solid contact when he needed to, especially on defense in the corners. Always found a little gap to give his team a little bit more time to recover. And even right there, just being annoying against apparently Jack forces Dignitas into a poor spot. And he was just in all the right spots, creating value for his team on both halves of the pitch.
And let's not kid ourselves, though. The opportunities that Dignitas were generating were good. There was a lot of actually great opportunity for Dignitas. Maybe some more consistency on those opportunities. But, when you see apparently Jack get involved, especially with those second touches downfield, there's a lot of magic that this Dignitas team can create. I think that's what they're trying to capture here. We saw some glimpses of it in the first game.
Now, the quality wasn't a question in game 1. It was just the quantity of opportunities. Archie gets a free one and off the crossbar. Apparently Jack got the save, but Casio sends a return and it's no good. Violent Panda sticks that one up and Archie puts it back down, but it's off the crossbar a couple of times. Finally, Archie found the one hole left in the net and they score first.
And Flame has just been a bulldozer for Top Blokes here. I don't know if he was going for the ball or the player there, honestly, on his attempt, but he got all of the player and it left the open net for Archie. Another quick 1-0 lead for Top Blokes.
Just you get tense and then you loosen up a little bit, and then tense again as the ball's off the crossbar and you get bumped. Now you're sad, ball's in your net. That was Dignitas on defense in that last opportunity. Casio makes that challenge happen, Flame back out to the side, and a little bit of pressure from for Top Blokes, but they handle it nicely on the challenge from Casio.
And that consistency of attack from Top Blokes is, I think, what we were looking for yesterday, Jorby, when they played against White Demons. The multiple chances on net is what makes Top Blokes so strong, and you can see there, keeping that ball dangerous as Dignitas trying to put on something here. Now Casio stuffed away by Violent Panda, and for Top Blokes, again, when the play slows down to the pace that they like, they prefer, all of a sudden, so many opportunities open up for them.
And while, again, the quality hasn't been much of a question from Dignitas, sometimes to increase that quantity, you have to throw a few, low percentage shots, or just throw the ball at the net, see what happens. Dignitas are starting to implement that right there, but Flame all over it. Sometimes shots build to a better opportunity. So taking a pot shot, while it might not get you the goal, it might set up one later on. But look at the Top Blokes defense. They're not giving Dignitas anything to look at.
I was about to exactly say that is, regardless of maybe the quality that's coming from Dignitas, the defense from Top Blokes has prevented a lot of these chances from even starting, behind the halfway point on the Dignitas side. Top Blokes have been all over them. Flame, especially, is having a heck of a game here. He may not be at the top of the leaderboard on shots or goals or even saves, but he is just in the way of Dignitas and a constant nuisance.
Ooh, nice clear from apparently Jack. They needed that. Couple threatening challenges in the attacking third. for Top Blokes, but you still feel like they're in the driver's seat. Apparently, Jack, though, all it takes is one challenge, and you can flip the table. 1-1.
Yeah, and that's huge for Dignitas here. That flame pass was just a little bit too light coming across the midfield. It's dangerous to lob that one up, especially with players like apparently Jack on the field. And he'll get up there quickly and put it on target. Easy peasy for him. 1-all.
Yeah, Dignitas aren't getting caught nearly as often in some difficult spots where they're getting demoed or, low boost, so they can't avoid high pressure situations from Top Blokes. This time they're finding the blue half a lot more often early on. There's a nice demo to give Jack one gap through. He saw Archie, but that just bought time for Casio to get in to make the challenge. Oh, Violent Panda off the ball, has to get by to Casio, and he will get to it, but then whoopsies, that's not what you want. And Archie will get control. Apparently Jack next up, and he will get the challenge, but that's Flame's ball. Archie kicks Jorias into the net.
No.
Casio on the backside, no good, and Jorias has a breakaway, one-on-one against Flame. Flame has the challenge, but apparently Jack's next up, off the ceiling, puts it wide angle and denied again. Top Blokes defense will not give Dignitas anything, any angle.
Couple of great challenges there in the midfield as well. Flame pushing that ball to the corner. Casio as well, taking the possession away from Dignitas and playing it across the net, above the net, I should say. Very well done from Top Blokes, especially in that transition. Dignitas wanted to go there, and they wanted to go hard, and Top Blokes stopped them every step of the way.
Oh, what a challenge from Archie. Joria's had a classic 2-on-1 opportunity after Violent Panda's initial challenge, and Flame's challenge just bounced right off the crossbar. Apparently Jack is gone. Violent Panda diving in for the next save on the spawn. Jack gets a full tank of boost, but has to stay by himself. Joria's got zoned out of the play by a returning Top Blokes player. And just when you think Dignitas are going to get it going, Archie, does he have it? No, it's a great pass down the field from Violent Panda, or apparently Jack. Jorias gets the goal.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's going to show in the replay here on stream. Oh, yeah, Archie turning around there. And I think he was trying to read the play. He didn't expect the lost challenge. And then when he turned back around, the passing play was already there. And he just couldn't physically get his car in the right spot to block that pass. If he was facing forward the entire time, he probably could have jumped in front of it, but it was just too late. And great recognition from Dignitas to see that pass, to beat the last defender and get yourself some free space. It earned themselves a goal here with less than a minute to play.
They've been looking for those too. It's just somehow Top Blokes would find a way to make the challenge happen for no breakaway. But now Violent Panda finds the seam for Jack, and Dignitas comfortably in the lead.
And what did he do here to Archie, or to Flame? He gets by Flame and then just plays it off the back wall. And the last man just too slow to challenge in Archie. And Dignitas, quick 2-goal lead now.
Not one Archie wanted to deal with at all. Not given a lot of time to try to come back in this one. You might already start thinking about the next game. But Dignitas have started to right the ship here. Each touch solid towards the net. That's a tough one for Casio. And Violent Panda, he's going to be next up, but slow to the play. Archie gets the clear. Oh,
that's
Flame.
a big opportunity.
That was a nice pre-flip shot.
Still some life here in the Top Blokes offense, and they just need to score with some time left on the clock if they want to make this one a game. Dignitas, though, trying to shut him down. Flame will lob it into the box, and the one man to make the save was there in Dignitas, and that might do it for the game. They are going to get downfield and slow down that attack enough from Top Blokes, and a much better game here, Jorby, from Dignitas. It wasn't that game one was, incredibly poor from them. It was just they didn't find the mark, and in this game, they caught Top Blokes on the transition multiple times, and more times than what shows for the score, because there were other chances that I think Top Blokes just did a good job of slowing down. But Dignitas here took advantage of Top Blokes, I think getting a little bit too comfortable in that midfield, maybe cheating up a little bit too far, some expectations not met in the challenge game from Top Blokes. That's where Dignitas were able to take advantage.
And I think Jack really is the difference here. Like when you look at Dignitas's match earlier today against Atlantide Wave, that was where the pain point was more times than not, where Jack wasn't hitting his shots. In fact, he wasn't even hitting the ball sometimes, but now he's at the top of the scoreboard. He's striking. He's doing what apparently Jack does, which is be that striker for this team when they need him to be. And the result is Dignitas flipping that next game in their favor. Not to say that Dignitas are now comfortably in the lead, to your point, Corelli, about Top Bloke's defense, but you certainly feel more comfortable out there if you're a Dignitas fan.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's kind of the same point that we made about Dignitas in the last game, but now for Top Blokes, is Top Blokes had opportunity here in this game to keep it closer. Dignitas did a good job of kind of rolling with the punches, but here they come again right off the bat. The backflip save from Archie keeps that one out from Violent Panda, and Top Blokes get out.
It was a close one as well, but in midfield, Archie will receive the pass here from Flame. Can't find the dunk he wanted against apparently Jack, but he might not need to. Cassio wins a challenge against Violent Panda. Jory is left by himself, winning one against Flame. Archie, massive fake on the challenge, but it doesn't mean much unless Cassio can do something here. And Violent Panda, good enough for now. Well, eventually the culmination of events leads to a couple of shots from Top Blokes off that one little push from Archie earlier. And he gets another look at the net, takes a hard shot, and oh, good luck saving that one.
Yeah, the placement on that one's strong, but looking at Jorius here, I think he was being mindful of the demo from Cassio, and as he has to jump to get away from Cassio there on the goal line, as he's coming back down to the ground, that shot was taken in the upper corner. It's tough to get back up and make that save. So credit to Cassio here on Top Blokes to make that last man jump, and it just let it go in on the Dignitas side. Top Blokes now up 1-0 again. Another quick goal from them, Jorby.
And I really think Archie is playing well today and is at the center of that. You know, a lot of the value created on those opportunities are ones that he's been behind. Here he is on another shot. Ooh, hard up, but you know, if apparently Jack has been the center for Dignitas in this match, that Archie is the same on the other side. It's a nice progression down the field as Dignitas move to the blue half.
That's certainly true for Top Blokes here. Archie, I mean, there's a reason why he's been statistically one of the strongest players in the league, and that's because everything runs through him, and he does work on both sides of the field. Here, called upon to make a touch. He does get in front of it and at least stop the second touch from apparently Jack. Dignitas, though, still threatening. Archie again goes, can't get it. Here comes Jorius looking for the shot sweep and turned away by Flame.
Yeah, he ran out of boost. Couldn't quite split the angle he was looking for. Top Blokes throw it right back, and Dignitas, they've looked a lot more comfortable on defense. Before the transition turned into offense on the orange half from Top Blokes, you're really starting to squeeze for Dignitas on defense, but this time they're meeting a lot of the challenges, not nearly as starved for boost as they may have been earlier, but they still got to find more offense. We approach the halfway point. Cassio back out to the other side.
Shots for Dignitas here, and they are doing a good job of keeping this ball at least on the Top Blokes side. Preventing that offense from Top Blokes is certainly important, but like to your point, Jorby, do need to find some offense there. That's a fine shot from Jorius, but easily saved away by the defense.
Keep Giannis on Top Blokes.
Yeah.
Don't want to inch too far forward. Apparently Jack, nice catch, but Archie right back on the rotation. Jorius forced back. Oops, whipping it back around was Violent Panda against Archie. A lot of these challenges or these whip arounds on the dribbles are really close between Top Blokes and Dignitas. It always feels like they're just going to bump into each other, split them off course, and create a gap for the other.
And I mean, for Violent Panda, they're throwing a bit of a fake. You know, I think the attacker and Top Blokes thought that one was going to be played back across, quick 1-2, but instead Violent Panda just lets it roll through. So you're right. You know, there's some expectation there on the touch from both sides, and it never comes through. Here's a pass across from Jorius as Dignitas still trying to threaten here. Oh, great fake from apparently Jack. Oh, it's over. Oh, he saved his own shot. Jorius went. The transition's on for Top Blokes. They couldn't get past apparently Jack. That is unfortunate for Dignitas.
Yeah, the crossbar did a disservice to Jack on that play. And gravity was not his best friend, but right here, one touch and
protection.
Two. Oh, into the net. Holy, apparently Jack.
Hey, the last one was too easy, Jorby. This one he had to put down in style, and Cassio flopping around in the back there, couldn't get back to it. Great touch from apparently Jack to put it through. That's how you tie it up.
I mean, poor Cassio. You see that, and you're thinking, well, the double's going to go in, right? But then it just takes a hard bounce in front of the box, then it goes in. Oh, not where you want to be if you're Cassio. Flame picks that one up. Might have a turnaround here for Top Blokes. For a game-leading goal. Archie, pass over to Cassio in traffic. Again, everything in traffic on the ground. Flame, one touch through. Can't find a dunk against Violent Panda.
Yeah, I think traffic is a given in this game in particular. Here's Archie across the Casio, finds him across the box. Top Blokes back on top.
In traffic again. But who's the conductor? It's Archie. Right past Jorius into Casio's bumpers. And just like that, Top Blokes take the lead. But that was a game of millimeters right there, Corelli. You really had to squeeze that past Jorius.
Well, because I think Jorius saw the play all the way through, just couldn't get to the ball fast enough. I mean, he saw it coming, and he was there to cut it off. Just couldn't get there in time, and Top Blokes, like you said, just able to squeeze it through.
Flame, nice catch around, and Top Blokes almost put a threatening shot. Casio's forced to wait, though, by himself. Jorius, nice wave dash to keep it going, and here's the shot from Jack, but not before Flame could get there. Violent Panda next up, but Flame's got him beat by plenty. Apparently, Jack, first one back, and waited for that shot from Archie. He's rewarded with a save.
Another close call. Dignitas, less than 20 seconds now to make something happen. This touch from Jorius does come out, and Casio will clear it away.
Dignitas waiting for that perfect opportunity. It's not the touch you want if you're Jack. He lost it and lost the time that came with it. Violent Panda out of boost. Jorius, no touch. Top Blokes take the win.
And Jorby, I think in this game in particular, we've really seen the teams come into themselves here. This was a fantastic showing from both sides. A very close matchup, obviously, by the scoreline, but I think even the context of the gameplay, you go back and watch this game. Both sides, I think, playing extremely well here. Dignitas, unfortunately, coming out on the losing end, but for Top Blokes, a couple of great plays to keep them in it, to get in here, or to stay in it, rather, when Dignitas was trying to make the comeback. And for them, I think, especially near the end of this game, you really started to see that Top Blokes gameplay where they controlled a lot of the pace of play, they controlled a lot of possession, and a lot of times you only saw Dignitas break out with transition.
Yeah, I mean, and their defense has been the starting point for everything. Despite, 6 saves, I think their best play on defense came from those massive clears in the corner and being able to force Dignitas to go back to their own half to get boost. It was very rare we saw them create extended pressure opportunities. We'll see if Dignitas can get it figured out. But right now, they're in the danger zone here. They cannot lose again, or Top Blokes might take this. They're going to take them down and move to day 3.
Yeah. And we'll see here. Dignitas, again, they have a lot of great glimpses of what this team can be. And they played, I think, the majority of that previous game at a great form for Dignitas here. Still always, something to improve on, but they had a lot of space. Here's some freedom now for apparently Jack. He's going for the corner. As Archie turns away, Violent Panda tried to sneak it by. Everyone from Top Blokes committed. Jorius is there. Casio can't save it. And Dignitas get the first goal.
Well, finally, Dignitas. How many times do they have to knock on the door before they have to bash through it with a battering ram? Jorius needed it because Casio still almost found a way to get that ball out of the net. But Dignitas, much needed first goal.
Yeah, first goal where, Top Blokes seem to be able to find the net quickly in a lot of these games. Dignitas now have that luxury going into the last 4 minutes and 30 seconds of this one, and Casio almost finding the mark across the box. Apparently Jack also firing off a shot. It was wide, but still dangerous as Top Blokes fight to keep this one out.
Ooh, Violent Panda almost finding his way through Dignitas. That one knocked away from by Archie. Jorius. That one picked up again. Dignitas looking decent right now. Ball killed by Flame, and that's probably the best thing to happen to Top Blokes because Dignitas were ready for a quick rebound.
Well, considering everyone on Top Blokes went for it, I hope that they come out on top with that challenge, and they certainly did. For Dignitas, you kind of scratch your head and said, well, can't go through 3 of them, as Top Blokes are able to clear this one back. Jorius will return the favor. Top Blokes trying to find some space. Archie, I think, took too heavy of a touch and shut down by Violent Panda.
Yeah, but still Dignitas are forced back again. Archie was waiting downfield. He stole their boost while he did it. Casio, low shot. Archie, he almost muscled it through. Archie getting bumped back in front of it. Jack can't find the ball, and he's right back to it. Here come Dignitas off the Violent Panda. A little bit of boost, flip reset. He's got it. Archie picks up the save. Flip back to the other side. Jorius shot denied by Archie again. Violent Panda can't stop Archie, and here he comes. Apparently Jack last to beat. Casio has the shot. Jorius makes the save off the crossbar. Archie there again, but he can't beat Violent Panda. And Dignitas keep him out somehow.
Body shot after body shot in this game right now. Both teams having opportunity. It's not going to stop. Top Blokes trying to find it across the box here. A great demo on Violent Panda will at least open up that side of the field. Apparently Jack to clear it away, but my goodness. I mean, the defense holding strong, the offense looking strong for both sides. This game already has it all, and there's only been one goal put away.
And Archie, nice little cut, but that won't do a lot for him. Too long of a pass that Casio could cut off. He's got an open net. Can he get there first? Shot up. Violent Panda can't get there, but Jory has got back for the save. Archie right back on top of it. Gets underneath. Flame can't find the touch to keep the pressure up. Oh, Jory is deleted out of the play. Top Blokes want to keep going. Casio's got the pass, but apparently Jack takes it back over to midfield. And Top Blokes, despite an excellent opportunity, hey, we're thwarted by Dignitas.
Here comes Violent Panda all by himself. Oh my goodness, is he gonna flick it by? It goes high. Everyone from Top Blokes just moving too slow as Violent Panda found some space by himself. Now Jory is finding a bit of space, shut down by Flame. And here comes the transition for Top Blokes, and a big whiff will immediately shut that down. Jorius looking for Violent Panda, does find it. Archie here to receive it for Top Blokes. And Top Blokes, I will say, Jorby, still, I think, have the upper hand when it comes to multiple chances on offense. Here's apparently Jack.
Woo!
Oh, it's a weak save, turned away by Casio.
These quality demos that just take Dignitas out of the rotation. Flame was able to just air dribble the ball back to the backboard.
Oh,
what a dump from Casio! You don't get precision like that every day. But Casio nails it, and we're tied up.
So selfless from Casio. Look at that, on the nose of Archie, and everyone on Dignitas was looking at Casio. They expected some sort of attempt on net from him, and instead just lays it out beautifully for Archie to put it away. Great work from Top Blokes to recognize that space in a one goal game here.
A lot of ones.
A lot of ones going on.
Could totally understand. Top Blokes, they'd like to end this match in this very game. And need one more in regulation if they don't want to see an overtime. Dignitas, they're just hoping for game 5. Another chance to qualify for Sunday in the knockout gauntlet, which has been quite an apt name for how this regional has gone for a lot of teams. Apparently, Jack, he doesn't have anything for that ball, but Casio might have it. Oh, off the crossbar. Oh, and Violent Panda picks up the next save. Dignitas are still in trouble here. Casio stole that boost away. That means Dignitas are going to be working on borrowed time unless they can win every challenge here and get a clear just like that.
Wow. Oh, no. Top Blokes almost just botched it off the back wall. Casio there to bail him out. Oh, great first touch again to play it by. Archie now trying to threaten. It's going to come out. Well, I thought Flame was going to go, but instead Archie takes it himself. Here comes apparently Jack. He's shut down. Jorius trying to find the space. This one played back to the Dignitas side, and Dignitas might have the last laugh.
Yeah, Flame tried that cut and drill to get the shot. Just couldn't make contact. Time running out. Dignitas, that challenge from Jorius might give them a chance. Jack got the catch in the corner. He has Violent Panda. He's found it, but Archie again! You can't get by him. Wait, Jorius might find it off the crossbar. No, he doesn't. Archie keeps the gate slammed shut. We're in overtime.
5 saves for Archie here in this game alone. And he's kept them in the game here into overtime. Top Blokes staying alive after another quality opportunity from Dignitas. Dignitas coming at it again. Archie actually gives the ball up to apparently Jack. He's going to look for the backboard, looking for help now, and nobody from Dignitas was upfield. Casio will get it by the first man to slow down the attack, but here comes Violent Panda. Jorius off the back wall, wanted to drop it back down. And couldn't find it. And Flame here to clear it away for Top Blokes.
No boost for him, though, which means it's just Jorius and a pass to Violent Panda that never happened. Maybe a little too hard. Either way, Top Blokes might be their chance to turn things back to the orange half. Flame right on top of it. Top Blokes right into the net. No, it's off the crossbar. Barely. Dignitas get away with one. Right there's Jack. Shot on. Casio got the block, but it's still dangerous in front of the box. Flame needs a hard clear. He had Archie to help him out. And now Top Blokes again, searching for the treasure, the golden goal that will send them to Sunday. But Dignitas, well, they're looking for a way into game 5 to play just a little bit longer. Violent Panda bumps Flame out. Casio has to readjust and he can't find the ball.
Dangerous.
That might be bad for Top Blokes. Flame stuck. Apparently, Jack, is not the touch you want if you want to punish Top Blokes for that positioning. Violent Panda gets the challenge, but Jorius is flat on the other side. Casio underneath, nothing for Top Blokes just yet, but they've gotten out of a couple of squirrely ones.
And they certainly have. And for Dignitas, oh no, Top Blokes could have the opportunity. A shot from Archie. It goes into the corner. And Top Blokes take down Dignitas.
They found the treasure, and now they move on. Cassio gets a massive win on that rebound. Back to Archie. It couldn't have been anyone other than him with how he performed in this match. Archie, MVP of the game and MVP of the series for my mark.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about that in my mind. And for Dignitas, I was about to make the point. They had so many great opportunities there in the overtime. They had Top Blokes in a really tough position. A vice grip on the midfield there, where Dignitas had a lot of the balls coming out straight onto them, where they were able to find the mark, find each other. The passing plays were coming alive for Dignitas. Dangerous shots were coming alive for them in that overtime. But again, just couldn't find the net. And that is credit to the defense there, again, to Top Blokes. 9 saves total in that game, 6 for Archie by himself. But my goodness, a disappointing loss here in this game, in particular for Dignitas, where I felt like they played extremely well in that overtime.
We are going to a championship Sunday in Europe where there is no Vitality, no Dignitas, and 1 Team Liquid. I can't wait for you guys to see the final bracket that Leaf and the guys are going to break down for you for the end of the day. But we're out of here. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome back to the desk here, where we're going to break stuff down. Actually, it's going to be them. They're the experts. I'm Leaf Gibbs and Wave Punker beside me.
Quotes.
Yeah, no, this is quite the again the interesting day, as Jorby was just saying there, Wave, that there are so many teams that we expect to be in that final day that just aren't there now.
It's funny that he brings up Team Liquid as the big surprise. There's a couple big surprises. Some that are even from small. The Atlantide Wave is in final day. I'm excited to watch that team play. I mean, them taking Team Liquid, and then here, talking about this series though, bringing it back to what we just watched here, Gibbs. Archie in particular, especially in that final game, 6 saves the man put up. The one at the very end of regulation to force overtime. They're able to close it out in game 4. What a series from this man.
Yeah, I love Archie because we saw him through fall split like Top Blokes, so that's when Archie was really just like, I'm going to carry every single series, and it was working out for them. They were doing really well. Then they win in winter, and then after that, he's kind of been quiet. It's been Cassio has been that main man on that team lately, but Archie comes up when they need him most, and they make this run. And it's really funny because this is Spring Regional 1. The only team that won their group that didn't make playoffs was Top Blokes, and now they just did that to a Dignitas squad that went 4-0 in the group of death. So they get their revenge. They get their bracket run finally for them. Trying to right the ship just in time for World Championship time, because Top Blokes, top 4 squad right now in points, a pretty comfortable lead, so we expect them there.
Let's take a look at that upper part of the knockout gauntlet now, as we have finished off. We got our 8 teams going to the next. Let's see how they got there. These teams came in, Wave, with an extra life in their pockets, and just 1 win was needed to push on through. Your 4 teams through that, though, were BDS, Rix, Liquid, and Atlantide Wave. Again, Atlantide being one of the surprising ones there, as you mentioned before.
I mean, I feel like Gibbs just looking at this list. Honestly, Rix, Liquid, and Atlantide Wave are all exciting stories going into tomorrow.
It's just wild. We saw all the number 1 seeds win outside of Dignitas, but obviously that was because of the thing we saw on day 0 and day 1 was not normal. And these groups just went crazy, and it continued through this knockout gauntlet. We'll go down to the lower part, show you how it all kind of wound up here, because we knew BDS was going to be in the bracket. Outside of that, it was anyone's guess. Vitality was down here. They couldn't pull it out, so they're out of the tournament. A top 2 team in Europe. Solary advances after having to play BDS and Vitality, so good for them to make it. White Demons get a reverse sweep on Guild in one of the worst Game 5s in history. So if you didn't see those goals, go back and watch it. There was an incredible own goal, then a 50-50 dunk own goal by Guild in overtime to lose that. And Guild is a top 6 team right now, fighting for a world championship spot. So that's a big, big loss from them. But Queso, a team we didn't talk about a lot today, maybe an easier side of the bracket, but they're finding their form again. This world championship race is getting closer and closer.
Yeah, actually, looking into tomorrow, I mean, just these stories, you talked about some exciting ones just from the upper there, Wave. I don't know if I can pick, even from the lower 2, just which these are the most exciting for you.
There are so many wonderful stories, and the thing about like what am I looking forward to the most about tomorrow? White Demons Team Liquid, maybe? Like every single one of these matches is going to be juicy in its own way.
Oh, yeah.
I think I maybe would have to go with Solary Atlantide Wave. I think Atlantide Wave is the team I have the biggest my microscopes, my magnifying glasses all focused on this team. Like, what are they doing? Who are they? Well, I cannot wait to watch how their matches go tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's the one for me in round 1.
And there's been 2 brackets so far in Spring Regionals. Only 3 teams have been to both now. BDS, Solary, and the White Demons are the 3rd team to make it to the bracket stage in both regionals. So they're coming out of nowhere and making a mark right now.
Well, I want to get a little bit updated on some more numbers here, Gibbs. I know points are becoming tighter and tighter as we get down to it. Looking at spring, it's just we've had, we're partway through our 2nd regional, still another one after this, and of course majors as well. But it will start getting tighter as we go further, and teams get eliminated through these regionals.
Yeah, spring split, very important. Top 12 will make it to the final regional where you don't have to play through qualifiers. So Dignitas right now, they're on the outside looking in. They're not going to make it because they're out of this tournament. So they're going to have to qualify once again, which is really bad for Dignitas. They're very happy about that because they're sitting on that 12th spot. But I don't think there's any teams that can really pass them at this point. I think they're all knocked out. But then on top of that, it's top 10 for the major. So you want to make regional 3, then you got to compete and make it top 10. So teams like Vodafone Giants are right on that cusp because they had an awful regional 2. So sure, they're in regional 3, but they still got to perform to make that major for double the points, because then it comes down to your total points in all of RLCS X. And again, we're talking about this World Championship race throughout this whole year. Top 6 will go to the World Championships. And right now, these teams right on the bubble are not doing work. We see Dignitas, they're out. We see Guild, they're out, and a Game 5 overtime own goal opens up the door. Look at Queso and Solary. They're creeping up right now. They still have more points to earn in this regional, but they have to win tomorrow. So, going to be very interesting. But once again, we see like Vitality. They're out. Vodafone Giants are out. Dignitas, Guild. It's wide open right now. We see White Demons in 14th. Watch out for them. Who knows? Maybe they win this regional and they start popping off and they get in the conversation, but very unlikely. But it's been a lot of fun so far, and it's coming down to the wire.
That is true. But now as it comes down to the wire, I want to get some final thoughts from you guys. We got our top 8 going into Championship Sunday tomorrow, Wave. And I just want to get your thoughts looking back across the past few couple days and what you're excited about tomorrow.
Look, if there's anything I've learned about the Rocket League community, is that they love their underdog stories. They love their Cinderella stories. And if that's you, this is the show to watch. Tomorrow is going to have so many people rising up in points. So many of the top dogs are already out and are going to they inevitably will drop tomorrow. So how those leaderboards we just saw look at the end of the day, it's going to be wild.
That is true. Gibbs, how about you?
Smelling something in the air. A BDS loss? No, never mind. My nose is broken. I'm sorry. BDS plays tomorrow. It's going to be interesting to see how they do. We expect them to win. But we've seen crazy things happen to every other team except for BDS. Will they continue the streak? Will they win 4 in a row? We'll find out.
The answer is yes. We already have the script written for the next couple seasons too. So, and well, I linked it. No, we'll see. It will be interesting, but so far, it's looking like they'll be fine, but a lot of cool stories, as Wave said, going off tomorrow. Same time tomorrow, guys. If you want to catch that pre-show, hit it up at 10:30 Eastern Time, 11 o'clock for kickoff. Single elimination, best of 7s all day tomorrow. You do not want to miss it, so we'll see you there.